Obama soda. Right on time. Howdy. We edited my audio settings last night, so if I sound a little bit different, that is the reason why. Hey, Vermin. Yeah. Soda! 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 Let's try this again. Soda! 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 That sounded good? Soda! Soda! Okay, that is an improvement. Soda! 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 Better, right? Is it better? Soda! 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 That's not bad. Let's take this to the extreme. I will simulate the noise of a cat meowing. Meow. Meow. Soda! Soda! No, definitely not. Soda! 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 Hey! Whoa! I can see people in YouTube chat are absolutely furious. It looks like what we're doing is working. Hey! Noises! Hey! Whoa! Ratio! Woo! Hey! Whoa! That's crazy!
Sein Sowjetschein soll vor sich hertragen und wir werden in unserem Zeichen wieder siegen!
Soda! I'm tired. And ask Canoe how they do. What? How the fuck did you get a video this high quality out in literally overnight? That was last night. Stream ended at like 11 p.m. last night, and it's 11 a.m. right now. What the fuck? Joe Many Liberals. Nicely done. Nicely done. High quality I'm glad this is the content people decide to riff on. To a person earlier in chat, I have played Dusk on stream, because I saw somebody ask. Vermin said it's 4 a.m. in Australia. Do get some sleep at some point. Obama soda! Oh my god. Okay, wait, hold on. We actually have something to do at the beginning of stream. I totally forgot that I scheduled this, but we're actually debating a Serbian nationalist. This is very off the cuff. So we'll get to the other stuff too. So have that conversation. We have to keep the Serbians on their toes, okay? If we want to keep our chops as an Albanian nationalist, we have to defeat the Serbian nationalists and defend Kosovo from ethnic cleansing. All right. I hope you're all doing good. We're gonna have this convo, and then we got a lot of stuff to cover. We have the Trump thing. We've got the corruption from the judge appointing the special investigator, the master, to look over the documents and delay the investigation from the DOJ. We've got the new UK PM. We've got a lot of stuff to go over. Also, apparently, Keffels has some more shit about Kiwi Farms. A lot of stuff. Got a lot of stuff. Okay. All right. How y'all doing? All right. Howdy.
All right. Hello, Bosh. Hello,
Howdy.
Chad as well, I guess.
Howdy, howdy.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say thank you for accepting the request for debate.
Yeah, I'm ready to defend the glory of Albanian Kosovoian thought.
Yeah, glorious Kosovo. Yeah.
So hit me up. What do you got in your mind?
Well, let's just say that due to all the recent tensions in the Kosovo and due to all the mess that was there, I was just looking down to the internet. I was checking what people are saying, and I did see that you are publicly supporting independence of Kosovo. And then I did a little bit of digging, and then I did see that you are fully supporting the bombing as well. You made a clear distinction between Iraq and Yugoslavia. You said that the Yugoslavia bombing was completely justified because of the genocide. So now, if you feel like I misrepresented you, or that I said anything that you don't think, you can correct me, obviously. So, do you still hold this point?
Yeah, you're correct on both points. As far as I can tell, I think
All
that
right.
the NATO intervention was justified over Serbia. Obviously, like it wasn't ideal. Like things could have turned out better, but like I think I generally support what happened. Yeah. And I support Kosovoian independence.
All right. So first, you do understand that there is not a UN resolution on the genocide. There is no EU resolution on the genocide. There is absolutely zero convictions of the genocide. So you basing your claim of the genocide based upon what? I mean, I guess first we have to define what the genocide is. What definition do you use for the genocide?
When I say genocide here, I'm really just using it as a shorthand for like a broader ethnic displacement or cleansing. I don't know whether or not it technically fits the UN definition of genocide. I haven't really looked to see like for the matchup in those terms there. I'm really just referring to like the broader conflict and the attempted ethnic cleansing. And there certainly was like a broader ethnic element to the fighting, and there was quite a bit of persecution along those lines, from mass displacement of hundreds of thousands of people to thousands dead. I know there were mass graves that were found, you know. Whether or not this fits under the purview of like civil war as opposed to ethnic cleansing, I'm sure like the lawyers could debate it, but it meets my definition for like justified intervention.
Well, first, genocide and ethnic cleansing are not the same thing. Genocide talks about killings of particular group of people in order to remove that group of people, right? So ethnic cleansing can be used to determine to say forced replacement or replacement of those people. Sure, I do agree, but still, UN would disagree with you. Many other in major international organizations would just straight up disagree with you. You did not have a UN approval for those bombing, so therefore you were trying to stop, according to you, humanitarian crisis with another war crime. You do understand that bombing is literally classified and labeled as a war crime because you did not have a UN approval of it.
I mean, I'm not like we could argue the technicalities here, but I'm not interested in the legalese of the specifics. If we want to use the term ethnic cleansing, that's fine by me. I mean, over 1 million people, over 1 million Albanians were affected by this. With the potential for violence to continue escalating, I think the bombings were justified. What the UN has to say about it is largely irrelevant to me. It seems like, given the circumstances, the intervention was militarily warranted. And it seems like the outcomes were pretty okay too. The bombings killed, and this is disputed. I've seen figures in around 900 and figures that go up to around 2,000. But we'll say in the low thousands of people. Considering the ethnic cleansing was displacing over 1 million people, with thousands dead racking up, I feel like that's a relatively acceptable loss of life in the context of stopping an ethnic cleansing. I mean, there are no like good outcomes here, right?
So I mean, I would go back to the like was bombing a good thing, and did it give good things to the Kosovo, right? I will go back to that topic. But what I first want to do is I want to determine was there an actual ethnic cleansing before the bombing. So you use are you familiar with what the trigger point for the bombing is? Do you know what event triggered the bombing, triggered the whole thing?
It's been a while since I've gone over the notes. Please remind me.
So if you actually go to the Kosovo War massacre list, you're going to find out that there was, before the intervention, there was a total of 6 massacres. 3 were committed by KLA. KLA is a Kosovo Liberation Army. UCK, you can call it whatever you want. But you actually going to find that KLA/Albanians did as much as ethnic cleansing before the intervention as the Serbs did. So I do not think that's a valid claim. I can send you a wiki page. We can go through it anytime you want. But do you know when the bombing has started? So I guess you don't, since you did not educate yourself about that much. But let's just say the bombing started in 24th March or 23 March, and before that there was a total of three accidents by the Serbs. One was called Vračar massacre, which is single-handedly the most important accident that happened in that war. Now, the Vračar massacre it shows the best how much of that ethnic cleansing was not actually there. So the Vračar massacre was not registered as a massacre in the UN. Just so you know, like the majority of the countries do not recognize that event as a massacre. It's a battle between Serbian army and the KLA. And America purposely tried to represent it as a massacre multiple times, to the point where they faked in reports. They pressured certain people from other countries to fake reports and did all horrible stuff in order to just to make it seem like a war crime. Now, I know this is a very big claim. I can support it very easily. I can talk about the whole event. I mean, it's going to last so long, but short run, let's just make a short story, right? 3 forensic teams were sent to investigate that thing. One being Yugoslav, second being Belarusian, and the third being Finnish. Now, both Yugoslav and the Belarusian said that there was not massacre there, right? I mean, sure, you can take Yugoslav and the Belarusian as biased, but now let's look what Finnish said. Finnish, Helena complained that she was actually pressured by both Finnish embassy and by American politicians to change reports. Her reports indicated that there was no execution and that the majority of those people were killed in the battle. They had KLA symbolism. Therefore,
can we back up briefly?
Sure, we can.
Because we're on full on like war crime denialism, and I think we have to get to a couple of steps before we get to the specifics on that.
Sure.
So there are a couple of things here. First of all, I think the equivocacy you're drawing between the KLA and the Serbian army is not valid. First of all, as far as I can tell, the deaths attributed to the Yugoslav forces number in excess of 10,000 people, the majority of which were Albanians. Whereas the KLA has several hundred deaths attributed to them directly. And while there were non-Albanians who were killed in the conflict, it's unclear how many were killed by the KLA. Additionally, the KLA is a militant separatist militia, whereas the crimes committed by the Yugoslav forces were done by the state, meaning that the mass graves that were done by the Yugoslav forces, this is something that went up the chain of command. Officers authorized the killing of civilians, the mass displacement, the terror. I don't think it's fair to compare that to the much lesser crimes in terms of total body count of the KLA, which was a separatist group that operated in large part because the Albanians in Yugoslavia had been subjected to so much ostracization and social pressure over the years. I know a lot of this was instigated by those student protests, and that Kosovoian independence had been on the table for a while, at least in the minds of the people who live there now. I just don't think this is like a fair equivocacy to draw at all. It's kind of like the difference between Israel and Hamas, right? Like, Hamas is like a militant Islamist organization. And certainly they've done bad things, but I don't think what they've done compares either in type or in quantity to the violence committed by the Israeli state,
Okay, so two things. Actual KLA leaders are today Kosovo's, let's call it a state, leaders as well. So you have currently Albin Kurti was part of KLA, which is a current president, prime minister, whatever, of so-called Kosovo. You had Hashim Thaçi and you have Haradinaj. Both of these people were top officials, leaders of KLA, which in the past 10 years used to be used to be the leaders of so-called Kosovo, right? So that's one thing. So I mean, you trying to say how this is a one state and that this is just a militant doesn't really work, because the leaders of KLA are today leaders of Kosovo.
Well, they
which
were a
completely...
militant group at the time. Like, it was a militant group that emerged because of Yugoslav oppression. Same way Hamas was a militant group that emerged because of Israeli oppression, but now operates as the de facto head of Palestine, you know? And in both cases, these are groups that were created by the oppression of a larger state.
But do you realize that 3 or 5 minutes ago you just literally admitted that the KLA committed a lot of massacres, but at the same time those leaders, which were actually accused of massacres like 3 years ago in The Hague, ended up being prosecuted for the war crimes. You understand that? That's okay. So I do want to back up a little bit. This is another topic. I want to go back to the ethnic cleansing.
In terms of
well,
total
I just
numbers,
want to clarify something.
The damage done by the KLA is incomparable to the damage done by the Yugoslav forces.
That is true. That is true. Absolutely true. I 100% agree with you. But there is one problem in that theory. The problem is that most of the war crimes, 90% of them happened during the bombing. The massacres were completely connected to the bombing. Now, does that make it justified? I never said it makes it justified. Does it give it reasoning though? And does it make it a reaction to the action that you caused? Yes, it does. And without those bombings, I don't think that I don't think that we will have that much of a massacres. That's one thing. Second thing is, you did not have a legitimate reason to go in there, because as I said, if you go to the timeline, you can see when the bombing started. I already said the date. 24th March, you're going to find that the first massacres were actually committed by KLA. 3 massacres were committed by KLA, and 2 massacres were committed by the Serbs. I know that this sounds like this sounds like who's committing more massacres, right?
Well, you keep
That's
referring,
not the debate that...
You keep referring to massacres as like a distinct thing, but first of all, from what I'm looking at, like, it seems like
Yes.
like 800 people found in mass grave just outside Belgrade as a part of like Yugoslav forces. At least 700 in a mass grave in a Belgrade suburb of Batanica. You know, like, if we want to compare like mass graves, it seems like the Yugoslav forces have plenty up in the KLA, and in terms of total killed, they're like dozens of times higher. In terms of total displaced, again, over 1 million Albanians were displaced. I don't want to like compare massacres or whatever. In terms of the actual human suffering caused by this conflict, the numbers here are just incomparable. And as for the timeline thing, I do not believe that the bombings instigated the worst of this conflict. Even if that was the case, that would be a results-based analysis of justification for intervention as opposed to a process-based one. And I still believe it warranted the intervention. But that seems like kind of an odd argument, right? Like, well, we only did the mass civilian displacement and murders because the NATO tried to break us up. I don't know, like that seems like a weird...
No. My whole argument is that you have to, because we are arguing about intervention currently. We can argue about all of those stuff later on. I have zero problems. But what we are arguing about currently is intervention. And you cannot look at as a whole event just like that and look at it. I'm looking at it as before the event intervention and after the intervention. I specifically said that doesn't make it justified. Now, when it comes to the massacres, all of those people who done those stuff should be charged. I 100% agree with you. I do not support the ethnic cleansing. But what I'm saying is that you did not have an intervention. You did not have any reason to step on the KLA side, because the KLA has done same amount of awful stuff before the intervention as the Serbs did, if not more awful stuff. You have 96 attacks on police stations.
Wait. You're just wrong. You're just wrong there.
I'm not.
We already agreed. In terms of people displaced and number of people killed, the Yugoslav forces literally dozens of times more than the KLA. You keep using a different term, like the number of atrocities committed or the number of like slaughters done. But I'm not talking, like, you can obfuscate with those terms. In terms of people killed and people displaced, there is zero comparison between the KLA and the Yugoslav forces. And
that is true.
NATO didn't intervene on behalf of the KLA. It intervened to stop the ethnic cleansing of the Albanians. It's not like we went in there.
That is not true.
No,
that is not true.
Wait, no, it absolutely is. Our stated justification... Yes, it is. We did intervene to stop the ethnic cleansing of the Albanians. That was the stated reason. We weren't going in there to like support the KLA in the conflict. The fact that they happen to be on the side of those who are being ethnically cleansed is just, I mean, that's kind of on you guys, right?
Okay, so two things. You went there to support independence of Kosovo. Who represented independence of Kosovo? That is KLA. You completely armed them even before the conflict. You can find evidence of you arming KLA before the conflict. 96 to 95, you can find the trace funding of USA to the KLA, which was, by the way, which was labeled as a terrorist organization by the United States of America at that time because of all the organ thefts and because of all the drug dealing that they have done. That's one thing. Second thing is, you keep looking at this event as a whole thing. I 100% agree with you. If you're going to look at it as a whole event, the Yugoslav army has done more awful stuff. I 100% agree with you. I said this multiple times. But what I'm saying is that you keep saying that you came in there to stop the ethnic cleansing. But what I'm saying is that at the time you came in, there was no ethnic cleansing. They were fighting policemen at most of the time because they kept attacking the fucking, they kept attacking the police stations. They kept attacking the random villages. They kept attacking everything. So the police responded, and then they engaged in a battles with those KLA members, and then you use those battles to justify your intervention as labeling it as a war crime when it's not a war crime. You are talking about ethnic cleansing of the people, but it didn't happen. Before the intervention,
Over
there was
a
no
million.
ethnic cleansing.
Wait, this is not true. There was a report that was a brief in the White House back in September of 1998 that Bill Clinton received, which referred to over hundreds of thousands of Albanians who had been displaced from their home by the Yugoslav army and Serbian security forces. We didn't intervene until early to mid 1999. Before our intervention, hundreds of thousands of people had already been displaced, which constitutes an ethnic cleansing if it's ethnically directed, which it certainly is in this case. We know you Serbs fucking hate the Albanians. So wait, that's just not true. The idea that the only thing that was happening beforehand was skirmishes and the KLA bombing police stations, and then NATO came in based off of nothing but like mild internal conflict, it's just not true. There was absolutely significant internal conflict at the time.
No, I'm actually going to have to correct you. I'm going to have to ask for any kind of a source, for any kind of anything suggesting that there was any major ethnic cleansing before the intervention. As I said, you can look it up on the wiki. You can look it up anywhere where you want. You're going to find the same result. I did this research long time ago, and I can tell you that the trigger point that you use for the bombing, labeling it as an ethnic cleansing, purposely faking it as a war crime, it's called Racek Massacre. Racek Massacre is a single-handedly biggest event that you have to look at it in this war. I know that you don't want to look at it because you're like, well, it's just a massacre. You're looking at it as from bigger perspective. You're looking at it as a whole perspective. I'm not using
terms like massacre. I'm just talking about number of people killed and displaced.
Exactly.
If you look up timeline of the Kosovo War and you go to 1998, you can find this gigantic list of actual conflicts, like proper Pandabar massacre, the Gornje Obrinje massacre, the Lake Radonjic massacre.
That's about KLA. You're reading KLA massacres.
Wait, they're
you
both.
Understand
Wait,
that?
read. You can read the page. These are KLA and Yugoslav forces fighting against each other. We have the report that was. No, not exactly. If you read the report, or if you read about the report that was given in late 1998, hundreds of thousands of people had already been displaced by this point. You go to 1999 over here, and it's only down here that you finally get the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, followed by a number of massacres. The idea that NATO instigated this conflict, or that it was just like a bunch of random nothing or other beforehand, is simply not true.
Well, okay. So what you read is massacres done by KLA. That's one thing. Second thing is, yes, people were running. Okay. Yeah, people were running. That is true, but people were running from the war. At that time, the Yugoslav army was not going against Albanians. The people went against Albanians during the bombing because people were outraged by the bombing. The people.
There wasn't a bombing at the time.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, let me repeat. So
wait, the Gornje Obrinje massacre was. Wait. Why'd you lie to me? The Gornje Obrinje massacre was done against Kosovo Albanians. Why would you just say?
Okay, let's look at it.
Like I just listed off some examples of extensive conflict before the NATO bombing had taken place, and you just blithely dismissed all of them as, oh
No,
yeah,
it's
well
fine.
these
We're
were
gonna look at
KLA
it.
massacres.
We're gonna look at it. Fine, no problem. Let me just put just a second.
Well,
That's
unless it's
KLA
like,
Albanians. Operation against KLA in a retaliation of at least 14 Serbian policemen
oh,
killed.
in retaliation. Okay, gotcha. So massacres are okay as long as they
But
can
this
justify it with previous-
KLA, it says KLA. I don't know where you're getting this from, but this says it's KLA members.
What?
It says that they are KLA,
Wait, did I
UÇK.
misread this? Hold on. Killing of 21 Kosovo Albanians during the Kosovo War. Among the victims were women and children. The Yugoslav army had been deployed in the area. There was serious combat there. Serbian police vehicle was blown up earlier. KLA sometimes retreated here. According to HRW, the Serbian Special Police retaliated by killing 21 civilians belonging to the family of Deljaj from Donje Obrinje on the 26th of September. Among those were 9 women and 5 children. Where here is the KLA responsible for this killing?
It says, the Yugoslav army has deployed in the area for several months in a major offensive against KLA. Sure, maybe there were people killed. Sure, I can agree. Sure, but
wait, what? Wait, it's
sure,
not a civilian.
No.
Wait, it's not a civilian massacre of the. Wait, it was a civilian family. Wait, you can't just be. Well, okay, well, the massacre of the civilians was done in addition to the combat against the KLA. What?
Okay, sure. I'm gonna admit, I said 15 minutes ago that there was a little bit, but you're gonna find that there was much more done by the KLA. So if you're gonna look at it
but there
from a
wasn't.
NATO perspective,
We've already acknowledged
yeah,
that
I'm looking
in terms
at
of death
3
toll.
right now.
Wait,
Klečka
terms of
killings,
the death toll.
like Radonjic killings, Panda massacre. Like you're looking at it. Look. This is a lot of those done by KLA, perpetrators KLA,
In terms
Serbian
of-
civilians,
all I
22
care
Serbian
about
civilians.
is the death and displacement toll. That is the thing that I care about. I don't care about which deaths have arbitrarily been labeled as massacres or not. I was only trying to demonstrate the timeline shows there was extensive conflict well before NATO got involved.
Yes, I said that there was a conflict. I never denied there was a conflict. What I denied that there was an ethnic cleansing. Okay, what you need to understand that just because I feel bad for that family and people who should have killed that family should be in prison, but just because of one family was killed doesn't mean it's an ethnic cleansing.
So
what I'm saying is, let me finish, please. I will let you finish, please. Just 2 seconds. What I'm saying is that the KLA has done as much as harm before the intervention as much as Serbian people did.
Okay,
what I'm saying is that the NATO had no right to go on the KLA side, when the KLA side has committed massacres too. Like I believe even more than Serbian police. I'm looking at the Wikipedia right now. They were even killing Albanians. Like look, Rake Radonjic massacre.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
They were killing.
Again, I'm not denying the KLA killed people. Again, for the 100th time, all I'm saying is the Yugoslav forces killed and displaced exponentially more people, and that displacement took place before NATO intervention. Listen, on the 23rd of September, 1998, acting under Charter 7 of the United Nations Charter, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1199. This expressed grave concern at reports reaching the Secretary General that about 250,000 people had been displaced from their homes by the excessive and indiscriminate use of force by Serbian security forces and the Yugoslav army, demanding all parties in Kosovo and the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia cease hostilities and maintain a ceasefire. So, months before NATO intervention, this is a UN resolution acknowledging that about 250,000 people had been displaced by the Serbs. Can you find any evidence of this being done to Serbs by the KLA? Like there was some equal amount of displacement being done to kick them out? At any rate, the evidence is clear. There was already ethnic cleansing taking place before NATO got involved. You can argue that it wasn't warranted anyway, but there's certainly, it wasn't like the ethnic cleansing only took place after.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that KLA is the one who first started the action. KLA started the action for no reason except being funded by NATO, and we're gonna get to a reason why they were funding them so early. There was no reason for them to start those actions.
The Albanians have been
KLA
oppressed by the
started.
Serbs.
Okay, I'll just let me finish. KLA had attacks in '96 on the police station. KLA had attacks before. Look at this is Gornje Obranje massacre is a 26 September 98. But you have Klečka killings and you have Lake Radenić before 9 September and the 22nd June. This is before any Serbia has done anything. They were starting and killing up and rounding up civilians for no reasons. So the Serbian army has came, and maybe Serbian army has done some. Obviously, it has done. I'm not saying maybe, but what I'm saying is that the NATO had absolutely no right to go on a KLA side. The reason why the NATO went on a KLA side is because of multiple reasons that I want to get into. And I'm saying is that the KLA has started this. KLA has went through with these massacres at the beginning. They were starting up and rounding up Serbian civilians like they were doing in the World War II, like they were doing in the multiple times. And now you're telling me that the NATO had the right to support KLA?
So your claim was that the ethnic cleansing only happened after NATO intervention, which is provably false. The reason the KLA got so spicy back in the 80s and 90s was because Albanians have suffered under Serbian oppression for a long time. The conflict between your two groups goes back literal centuries. You can find arguments, and I read about this, even in Yugoslavia, there were arguments about the autonomy of Kosovo and Serbia as like constituents of like greater Yugoslavia. The division here has existed for a long time. So has the oppression of Albanians. There's plenty of evidence of this. It's been written on for centuries. We have like medieval monks writing down the oppression of Albanians. This goes back so far. So the KLA, emerged and acted in response to long-standing ethnic oppression and the desire for independence among Kosovans. And as a product of that, the conflict escalated. The Serbian forces got more aggressive in response to that conflict and led to the ethnic cleansing of Albanians in the Kosovo region. And that's when NATO intervened. This seems like a fairly straightforward timeline.
Okay, so except the fact it's not, and the reason why it's not is you mentioned past. I didn't want to mention past, but if you're gonna look at it past, you can look at it from a very simple perspective. Serbs used to be 96% in the Kosovo. Today, Serbs are 5%. They didn't just magically went from 96 to 5%. There is a way. You want to look at that history. You're gonna same Wikipedia page that you're using. You can find. Ottoman Albanians attacking Serbs. Ottoman Albanians were constantly aligning up with the Ottomans because they would convert to the Islam. So they would get an easier time. So what they want to do is in order to achieve more land, to achieve more control, they would constantly attack the Serbs. I can find you data from 18th, 16th century. I can find you massacres of 15 villages burned down to the ground.
Wait, you're trying to use justification from a century ago. I'm not.
But you used that 5 minutes ago.
No, I'm trying to explain where the sentiment came from here. Listen, at the end of the day, there are plenty of ethnic groups that hate other ethnic groups. We don't need to go back to the Ottomans to justify our conflicts here. I'm only explaining where this stuff from Kosovo and the KLA came from. It goes back a really long time. But at the end of the day, right, like, we have two groups here, the Albanians and the Serbians. The Serbians are much stronger, and they had the political power within Yugoslavia. So, given the balkanization of the state and the rising ethnic tension, in this conflict, the Albanians were undeniably the minority. They were weaker, which is the reason why the Serbs were represented by the power of the state, and all the Albanians had were the KLA, their pithy little terrorist group. Freedom fighters. That's why the majority of the people killed were Albanians, and over 1 million people displaced were Albanians, because they were the weaker ones. And it seems like, given the Serbs' hatred for them, their desire for an autonomous nation is justified.
Okay, so let me go back to your argument that the sentiment is coming from those times. But what's the reason why we cannot use the same argument just in the Serbian side? What's stopping us to saying, hey, Serbian sentiment towards Albanians come from centuries and the centuries of persecution of the Serbs?
Split up.
But let me finish. I will let you finish.
No, I agree. Then split up. If you agree, if you hate each other so much, then have two separate countries. That's what they want. Why not go with it?
because the product of the current demographics of the Kosovo is the product of ethnic cleansing of the Serbs in the Kosovo. I told you, Serbs used to be 96%, but Serbs today are 5%. Their SS divisions during the World War II made sure that the Serbs are very, very low. You can see from World War II, 22 villages burned down in one single day.
So
22
again,
by SS divisions. No, please let me finish. I'll let you finish. So you can say how they were victimized, but they were not really victimized. Every single opportunity that they had in order to make sure that the Serbian population in the Kosovo lowers down, they took it. With the Turks, they took it. With the Italians, with the Nazis, they took it. And with the commies, they took it.
okay.
So
I
with
have
the
to, with
Nazis,
respect. Wait, please.
yes, sir.
I don't care about your
But you used them.
centuries-long conspiracy theory about how Albanians have engaged in an intergenerational project to annihilate Serbians by complying with foreign occupiers. I don't. Right now, you have two ethnic groups, the Serbs and the Albanians, who don't like each other. The Serbs are by far the stronger of the two. This dislike grew so strong that the independence movement from the Albanians sparked internal civil conflict and an ethnic cleansing committed by the Serbs. Given this set of circumstances, there are only really two things that can be done. You either leave Kosovo in the hands of Serbians for you to all rape and kill, or you protect Kosovan independence, or Kosovar independence. That latter option to me seems like the only humane one, because like what you're suggesting right now is essentially like NATO should have kept their hands off, so the Serbian like police forces could have raped the rest of the Kosovo region and displaced all the Albanians, so they could have fled to the rest of Eastern Europe. You know, I don't think that solves anything, and I don't think we have to go back like to like, well, they complied with the Ottomans as part of some anti-Serbian project. Like I don't think we need to do that. Like clearly you guys hate each other. You should be in separate countries.
Okay. So, but yeah, I didn't want to go back to the centuries-old arguments, but you are the one who went for it, and you used the word sentiment, which is completely fine. But then I just showed you that the history is not really in your favor, and that's why you're saying that the history doesn't matter now. Well, it very much matters, especially in the Balkans, because the current demographics are the product of the stuff that they did in the past. But let's ignore that. Right? And what happened? What's the reason why KLA existed? KLA existed is because they wanted to take away Kosovo from the Yugoslavia. How do we know this? Well, you can find the Yugoslav authorities finding out about separatist actions even during the 80s. You can find the separatist action during the 80s. You can find the massacres during the 80s where one Albanian dude would just randomly come and kill a bunch of Yugoslav army dudes for no reason. You actually have a report that around 1,200 Albanian members of the Yugoslav army force was part of the Albanian separatist groups. They were literally just waiting to do this. So let me go back to
Well, then why not just separate? Why not be separate
But because we
countries?
cannot separate. Because the reason why we cannot separate is because the only way our economies work is because the only way we manage to achieve anything is by working together. For example,
You can
Albania and
separate.
Serbia have an open Balkan initiative where we completely get along with Albanians from Albania. But why don't we get along with Albanians from Kosovo? It's very simple. We get along with Albanians as Albania as a state just fine. We are in the same economic project. We opened our borders, and that's exactly what we need to do. The Kosovo needs to join Open Balkan Initiative as well, 100%. But the problem is that they keep breaking everything. And what NATO?
This is like old school nationalism here. It's incredible to listen to.
This is not.
First of all, Albania supports the Kosovo project. Whether or not you have better relationship with Albania than Kosovo, like we know where Albania really stands in this conflict. Second of all, if you want a good economic relationship with Kosovo, maybe Serbia should recognize its independence as a nation and open trade relations, rather than this weird, like them faking that they didn't get their ass kicked by NATO. Like, maybe they should accept that. And third of all, like, if you wanted to get along with Kosovo, maybe don't do an ethnic cleansing of Albanians in Kosovo. Over 1 million people were displaced. Like, it's not like this came out of nowhere, you know? This wasn't some mild police infighting. The population of Kosovo is like 2 million. More than half the population of Kosovo was displaced as a product of Serbian police forces and Yugoslav military action. This is like clearly you guys should be separate. What were we to do? Just let you fuck over the rest of the Albanians in Kosovo? Like kill all of them? What was the end game there?
Okay, so Albania state criticize Kosovo for their stubbornness all the time. That's one thing, and they agree with the Serbs on a lot of stuff. That's one thing. Second thing is those rape and all of those stuff. As I said many times, would not happen without NATO intervention. That's a second thing.
The ethnic
Third
cleansing had
thing.
already happened, though.
Okay, let me finish. Third thing, you said that we need to separate ourselves. No, we were living just fine until they started making problems. Between 50s and the 70s, we lived just fine.
You mean when
Almost
you
no
lived under a
accidents.
dictator? Wait, hold on, come on. You lived under a dictator. Tito had an iron fist. Tito
Yeah,
united the competing ethnic groups within Yugoslavia
but
and controlled
Albania.
you by ruling a police state. That's not the same as genuine cooperation. You lived under a dictator.
But the problem is that if there was actual tensions, if the people wanted to kill each other or slaughter each other or do any of those kind of stuff, I don't think the police would really stop them. I don't think. I mean, you would at least find some kind of accidents where they tried to do so, but they didn't manage because of the police. And the third thing is that NATO already decided what they're gonna do. First, you mentioned that Serbia was defeated by NATO. The end of the bombing marks 1244 resolution. What does it say in 1244 resolution? 1244 resolution says that the Kosovo is autonomous province of Serbia. This is signed by both NATO and all of the people all of the countries in NATO who committed that war crime. That the Kosovo is autonomous province of Serbia. But then 7 years later, your country broke that. Your country supported Kosovo self declaration of independence, which is against international law. So you basically are part of this institution, but you do not give absolutely anything about the international law, but at the same time using international law to justify your imperialism. This was a pure act of imperialism.
First of all, I don't use international law to justify my imperialism. I use ethnic cleansing to justify my imperialism. I don't give a fuck what the law says. Second of all, I don't care. Kosovo was obviously operating as an autonomous nation. Kosovo is not beholden to Serbian law. Serbian judicates and judges and police officers do not make decisions in Kosovo. It's a country in its own, and I think it's fair and reasonable to understand that. Hey, if you're so concerned with Serbia's economy, maybe you should recognize that your shit-ass behavior is the reason why you guys haven't been let into the EU properly. Like, you guys can't let go of all this ethnic hatred that you have, and it's really fucking over your ability to cooperate with the broader like EU, you know? That's a far better economic trading bloc than you're ever going to get with just Kosovo being a compliant region within your own country. It's just so strange to me because like everything here is so straightforward, you know? The ethnic cleansing was taking place before NATO intervention. After NATO intervention, it stopped only a few months after. Was everything resolved perfectly? No, probably not. Things rarely get resolved perfectly. But like, you still haven't given me an answer to like what the alternative was. Like, you guys just should have just fucking killed everyone in Kosovo.
Alternative is what exactly says international law. Kosovo gets autonomy. They get to rule themselves just fine. We respect their majority, and they respect our historical claim to it.
Serbia wouldn't have done that. You guys,
we agreed to that, but we signed and we
agreed to that because we bombed you. You invaded Kosovo because you wouldn't agree to that.
That's in our favor.
No. You can't say like the alternative would have been this agreement that we only agreed to because NATO intervened. The Serbs were not willing to accept Kosovar independence. That's why all this started. All of this started because of student protests over Kosovar independence. You don't get that. Serbia was willing to kill and to displace Albanians to prevent that from happening. So the alternative with no NATO intervention is what? Mass genocide in Kosovo?
Okay, so two things. All right, the Serbian army did not go there because of the just let's randomly kill Albanians, right? Serbian army went there because KLA started killing up the civilians first. As I mentioned already, you're gonna see look Gornje Obranje massacre, the massacre that you mentioned, right? Let me just go back to it real quick. It's a retaliation. Sorry for my pronunciations. For the actions of KLA. So that would not, technically, that would not happen without KLA shooting up the civilians. And why were they shooting up civilians? Because they were fighting for independence. So they were using the same tactic that you're accusing Serbs of, but just because it fits American imperialism, that's when you support it.
Don't care. I didn't say I
But you don't
support. I
care.
did not say I support the. You keep dodging the question because you know that you're taking the side of the genociders. I did
I'm
not
not.
justify the KLA killing civilians. At no point in this convo have I done that. All the facts that I've laid out here speak for themselves. And by the way, the student protests for Kosovar independence took place in '81, after which your president declared a state of emergency and killed protesters. So I don't think the KLA really kicked the foot off on this one. Regardless, it doesn't matter to me. We have two ethnic groups that clearly can't get along. They need to be kept independent. The Serbs were so fastidiously against that independence for the Kosovars that they were willing to kill and displace. That is an undeniable fact. If NATO hadn't intervened, who knows how many Albanians you would have killed. It was good for us to intervene. I'm glad we scared you. Because, of course, at any point in time, you know perfectly well that one of the countries that constitutes NATO could liquidate Serbia. We choose not to because we don't want to cause a fuss about it. But while you're the weaker dog in the pen, you should probably learn your place and not sit time here trying to justify ethnic cleansings to me because you found a smaller dog. Like, why? Why not work on greater cooperation in the EU sphere? Why waste your time hating people who are just trying to find a nation where they can be kept safe? You guys tried to push them out of Kosovo. More than 1 million displaced out of a province with 2 million people. Ridiculous. They should be allowed
major
to
points,
live.
can I please just respond to them? So the reason why we should not allow them to gain independence is because they base their whole need for independence from World War II. World War II is the first time that they gained Kosovo, and the World War II is the time when they had the fascist project, Big Albania, where they completely wanted Kosovo. And the reason why they wanted Kosovo is they based their claims off of via majority. But the reason why we are majority is because in the past we committed ethnic cleansing. So that's the reason why we never given them independence, because you base your whole claim about independence based upon the demographic stats. But the demographic stats are changed based upon historical events that you purposely. No, but please let me finish. From a historical events that you purposely engaged in to change those demographics. So you're like, basically what you're saying is, hey, I'm using this just an example. I have nothing against either. Like, I'm just going to use a random neighbor country. We're going to go down to Hungary. We're going to go down to these neighboring villages. We're going to commit ethnic cleansing. And then 50 years after that, we're going to victimize ourselves to the point where we're going to ask for independence because suddenly now we are a majority because we ethnically cleansed everyone. That's one thing. Second thing is, you are saying how the ethnic cleansing will happen more. No, I'm telling you constantly that the ethnic cleansing was there, but it was there by KLA. Like, you're purposely just completely ignoring the fact that KLA killed even more Serbs before NATO intervention. What's the reason why you didn't say, hey, maybe we should just, guys, hey, let's not go for any side, and let's actually try to work this together, right? But no, you purposely went there and you supported a terrorist organization labeled by your own country as a terrorist organization in order to do what?
So,
and
again,
let me tell you what's about. Let me please just. I'm very close to finishing, I promise. The reason why you went there is not because you wanted to completely ethnically to stop this humanitarian crisis. Because if you wanted to do that, then you would not use the chemical weapons. You would not turn Kosovo into the wasteland that it is today. You would not turn Kosovo into the depleted uranium place where the people and the cancer rates are increasing almost every single year. That's one thing. Second thing is, you would not bomb the Albanian refugees. Do you know how many Albanians did you kill? You killed a random Albanian refugee column and you called it an accident. You absolutely never gave any fucks about Albanians. The only thing you cared about establishing a large military base, destruction of socialist economic system in Yugoslavia, and making sure that there is absolutely no Russian influence there. If you actually think, if you actually think that you went there because of a humanitarian crisis, yeah, sure, there was a humanitarian crisis. There was a terrorist organization labeled by your own country as a terrorist organization committing mass massacres. And you went there and you supported them. You're completely ignoring the fact that you stood side by side with the people that committed war crimes. But but just because it goes in your favor, well, then they are freedom fighters. So
Okay.
they are freedom
Okay,
fighters.
that's enough.
Oh,
You were
okay,
doing
sure.
an ethnic cleansing. Stop with the whining. All
They
right?
were doing same
First,
thing.
No, they weren't. We've already gone over it. We
What?
see no,
What?
we see the death toll. There was no ethnic cleansing of Serbs. It wasn't happening. It's not. The KLA engaging in sporadic terrorist violence is not the same as the state trying to displace millions of people, which is what you actually did. Stop with the whining. You are not the victims here. The only thing you're victims of here is the fact that the Soviet Union fell apart. Tito couldn't keep shit together for long enough to prevent it from falling to Western hegemony, and Serbia is incapable of getting its economy off the ground because you fuckers can't work with the EU because you're too busy reminding everyone how you hate the fucking Albanians for shit that happened 800 years ago, okay? Nobody cares. It's not about the demographics of Kosovo. It's about what's happening right now, today. Everything you're doing, all of this whinging you're engaging in right now, is nothing more than a pretext for your real argument, which is that your security forces should have been allowed to kill and rape and displace as many Albanians as you wanted back 2 decades ago. That's what you're actually saying. Like, at the end of the day, like, if you take away all the obfuscating bullshit, all of this, like, well, actually, it was to destroy socialism, all I care about is stopping the ethnic cleansing. And it's very clear where your priorities lie, because underneath all your principled legalese arguments against NATO intervention, what you really have is a deep-seated ethnic hatred for the Albanians. That's why
really
you've
don't.
memorized hundreds of years of so-called ethnic displacement committed on their part to secretly get the jewel of the world, Kosovo, from the Serbians. No. The ethnic cleansing was already happening. We brought in our superior military equipment. You lost. Some civilians died during the NATO bombings. It's deeply unfortunate. Unfortunately, there's not really a way to conduct a bombing campaign on a country without some civilians dying. At least it's very difficult to do. Obviously, the fewer civilians die, the better. But considering the fact that the Serbian forces were racking up tens of thousands of kills and millions of displaced people, I would say that even if we killed some civilians with our bombing, we probably saved a lot of lives in the long run. And I don't care about the demographics of Kosovo. All I care about was the conflict happening then. I don't care who started it. I don't care why it was happening. All I care about was an ethnic cleansing was being committed. One group of people were being victimized. The other group of people were not. The Serbian militia, the Yugoslav forces were not. They were the victors there, not the victims. The Albanians had no chance of defending themselves, which is why they had a pithy little KLA militia force instead of an actual military to defend themselves. How could they not? They were a separatist group. All I care about was stopping the violence against civilians. And in that respect,
Okay.
NATO intervention seemed to have helped. I can't see alternate
Okay.
timelines. It's possible some
Okay.
other set of
Can I-
actions
can I-
might have
can I
led to
answer?
a better outcome, but that seems to be the one that worked best.
Okay, so can I answer? So because you want to accuse me of hating hating Albanians, why do you hate Serbians then? Why do you
I
hate
love
Serbian
Serbians.
civilians? No, but you do. So you accuse me of denying a genocide. So like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, but you deny ethnic cleansing. First, you did admit that this was not a genocide, that this was an ethnic cleansing. So let's use that term. First, but why are you saying purposely that there was not ethnic cleansing of the Serbs by KLA? We can find many reports on that. So you are saying
When?
that I am, that I'm
No,
ignoring
wait, no. We'll do it back and forth now. When was there ethnic cleansing by the KLA?
Before the war. Before the intervention.
What, like
and even
90s,
before the war.
80s? Like what, like broadly?
You can, but it's not just 90s. You understand that this is the KLA uses the same ideology from the fascist government of the Albania during the World War II. What is their main ideology? Big Albania project. They don't want Kosovo independent. You thinking that these people want Kosovo independent?
Stop.
Is
You're
a
doing it again.
fairy
No, stop. You're soapboxing again. I just said like 90s or 80s, like that time period, right?
But KLA uses the ideology from the World War II.
Okay, wait. So the 90s and 80s. That's when you're saying they committed an ethnic cleansing against the Serbians, right?
Yes.
Okay, they did not. Nowhere here
They
are their
did.
numbers. No one here are their numbers indicating they committed an ethnic cleansing. Just killing a couple of civilians as an insurrectionist group is not the same as an ethnic cleansing. That'd be like saying Hamas is doing an ethnic cleansing of Israel. There needs to be like the actual potential for real, like real harm being done here. There needs to be the potential for like broad like state violence or mass ethnic threat, which the KLA could never muster because they're not, as strong as the Serbian militia forces.
But they're strong enough to go to the Serbian villages and kill Serbian civilians, which you completely say that it's not a.
There are only a couple hundred deaths that have been directly attributed to them. Over the entire Kosovo war, only 2,500 non-Albanians, civilians have deaths attributed to them, and we don't even have numbers on who did all of them. You guys displaced millions! This is not comparable! Stop! You're making yourself look weak. Glorious Serbia is being made look weak because you're comparing these pithy KLA atrocities to the glorious might of the Serbian militia forces.
This is you going for me being a nationalist. This is really not going to work.
You describe yourself as a nationalist.
Sure, but this has nothing to do with the topic. What I'm saying is the reason why you said first. According to the 2001 report by Human Rights Watch, KLA was responsible for the ethnic cleansing. This is a Human Rights Watch.
Human Rights Watch accused them of engaging in ethnic cleansing?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Human Rights Watch, KLA ethnic cleansing.
So that's one thing. Second thing, you can look at that while you're looking that up. You can I can just talk about little points that you meant. So the reason why I care so much about this is not because I'm a nationalist.
Wait, do you mind if I read a part of this really quickly? Because you did bring it up, you know.
Yeah, sure.
After a decade of repression that culminated in a 3-month killing spree by the Yugoslav army and Serbian security forces, and the expulsion and displacement of more than half the ethnic Albanian population, most of Kosovo's Albanians are finally free to live without fear of discrimination or violence by the Serbian state. Life is returning to Kosovo as refugees return from Macedonia and Albania. Yet for the province's minorities, especially Serb and Roma populations, as well as some ethnic Albanians perceived as collaborators or as political opponents of the KLA, these changes have brought fear. So this article opens with, okay, so the Serbs displaced half their population and killed, tons of them, did a killing spree. But now let's acknowledge...
Can I read the report? Because you're purposely just completely ignoring the fact that about the ethnic cleansing. But
I just read about the ethnic cleansing. Okay, it's a pretty long report. I can't read it all.
Okay, so can I read it for you?
Sure, the whole thing.
So the KLA was responsible for serious abuse. This is by Human Rights Watch, including abductions and the murders of Serbs and ethnic Albanians considered collaborators with the states. Elements of the KLA are also responsible for the post-conflict attacks on the Serbs, Roma, and other non-Albanians, as well the ethnic Albanian political rivals. Widespread and systemic burning and looting of the home belonging to the Serbs, Roma, and other minorities, and destruction of the Orthodox churches and the monasteries, combined with the harassment and intimidation designed to force the people from their homes and the communities. Elements of the KLA are clearly responsible for many of these crimes. This is a Human Rights Watch. You completely try to not talk about that. Okay,
wait, where was the term ethnic cleansing?
This just because it doesn't say ethnic cleansing.
Wait, I asked you if they called it ethnic cleansing. You pointed to examples of violence. I know they've done violence. You can control F the article, by the way. The only term ethnic cleansing is used here is when in reference to what the Serbs did. So again, not ethnic cleansing.
Okay, just because somebody does not use the word ethnic cleansing,
I asked you if they use the term. No.
Let me finish.
No, you used it. No, you can't. Just admit that you were wrong to say the KLA was engaging in ethnic cleansing.
Because okay, let me say why, right? So just because it doesn't say the term ethnic cleansing, but the term described there fits the definition of the ethnic cleansing would label as ethnic
It does not fit the definition of ethnic cleansing.
Well, okay, so you think that the widespread and systemic burning and looting of homes belonging to the Serb and other minorities, not ethnic cleansing, and destruction of Orthodox churches and the monasteries, combined with the harassment and intimidation designed to force the people from their homes in the community. That's not ethnic cleansing, according to you. But when the Serbs killed two families, that's ethnic cleansing. You're obviously...
Wait, I'm sorry, what was that last sentence you just said right there? When the Serbs...
Combined with the harassment and intimidation designed to force the people from their homes in the communities.
Compared to when the Serbs do what? What did the Serbs do in the Kosovo?
Compared to the Serbs kill a few families at the beginning before the war.
Kill a few families at the beginning?
Yes, exactly.
Do you understand how dishonest and partisan you are?
This is before the war. I specifically timeline before
We're not talking not before the war,
before the bombing.
My bad. No. Stop. Listen, this is a desperate effort on your part to equivocate when you are the oppressor here. You say, I even give you an out. I say, did the Human Rights Watch call it ethnic cleansing? And you say yes, confidently. And then you bluster out of it when it turns out they don't. It's fine. I misremember things all the time. But you are so desperate to compare. I don't know if you understand. Over half the population of Kosovo was displaced from their territory. You are not big enough dogs to engage in this kind of delusional denial. Russia does stuff like this, and they're not strong enough to get away with it. I'm an American. You want nationalism? I can lie about whatever I want, but I don't have to, because in addition to being part of the strongest country in the world, I'm also right on this one. I haven't misrepresented anything in this conversation. Nothing is more pathetic than nationalism from countries that are hamstringing themselves in the global market because they can't put aside how much they hate ethnic groups that would constitute 0.25% of the population of the United States if every single one of them was to emigrate here. It's pathetic. You're not strong enough to be this proud. You realize this, right? Your people, the Serbian people, are starving. They are impoverished because they lock themselves out of market because they're still seething over the fact that Albanian Kosovars got independence. And for what? Like, what are you gaining through this? Like, what? Like, holding on to this, like, you're, like, how old are you? You're not older than I am. I know that. You were probably barely even alive back when the KLA was still active. So what? Did your parents tell you this? Where did it come from? What incentivizes you to engage in this pithy, myopic nationalism when all it does is cripple you in your country?
Can I please finish? So
finish
this
what?
You attacking me and attacking my own, like we are poor, don't have enough food, just shows how much you are just trying to avoid the arguments. Specifically,
no, you're fucking yourself. You could join the EU.
Please, let me finish. We work with EU on the Kosovo. Let me give you an example of what happens when you try to work with EU and Kosovo, right?
No,
you
for your trade block.
Please let me finish. Please, I will explain you. So you have a Brussels agreement. This is agreement on normalization of the relationship with Serbia and Kosovo. It aims to make sure that the relationship with Kosovo and Serbia are better for the sake of people. So Kosovo gets this task: form the union of the Serbian principalities. You know what? They don't do that. This is a UN. This is EU. This is an agreement that's signed by both sides. They do not feel anything that they sign. We have a Washington agreement, which was I believe in 2017, 18, something during the Trump administration. It was purposely for economic benefits of the both people. They break agreements, and those kind of agreements said that the both sides will not stop each other. The Serbian side will not make sure that the other countries are trying to revoke the recognition, and that the Kosovo will not try to join any other.
Let them go. Let them go.
But the thing is, they break the agreement. To talk about the EU, this is an EU agreement.
Let them go. Let them go. Let them go. They just want to live. Let the Albanians in Kosovo go.
After they ethnically cleansed all the Serbs.
After a decade ago, I don't care. Nobody cares. Oh my God. You're like,
Serbs care.
No, I know Serbs care because you people are fucking insane.
Care.
Russian, no, because you're baby Russians. Of course Russians care.
But why does the majority of the world agrees with us? Do you understand that the majority of the world...
The majority of the world? Buddy, Serbia. You think Serbia is the towering pillar of international respect and recognition? Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, the United States of America is definitely not. We can tell them
the United States rules the world. You are delusional.
And supports terrorist organizations.
No shit, we do. We do whatever the fuck we want. You are not strong enough to be this proud.
This is imperialism and the nationalism. You're literally...
You are justifying an ethnic cleansing to me. You're really crying that I'm part of the global hegemon because your little play genocide didn't get to complete, you know? You're like children fighting with each other, and when the adults step in to break you up, you get mad. Well, you guys get to do what you want. Yeah, we do. You don't. And the thing you were trying to do was bad. You were trying, it's not even like you were trying to build socialism. You were trying to kill Albanians. You were like, this is one of the few instances where our imperialism was good. You gave us a good pretext.
No.
Yes,
it's really not.
Over a million displaced. Over a million displaced. Tens of thousands killed. You have nothing but justifications. Do you wish you could have been there raping and killing Albanians in their villages in the Kosovo province? Do you see that you get to live in Kux, Serbia, where you guys don't get to, I don't know what, drag Albanians to your local lynchings every Sunday? What? Where?
Do you
How are
really
you
think
being
that's
affected?
interesting? You're really delusional, but it's fine. I don't want to go into the personal
How
argument.
how
The
old
only
are
thing
you?
I'm interested.
How
The
old are
only
you?
thing again, you're
How
going
old
for the
are you?
personal arguments.
How
This
old
has
are you?
nothing to do. This
How
has
old are you?
nothing to do
How
with
old
it.
are you?
Nothing.
No,
Absolutely
it does
zero.
have something to do because your balls haven't dropped and you're trying to like replace your sense of personal accomplishment with national
I
pride.
am
I've seen this.
okay.
I've seen this before. I know American nationalists. I know what nationalism does to people's brains.
You
You
are
have nothing
nationalist
yourself.
yourself.
You were born after this conflict ended, weren't you? Bill Clinton had already left office by the time you were born, and now you long for the days past, like those
But
Deus
this
Vult
conflict
wannabe
affects
convert Catholics.
affects me on daily basis. Do you know how?
I
So
know
let
you
me
don't
explain to you.
get your Sunday lynching anymore. Tragic.
No. Let me explain. You see, you are very biased. You're showing your hate. It's very funny. You are still calling me
I
a
hate
nationalist.
ethnic cleansing. This is true.
No, you engage in a nationalist rhetoric. You are saying how we are the superior. You're engaging in superiority rhetorics. I'd never engaged in any of these rhetorics, but at the same time, you're accusing me of being a nationalist. That's quite ironic for you, for a person who claims to be a lefty. But we're gonna put that aside. I just want to go.
We
back
don't need to
the
put it
argument.
aside. I just think it's really funny when nationalism is being espoused by people who are like in a ditch somewhere.
Okay, do you
you're
want
just
to go
not in the
down to the
position.
argument? I
You,
can tell you why
I
the
want to
Serbs
ask
are
you. You
nationalists.
just said it affects you. Tell me how the independence of Kosovo affects you.
Okay, I will explain the both. Why does it affects me and why the Serbs are nationalists? So you get the idea. So how it affects me, it's considered a disputed area, and when you have a disputed area, that means that the rest of the people
Who disputes it?
want to invest disputed area in your
Who
country.
disputes it?
That means
Does Kosovo
who
dispute it?
disputed. Around majority of the world disputed. You understand that the Kosovo doesn't. The majority of the countries support Serbia. You understand that?
How many countries? Let's see. Kosovo has been recognized as an independent state at one time or another by a total of 119 nations.
That is a fake, very fake.
Oh, it's fake.
Very
Gotcha.
fake.
Okay, it's
No,
a fake.
we can talk about it. 25 countries revoked the recognition. I mean, this is you ignoring the numbers. This is you purposely ignoring the stats. Majority of the world supports Serbia. That's one thing. Second thing is how it affects
Let's
me.
see. 26. So 22 out of 27
You
EU.
ask me the
Wait, well,
question,
you said something wrong. I
but
just
you
want to
ask
correct
me
you.
the question.
So 20.
Please let me finish.
Hold on.
Can I finish?
22 EU member states recognize Kosovo. 26
Oh, it's
out
EU,
of 30.
so it matters more. They are white,
Well,
so it matters more.
you guys
so those people
are
from
in
Africa
Europe.
Don't matter. Those people from Africa don't matter. Is this the argument that you're going
Wait,
for?
well, hold
A
on. Wait,
lefty-
actually, wait.
a
I'm
lefty claiming
genuinely
the
curious.
superiority of EU.
Wait, hold on.
This is absurd.
Genuinely
This
curious.
is
What if I'm
beyond absurd.
if I'm trying to look for regionalist attitudes towards Kosovo?
This
Why
is
would I
beyond
look
absurd.
towards Africa? Wait, out of curiosity, what can you explain to me what position Nigeria would have on Kosovo that would influence my perspective? Why would I care about any other than its neighbors?
What about Russia, China?
Why would I
India?
care
What
about Russia?
Brazil?
Why would I care about Russia and China? God, these
Because
fake
this is,
lefties, man.
This is
We know because you guys are miniature Russia, so you have to keep your pathetic secondary
Spain?
hegemony.
What about Romania? What about Greece? What about Slovakia? What about all of those countries?
What about all the countries that I listed? 22 out of 27 of the EU member states,
Why do you think
26
they
out of 30 NATO
Why do you
member
think they
states.
matter more than other countries? This is a superiority complex.
The
Again,
only-
you're showing superiority complex.
Yeah, we are. You can't. No
there
shit.
you go. You just
International
admitted it.
recognition
Thank
is
you.
about power.
Thank you. But thank you for admitting it live on the stream that you're
What?
engaged in the superiority rhetoric.
Holy shit, live on stream, we acknowledge the fact that international recognition comes down to power. That's crazy. People are going to be writing books about this one for
But
decades.
that's not how it works in
So,
principle. That's not how
so
it
you
should
know
work.
who recognizes
according to the
Kosovo?
law that you signed, so basically you're telling me that you
Kosovo
don't...
recognizes Kosovo, and Serbia doesn't. But you guys got your ass kicked by NATO, so, it's kind of a situation you can't do much about.
We did not get our ass kicked by the NATO. That's the thing. The NATO, by the end of the war, signed a resolution where it says that Kosovo is a part of Serbia. How did we get our ass kicked by the NATO when the resolution that you signed by the end of the war, which marked the ending of the bombing...
Dude, I take it back. We should have bombed you guys for way the fuck longer. We should have dropped. We should have nuked you guys. Holy shit! We didn't get our ass kicked by NATO. We could liquidate your country. Are you fucking kidding me? It took one bombing run for you guys to surrender. Are you fucking kidding me?
To 99, what marked
There
the
is
end of the
nothing
bombing.
Serbians like more than killing Albanians, and you guys gave
That
up
is so
even
not
that with
true.
just one bombing
That-
run. It's like the
You
one thing God
ignored-
gave you guys.
You ignore the ethnic cleansing. You engage in this nationalist rhetoric. You engage in the superiority rhetoric, and then you accuse me of doing this.
Weren't you going to
this
tell
stuff.
me how this affects you directly? Kosovo.
Yes, I did, but you
independence?
interrupted me like 15 times.
Well,
So,
you
okay.
said Kosovo's independence is disputed, and I pointed out that
Yes,
the reason
Kosovo
why it's
independence is
disputed is because
disputed, so
Serbia won't
therefore,
accept it.
having at a risk, but it's not supposed to be disputed because the international law says that it's a part of Serbia, but you break international law. For
We
the
don't
record.
care.
That's little, yeah, you don't care about the international law, but at the same time, you use international law for the Ukraine.
Well,
Okay,
it was
good job.
against international
Yeah,
law to
that's
do an
what-
ethnic
you know what's
cleansing in
called?
Kosovo.
That's
so.
called double standard. That's called hypocrisy. But okay, we're gonna put that aside.
Hey, you know, as a lefty, I don't support all laws. Have you ever considered that?
You're definitely not a lefty. You're definitely not a lefty.
You're right. I
can
don't
assure you-
subscribe to anti-Albaniist, ethnic
No.
cleansingist thought.
You are definitely not a
Marx-
lefty. A majority
Marxism
of the
with
leftists
mass
would not
grave
agree with the
characteristics.
nationalists and the superiority rhetoric that you're putting on live right now.
Okay, how does
But
it
we're gonna
affect you?
put-
How does it affect you? Come on.
disputed area means that there's a higher risk of the conflict, and by having a higher risk of the conflict, there's obviously going to be small amounts of investors who are going to engage in it.
Then just accept that it's
invest in that
independent.
area.
Then it's fine. If it's not
But
disputed between you
but
two.
the
then.
international law says it's a part of our
Nobody
country. That would be
cares.
breaking- But
It
we
doesn't.
care
It's
about
not. Wait.
international law.
Wait. Hold on. Just so you know, recognizing the independence of a nation isn't breaking international law. You're misusing
But
that a
that's
lot. Okay.
exactly what it is.
No, that resolution only indicated what it was at the time. Recognizing a country as independent
No,
doesn't
it
like
talks about
you don't
status
you
of
do
Kosovo.
not you do not have to forever thereon recognize a country as only what it's been declared to be
It
at that
says
time.
until the two sides agree on the other stuff. Did the two sides agree on other stuff? I don't think they did.
Yeah. Well, that's crazy. It looks like we've recognized a different set of attributes associated with Kosovo.
So what you're saying is that you basically broke international law.
Why are
but
you
you're
such a
using
bitch
international-
about this, dude?
Because
Nobody
international-
nobody
you're
gives
part of
a shit.
international law. You are veto member. You're supposed to
Nobody
be promoting it.
cares. People
You're
use
one of the
international
founding
law to defend
members.
Israel. People use international law to defend. Listen, through international law, you can defend a lot of U.S. imperialism. I'm not making an argument through international law. I just want you
You
to
really
personally
couldn't.
rape fewer Albanians. That's it.
I
If
really- but I don't
international
wanna
law
do
stands
that.
between me, I know you want to do that. If international law stands in between me and keeping you from raping Albanians, then international law can go bin it. I do not personally care. I want to ask you personally, how your life is made worse through Kosovar independence.
Okay. So as I said, lesser chances of investments. That means that it's gonna have problems with the economy. Obviously, you're not gonna get as big of investments that you usually would get. So therefore, it causes problems when it comes to economy. Obviously, especially when we consider the fact that in an economic world that we live in today, so where a lot of stuff, especially with the small countries, revolves around investments. That's one thing. Second thing is you talked about. I wanted to talk about this as well. You talked about Serbia not willing to engage with the EU, but Serbia engages with the EU, but Kosovo breaks those agreements that are signed in Brussels. So let's talk about what NATO has managed to achieve for the Kosovo, because you are.
No, wait, I was talking about you. We were talking about
Why
you
you want to
now.
talk about me so much?
Because like your nationalism is crippling your brain. I just want
But
to know
I
what you
never
get out
said
of it.
anything about nationalism. You're the one who
You
engaged
called
in
yourself a
nationalist
Serbian
rhetoric.
nationalist in my
Yes,
email inbox.
but a Serbian nationalist, when it comes to those stuff, I usually talk about my foreign policy towards other approaches and economic policies. I do not think I'm going to tell you that the most Serbs agree with me on these issues, and that the Serbian state.
Yeah, I don't. Wait,
talks
why
about-
would I care what your people think? You guys suck. You're like the worst.
Because that means that according to you, everyone, a single of them is a nationalist, and that they engage in this rhetoric.
I didn't say every
But you're-
single one of them. A lot of you guys, though. There are a lot of Serbian nationalists. That is true. Nationalist sentiment is high in Serbia. The whole Balkan region. You people all have some kind of
Okay.
brain defect. I don't know.
So you see, it's really funny how you engage in how you label yourself as a lefty, but at the same time you manage to use these insults in a racist manner, and this goes through so easily. Like, I just don't believe it. But we're gonna put that aside. I want to talk about what you managed to achieve on Kosovo. So
Oh, don't
currently,
worry.
Kosovo,
Whatever brain defect you have doesn't get in the way of the mass expulsion and murder of Albanians. So it hasn't affected you guys in your day-to-day lives.
Kosovo leaders of KLA were accused of ethnic cleansing as well.
Yeah, good thing you two got split up then, like unruly children.
But we are not split up. There is a huge minority in Serbia that is getting prosecuted as we're speaking.
What minority?
Would you gonna ignore that? Minority in Kosovo of the Serbs. Sorry.
How many? What minority?
150,000 people approximately.
Okay.
It would be much more, but you know. So
Yeah.
let's talk about.
I wonder. That's crazy. I wonder if the Serbs did anything recently that might have made the people in Kosovo dislike them. We might never know.
Absolutely not. We did not do anything. We try to engage in a very peaceful.
Dude, come on. This is like a joke. Very peaceful. Come on.
Yeah.
Nah, okay, wait. I can play along for a bit, but you're so just so you know, ideologically, you're indistinguishable from a Holocaust denier. You just have a different national axe to grind.
But you deny
instead of the Jews,
it's
the infinite cabal of the Albanians looking to displace Serbs. Instead of the great replacement of white people, it's the great replacement of Serbs. Instead of the Holocaust not happening, actually, it's like NATO lied about everything, and all these facts that say that we were doing an ethnic cleansing.
You're accusing me of being a Nazi, but what you're doing is
no. I'm saying, wait, hold on. No, I'm not calling you a Nazi. Okay, the difference is they actually came closer to winning their war. All right, goodbye. All right. Good hustle. God damn. Holy shit. Oh, did I move? Sorry, I misclicked on the thing. There we go. Oh my god. Fucking holy shit. The Balkan region. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. So yeah, so the I don't think I'll ever go over Marxism with masquerade characteristics. Dude, fuck. I wanted to be like kind with that guy or whatever, but that guy like ideologically really is not that far from a Nazi. I hope everyone watching recognizes that. Like the rhetorical obfuscation where every time he came back to the same subjects, he would be like, oh yeah, the KLA doing an ethnic cleansing and the peaceful Serbian, you know, like police keeping, like every time he would never like own any of the facts that were established. He would always walk them back the next time they came up, which meant that it was like, it's like the Sisyphusian task of trying to keep the like several boulders rolling up a hill. Like you have to push all of them up and they can't roll back or whatever. Also that he had like a ton of conspiracies that I don't, you know, like NATO faking the massacre or whatever. The timeline's pretty clear. The ethnic cleansing was happening way before NATO intervention. You can argue that NATO wasn't as instrumental to ending the conflict as before, but like you guys all understand that guy's real position was that they should have been able to kill the rest of the Albanians, right? Like he didn't offer anything to counter that. Like he wouldn't even acknowledge that the ethnic cleansing was happening, but like I think it's pretty clear he just wanted them to finish the job. Like actual proper Nazi shit. I feel bad because he's probably like young and that's why he's so fixated on this, but like Jesus. I'm curious to what his proposed solution to the conflicts would have been that didn't involve killing all Albanians. I tried asking him, right? Like I don't know what I don't know. Could you expand on how you feel about the massive reduction of Serbian population in Kosovo after the war? Well, yeah, a lot of Serbs left Kosovo after the Kosovo War because, well, they were Serbs. They wanted to be in Serbia, you know? Kosovo has long had, like, dreams of independence, but it's basically just been, like, a waylaid territory of, like, broader Yugoslavia for a while. And before that, like, again, this stuff goes back centuries, you know? But as soon as like the conflict emerged, obviously there are Albanians who are racist against Serbs. They just weren't doing an ethnic cleansing. That's what he was calling a genocide. No, a lot of the Serbs who left Kosovo left of their own free will. And also, like again, the Serbian police forces were like marching into Kosovo, like slaughtering people and displacing them. You know, yeah, this whole thing was a mess, but it was a mess created by the Serbians. And like the legalese bullshit is especially pathetic because he's trying to like pretend that he had like the legal pretext to continue the genocide. Yeah. I do think I think Serbia has levied a lawsuit against NATO for our use of depleted uranium. Let me see. Serbian victims 1999 bombing of Yugoslavia. Lawsuits were filed in these cities. We have depleted uranium ammunition. I don't know whether this is a real thing or whether this is like a fake made-up nationalist thing that they're doing in order to like reassign national blame and like cry about it or whatever. I'm guessing it's probably true though, because depleted uranium is kind of spicy. What with it being depleted uranium? At least 7,500 of them being poisoned with depleted uranium. Yeah, okay. Depleted uranium is pretty spicy. Yeah, we used it in Iraq. Yeah. He would just laugh whenever the question came up, indistinguishable from Nazis you debate. Oh, yeah, yeah. Like the way he kept laughing whenever like I called him out in the genocidal behavior. Yeah. Why would NATO use depleted uranium? We were big on using them in the 90s. We used them a lot during the Gulf War. Depleted uranium shells are basically like the maximum spicy bullet. It's kind of crazy. Basically, it's a bullet. The way depleted uranium is very heavy, which means that when fired, it has high armor penetration. And the way depleted uranium breaks when it shatters against stuff, it like fragments to keep a sharp edge. Like metal will flatten so that the nose of the bullet like flats and becomes less penetrative, but depleted uranium will shear off diagonally to the sides, which makes it like stay sharp as it goes through. Also, depleted uranium, when it sparks against metal, creates incredibly incendiary phosphorus sparks, which means that if you fire one of those things at a tank, it can penetrate through the incredibly thick armor and then cause a firestorm inside the tank, liquidating the interior and detonating the ammunition. It's like a super bullet. They're very dangerous. Yeah, phosphorus-like. Yeah, basically, yeah, it shears through the metal, staying sharp the whole time. Incredibly dense and heavy, and when it emerges out the other side, the metal that got sheared is like this fiery slag that just incinerates everything inside. Yeah, it's pretty wacky. So yeah, we use those. It's pretty, yeah, you know, it's a little bit spicy. Wait, let me message that guy and say, I love you. I hope you recover from being a Nazi soon. There will always be a place in the left for you. There we go. In case anyone is curious why I did this, I've done this a bit like as a meme before, though I haven't gotten to do it in real life or directly. But Balkan state nationalism has always been really funny to me because, again, like these countries are so weak on the global stage and their nationalism is so aggressive. Balkan states, the hatred they have for their constituent ethnic groups is like unbelievable, and it's so specific and it's so weird. But like, I don't know. I feel don't you feel like it should be kind of a wake-up call a little bit? Like, hey, don't you think it's kind of dumb to invest your energy into nationalism as an ideology when you're not even like a third-rate bit player on the world stage when it comes to like nationalist power? I don't know. It just seems weird. Like, why? Like, at least American nationalists have the whole yeehaw world police justification thing going on, but it's like, why? You know what I mean? Like, it'd be like a person being really into the whole like only the strong should survive, the weak should die ideology, but they're like 3 feet tall and they have like noodle arms. It's like, what? Why? 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 You know? Yeah. Average Greek versus Turk debate, yeah.
Yes.
But I am more white than you. You look gypsy. I am blonde hair. Blonde hair I have. You gypsy.
That means that someone fucked your mother that is Turkish, but your father is not. Oh, your mother is a whore and she got fucked from someone. You are weak sperm. You are weak sperm. This is the strong sperm. This is the Greek god. Okay, Greek god.
If you have Greek god, you would have win, but you lose.
Lose where? Lose where?
You lose. Why is Hagia Sophia this? Not.
Sorry. Weak sperm. Fuck. All right. I know that was a weird thing to open stream on, but I hope you all appreciated the unique flavor of brain rot there. Have you seen Balkan War Song? Oh shit! Wait, we have to cap this off. We have to cap this off with the Albanian War Song. Hold on. Programming. It's unironically such a bop, right? Like it's actually it slaps so fucking hard. It's so good. Yeah. I feel like I feel like we should stop giving our troops helmets and we should just give them what are these called? Balaclavas? Balaclavas? I feel like these make you look way the fuck more intimidating. Than helmets. Yeah, balaclavas. Yeah. The robber ski masks. All right, close these tabs. Make them out of metal. Just have all of them wearing iron balaclavas. Look at my soda meme. Uh-oh. We're never going to get to the content. We got stuff to look at. Fuck you, Doctor Strange. You like that content. What is this? Okay, stop. Stop. God damn. Yeah, because they look psychotic. They do look psychotic, because your eyes look so, like, white and bulging underneath. Okay, yeah. Final thoughts on that conversation. Let me think. Did we learn anything there? I guess we learned something about the human mind, mostly. Like, the human psyche. Yeah. I didn't remember all the stuff that I read up on with the Kosovo War, so I had to, like, refresh my memory with Wikipedia, like, reading, but nothing he said really, like, couldn't be disproven with a wiki search, I guess. Yeah. Did he ever answer you his age? No, because he's young. We learned racism against Serbs is not only okay, but morally imperative. Yeah. Is there, like, polling on how... Hold on. Serb polling attitude towards Kosovo. We gotta have that, right? Oh, yeah, from March 2022. Open the link. Oh, this is like an actual research article. "10 years after the dialogue began, there was little room for optimism as relations between Serbia and Kosovo are now at their lowest level." Jesus. Sheesh. Serbian citizens said they were not ready to give up on Kosovo and wanted reconciliation and normal relations, according to the poll. However, 90% of those surveyed did not see any benefit in holding talks between Belgrade and Pristina. Holy shit. 90% of Serbs in Serbia see no point at all in holding talks between Kosovo and Serbia. These are their capital cities. 90%? They're that far gone on Kosovar independence? As many as 3/4 of people would not accept Kosovo Albanians to be public officials in Serbia or to be married to a member of their family, and 2/3 say they would refuse to have Albanians as their bosses at work. Serbians are fucked. Like, they're insanely fucking racist against Albanians. Like, insane. Like, yeah, it's... So, when I was talking about, like, Serbian nationalists or whatever, like, it's a real fucking thing. They're insane. Yeah. We have to denazify Serbia. True. Do you think they would do another ethnic cleansing in the future? I legitimately think that, like, your average Serb, like, I literally mean this, your average Serb would probably be, like, 1 or 2 news cycles away from being convinced to, like abduct, rape, kidnap, torture, whatever, like, anything Albanians. Like, they are so, it's insane. Like, they're so, like, at the point of, like, mass dehumanization. Yeah. Yeah, blood libel levels of hate. It's fucking crazy, dude. Holy shit. It's true. We need to denazify Kosovo. Or sorry, not Kosovo. Kosovo has no Nazis. We need to denazify Serbia. There's not a single right-wing person in Kosovo. Every single Kosovar is far left. This is known. It is known. Serbia seems unironically more racist than Israel. I think they're comparable, but Serbia might actually be worse. Yeah, they're comparable in the sense that they've like attempted to slowly assimilate like a weaker neighbor through ethnic cleansing. The difference is like Israel, they're doing it in really, really different ways. I think the sentiment in Serbia has... wait, actually, let me think for a second. Well, it's kind of difficult to compare them right now because Israel is currently engaged in the project of genocide, whereas Serbia has been forced to back off by NATO. It's kind of hard to see where things would be or how to compare them because, like, the equivalent would be if NATO intervened in Israel and gave, like, Gaza its independence and, like, there was a very, very, like, tense peace. It's kind of... Yeah, Serbia, that's perfect. Serbia is what Israel would be if they didn't have the US to back them up. That's perfect right there. That's it. That's the one. Serbia is what Israel would be if they didn't have the US to back them up. We found it. Let's see. Jordan Peterson video, but it's 27 minutes. Message to Twitter CEO. Oh my god, dude. This is another fucking video on him getting banned over Elliot Page. Elliot Page has had more of an influence on Jordan Peterson's career I ever could have imagined. Fuck, what was this link? Aaron the Morn? What is this? Oh, I see, they blocked me. Open up in Incog. Oh yeah, I saw this. Keffels stays winning, it seems. Look at this. This is from the guy who owns Kiwi Farms. In my life, there's a family emergency. It has nothing to do with the forum drama. I cannot and will not elaborate further. There will be a week or more where I'm completely unavailable, and it is likely the site will go down during this time where I'll not be able to bring it back up. I want to appraise our situation frankly. Domain Registrar. Cloudflare was both our application-level DDoS mitigation and our domain registrar. They have given me a way to transfer my domains to another registrar. I do not know what registrar to send it to because I don't have faith in another company. DDoS mitigation. DDoS Guard will dropped us while I was writing this post. Nice. This meme about Russia being a free country is a joke. The US is a free country, but with no stewards to protect it. Without the US, there is no second best. True. I did not expect Cloudflare to crumple so quickly, and I don't have a plan C for DDoS mitigation. Resource allocation. I own IP addresses. Our IP allocation is from APNIC. APNIC is one of the 5 private companies which allocate internet resources around the world. They happen to be based out of Australia, which recently passed draconian censorship laws. There is an effort to get our IRI to revoke our allocation. This would be unprecedented in the history of the internet, and considering China is in APNIC's region, a horrific standard which will echo through the upcoming decades, there's a non-zero chance of this happening. Hosting. We have one host, and I'm looking at 2 more. It's likely the host will give up 2. The 2 hosts confident they can handle the Kiwi farms are probably wrong. DDoS Guard was confident they could handle the Kiwi farms and said bring it on for less than 24 hours. This is an organized attack. There's a coalition of criminals trying to frame the forum for their behavior. These criminals provide opportunities for professional victims to amplify their message. Journalists canonize the crimes as the behavior of the forum itself, which becomes the effective truth for the general public. This is a machine that was built up formally against 8chan and activates anytime the cathedral wants to test the new fronts of its censorship. I think it's funny that he's complaining that the attacks against him are baseless when the previous example he's citing is 8chan, the child pornography site. It is a massive amalgamation of various interests. I am one person. The financial limitations aren't even the real problem. The problem is I'm powerless alone. There's no amount of money I can throw to convince people to be brave and be free. This is the reality of our country. Keep in mind, this is a site that hosts like terrorists who exist exclusively to harass, dox, swat, threaten, make bomb threats against, and try to organize violence against people. Like that. Like any claims about free speech here are invalid. All of these things are crimes. So even the whole like, well, I think only the law should dictate. Well, this is illegal. You know, it's illegal basically everywhere. It's a neo-Nazi site that hosts domestic terrorists to harass minorities. That's it. This machine will not accept this compromise. If I censored certain kinds of behavior, it wouldn't matter. They don't want a specific thing censored. They want the average person to be able to speak in channels where only specific thoughts are acceptable. More importantly, they want to make it so no small org can host a service which threatens the cathedral. The reason he keeps saying the cathedral is because it's a term that like some far-right Nazi types use to refer to like the cabal, basically. By the cathedral, they mean like the powers that be echoes. He is a Nazi, so. There are no new groundbreakers online anymore because breaking ground in the new internet's corporate parking lot is not allowed. This is true, but we can break ground for things that are better than neo-Nazi terrorist sites, you know. I do not see a situation where Kiwi Farms is simply allowed to operate. It will either become a fractured shell of itself like 8chan or jump between hosts and domain servers like Daily Stormer. Nice. Well. We have an updated statement on our thingy. From Keffels. The Kefster. The campaign is over, we won. After the announcement that Cloudflare would drop Kiwi Farm as a customer, the site came online again with a Russian domain and switched to DDoS Guard. Less than 24 hours later, DDoS Guard, a Russian company that specializes in DDoS protection, has also dropped Kiwi Farms. Yeah, I don't think there are many services on Earth that can handle the amount of, like, the number of attacks that Kiwi Farms is going to get. I don't think, yeah, like, there are very few. Yeah. The Russian domain is now offline. Joshua Moon has stated, I don't see a situation where Kiwi Farms is simply allowed to operate. Yeah, quoting the thing there. Many sites that have faced pressure campaigns to be deplatformed, like 8chan and Daily Stormer, are still online. They are nevertheless completely impotent. Whether or not we're able to completely remove Kiwi Farms from the internet is irrelevant to the fact that the goals of our campaign have not only been achieved, but achieved more than we ever could have expected. All the major corporations that provided the service to keep Kiwi Farms online have decided Kiwi Farms poses a great risk. The CEO of Cloudflare has said that Kiwi Farms poses an imminent and emergency threat to human life, and former assistant director of the FBI, this is true by the way, has claimed Kiwi Farms carries a threat of domestic terror. It has become very clear in the last week that there is no tolerance for this kind of hate, and millions of people have come together to celebrate their defeat. FiberHub, the company that houses the servers Kiwi Farms is hosted on, has not made a statement. Joshua Moon believes that FiberHub will also drop them, as Kiwi Farms is now considered a terror threat, and there is no benefit for any company to provide them service. Our team will monitor the vestiges of Kiwi Farms in the coming months and weeks. It is highly unlikely Kiwi Farms will resurface with enough resources to maintain the online presence they once had. As a result, this is the final statement of the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign until further notice. Damn, the finality. What we have accomplished in such a short time has never been done before in the entire history of the internet. That's probably true, actually. I think that's actually true. The countless victims of Kiwi Farms can sleep soundly knowing the site is doomed, will never regain its former momentum, and will continue to bleed followers and become more and more irrelevant with each passing week. We have done our part to honor people like Julie Terryberry, Chloe Segal, and David Kirk Ginder. Near? Okay. Oh, Near. Right, that's their handle. They died. Thank you all for helping me and every other person afflicted by Kiwi Farms. Seek justice. Today, the world is a better place. Damn. Internet history right here. Unironically, though, Keffels has now cemented her place in the annals of internet history. Kiwi Farms has had such a infamous status for so long, you know. Really impressive stuff, you know. I'm ashamed to say it, but I didn't think she'd be able to get this much done. Don't get me wrong, I believed her and all. You know, she's quite headstrong, but this is more than I expected. Really impressive stuff. Really, really impressive stuff. Well, Keffels can now spend the rest of her online career doing nothing except ratioing people on Twitter, and I don't think anyone gets to levy the criticism that she's not doing enough with her platform. My knowledge, Kiwi Farms targeted you in the past? Oh, of course. Absolutely. Excuse me. Sorry, Vermin. Crab Rave's copyright. I've made that mistake before. I agree, though. No, Crab Rave is a DMCA. I know. It is? Yeah, of course it is. It's a song. That's YouTube for you. Yeah. At the end of the day, I think we should take a moment to celebrate the real, the people who will really benefit from Kiwi Farms being taken down. Namely, the people who use Kiwi Farms, you know? Only the most mentally ill, subhuman, worthless degenerates would ever spend their time on that site. And hopefully, in the absence of that toxic cesspool, they will be able to do new and innovative things, like go outside, acquire vitamin D, talk to human beings, and maybe they'll be able to wake up without feeling suicidal for the first time in a long time, you know? Maybe they can put the suicidal ideation at bay. Look outside, look at the sunset, you know, smile. Maybe one day they'll smile and they'll think, you know, thank God for that crazy Keffels for getting me out of that goddamn hellhole. We can only hope. Oh no, it's a death cult. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And then they'll become girls? Yeah, sure. I can't do the crab rave. I can make the crab rave noises with my mouth. Dun 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 you're like, it's not the same. I'm trying my best, you know. DMCA, yeah, DMCA anyway. Picture of the Wiggler army. Ah, yes, I'm familiar with this image. It's very good. Where's the real where's the Wiggler planet, the Wiggler globe? Get a chiptune version of it? Oh, you're right. Wait, yeah, I can just get a chiptune. Or like yeah, any edit should be chiptune crab rave. Yeah. Right? Let's do an 8-bit cover. All right, you goofy little goobers, you silly billies. Nice try, SDL, but that was up next on the docket anyway. What was Humboldt State like? Hilly and wet. Beautiful, though. Oh.
And just to follow up on a previous question, how do you expect to work with Republicans if they won't even acknowledge you as president-elect?
They will.
Donald Trump and the...
Hold on, just really quickly. I miss the days when you could just do this shit, man. In the Senate or whatever. Just, yeah, here. Now, for those of you who don't know what one of these guns looks like, the good old days. Yeah, the barrel is bent into a fucking loop-de-loop here, but still.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans threatens the very foundations of our republic. Democracy must be defended. I believe we're in a battle for the soul of this nation, and I'm asking every American to join me.
And just to follow up on...
Fuck, that's good. God. You bend the barrel to shoot around corners? You know, that was something they were really doing research on for a while? Ah, God. Please link it to us. Well, now it's on my Twitter feed, so you can find it there. We got some stuff to look at, folks. The Nazis did that? Oh, well. No wonder it didn't work. How'd that Chile Constitution vote go? Oh, didn't pass. Damn. Yeah, the media did not like that one. There was a lot of people shit-talking it. I heard that there were problems with it, weren't there? Wasn't it a little bit slapped together? That's what I heard. I heard that from some more moderate and left-leaning sources. You know, that there not only was it, you know, a lot of people attacking it, but also there were some problems with it, you know. Yeah, okay, whatever. Well, 62% of voters rejecting it, 38 voting in favor. Okay, you know, 40% of the country voting in favor. It was better than the old one, that's for sure. It had problems with judicial independence. Okay, well, you know, it's all right. Attempt one, you know. Attempt one. We'll get attempt two one of these days. Would have been the most left constitution in the world in fairness. Well, based. Erasing the legacy of Pinochet. Oh, God. Oh, sorry. My tiredness just hit me in a wave right there. Whew. God. Whew, whew, whew. Fuck yes, dude. So you guys want to see some bullshit? Judge authorizes special master to review Trump Mar-a-Lago raid documents, temporarily blocks DOJ using records for probe. So the DOJ is, of course, using the documents they got from the Mar-a-Lago raid in order to, you know, do investigation stuff. And this is a pro-Trump judge who's essentially saying, well, hold on now. Hold up with the investigation. Settle down. Simmer down. Let's have this guy look it over for, I don't know, a year or something. I don't know how long he can hold it up. The independent third party, yeah, right, will examine the seized property for personal items and documents and potentially privileged materials subject to claims of attorney-client and or executive privilege. They're essentially trying to argue that these top-secret government documents that Trump illegally held at his private residence might actually be able to be subject to claims of executive or attorney-client privilege. This shouldn't be legal / possible. Well, yeah. I don't know how much they're even going to be able to do, but I bet you she'll take a long fucking time doing it. The DOJ is almost certainly going to appeal this. Eileen Cannon. She is, oh, from the District Court for Florida. That's great. Nominated by Donald Trump on May 21st, 2020, and confirmed by the Senate on November 12th, 2020. Fantastic. Right as he's on his way out. I love that. Literally, November 12th, 2020, after he's lost the election. Spectacular stuff here. There doesn't even seem to be that much information. Oh, here we go. Eileen Cannon. District Judge, nominated by Trump. Bachelor's in Duke University, Juris Doctor, magna cum laude. Began her law career. Notable cases. Cannon heard the case of Trump versus U.S., the U.S. District Court of Appeals. Yeah, so this is the case that's currently going on. Trump asked the court to appoint a special master to review the material seized. Yeah. Her face annoys me so much. Yeah, I don't want to be sexist or anything. I hope this isn't coming from a place of sexism, but this is an innately infuriating face, and I hope that you guys will agree with me when I say that. It is like a hollow face, like a skinwalker, you know, kind of dealio. You're being racist against Cubans? Nah, Cubans are hot. Cubans don't have soulless eyes at all. It's how smug she looks. She does look smug. I think it's okay to engage in petty, shallow, bias against Republicans. I think that's fine. They are demon people, after all. It only makes sense for us to be looking for evidence of demonic possession, in their eyes. I can dispar, yeah. Fuck! Well, shit, we just got like 17 segments done. Y'all want to go over a Trump speech? That sound like fun? Mixed reactions, that. It's a good day. What's on my YouTube feed? What do we got? Hello, Tom Scott. This is the most interesting roof in London. I believe you, Tom Scott. You have the most credibility, maybe of any YouTuber. I struggle to... Is there any YouTuber with more credibility than Tom Scott? I genuinely don't think there is. Tom Scott is, like... It's insane. Vsauce? I don't think Vsauce. I think Tom Scott has more than Vsauce, personally. But they're both really high up there. CGP is pretty good. Nah. My main issue with CGP is that he's a fucking technophile liberal. Don't get me wrong, I love his videos and I like the guy and everything, but his stuff on autonomous drivers still gets me. Oh yeah, plus his monarchist shit. Yeah, I mean he's a liberal, right? Who the fuck is CGP Grey? It's a YouTuber. Pretty big YouTuber as well. Oh, right, the new Prime Minister. Speaking of. Oh, God. Which one was it? I haven't looked. Liz Truss. No! They were both really bad. I was gonna say no matter which one it was. Liz Truss. Oh, God. She's gonna be the next conservative. Man. Was the guy worse? I don't know, man. They're both pretty fucking bad. I don't know who's worse. They're both really bad. Was this the worse option? Oh, God. Speaking of demon face. Jesus Christ. Well, she's British. I guess it can't be helped. Truss is known for her economic libertarian views and her support of free trade. Hawkish foreign policy stance towards China and Russia. UK and Turkey are key European NATO allies. Opposed Brexit. Remind me why I hate her again? Watch her winning speech? I will. Look at her recent stuff. You'll have to remind me. Against the poor? She doesn't oppose Brexit anymore? Okay, gotcha. Oh, the poor people just need to work harder. Oh, that's right. That was her. The working harder one. That's right. Britain's new leader, Liz Truss, says it's fair to give more money back to society's wealthy people. I know she thinks that. Why does she look a little bit like Hillary Clinton here? Who do you think is the hottest world leader right now? I mean, it's obviously the Finland lady, right? Was in a controversy last week because she has hot bitches with their titties out.
Basically,
Leaked audio.
British workers. I once wrote a book about this, which got mischaracterized. But British workers produce less per hour and that's a combination of kind of skill and application.
We've been over this before, but this is not true. Obviously, you know, Western workers are very productive because of the amplifying effects of our means of production.
And there's a, and it's very, if you look at productivity, it's very, very different in London from the rest of the country. But basically, no, because this has been a historical fact for decades. Essentially, it's partly a sort of mindset and attitude thing, I think. Yeah, it's working culture, basically. If you go to China, it's quite different, I can assure you. You know, there's a fundamental issue of British working culture, and it's not, essentially, if we're going to be a richer country and a more prosperous country, that needs to change, but I don't think people are that keen to change that. So I think there's a slight thing in Britain about wanting the easy answers, and I think that's
so there was once an idea about government that isn't as popular these days, which is insane, but in my mind, like, the more leisurely your population, the better a country you are. If your country has the ability to sustain a population that is leisurely, that works fewer hours, that is a good thing. That is a testament to your country, you know? Otherwise, why the fuck are we even doing this whole civilization thing? Like, really, like, if you're thinking like, oh yeah, we're one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and also, you know, we should still be having our workers work like the sweatshop workers in China, well then, why are we even, like, why are we even doing all this? What's the point of us being one of the wealthiest countries in the world if we still have to work like dogs, you know? People like this are just ruling, I mean, they're aristocrats is what they are. They're nobles. They're noblemen and noblewomen and such. They just want a class of serfs. They don't, to them, leisure time is something to be enjoyed by the privileged few. The fruits of society's progress should be enjoyed by a small group of elite, and everyone else should work to sustain that for them. When leisure is taken by the working class, it's graft, it's laziness. But when it's taken by the ultra wealthy, you know, it's an earned privilege. It's, you know, she wants that to be maintained exclusively through class distinction. Oh, it is evil. It's properly actually evil. It's evil behavior. She is a demon in human skin, as are many of these people. You know, Elon Musk did the same thing, exact same thing. Broke labor laws, having his people work through COVID, stay in the plant, like sleep in the plant, idealizes Chinese worker culture, i.e., you having no labor rights. Yeah, same thing. Did I just click on a link? No, okay.
You know, that's my reflection on the election and what's gone before it. And the referendum, it's like, we say it's all Europe that's causing us all these problems. It's migrants that are causing these problems. And actually, what needs to happen is, you know, a bit more...
Thanks, Liz Truss. What is this link somebody gave? Barking mad Liz Truss on dogs shooing away drones.
I was at HMP Pentonville last week. They've now got patrol dogs who are barking, which helps deter drones. So we're using all kinds of solutions to deal with contraband coming into our prison. I was at HMP Pentonville last week.
What? What? Artemy, what the fuck did that mean? Artemy, can you tell me what the fuck that meant? Can you inform me? Can you tell the class? Look at him. Look at the... Who this? What are you? What are you? Vermin loves and misses you. Ooh. I think she's saying people use drones to sneak contraband in their prisons. No, I got that part. I don't get how a dog barking at a drone is going to scare a drone away. Maybe, like, the dog barking would give the person operating the drone the impression that their contraband is being tracked or something? He's got his claws out. You wish to attack me? Whoa. Why are you leaning backwards? Nope. He wants to eat me. No. Yeah. Oh, he's mad. Look at him. Look at him. Ooh. Yeah. Why you old cats like that? Well, you can hold Artemy however you want. Because he's a little soup boy. Woo! Ooh. Wow. All right, puppy. We love you. Nice. Yeah, let's look at her acceptance speech.
I, Sir Graham Brady, returning officer for the Conservative and Unionist Party leadership election, declare that the total number of eligible voters was 172,437. The turnout in the election was 82.6%. The total number of votes rejected was 654. The total number of valid votes given to each candidate was...
Wait, why is such a small number of people choosing the PM for the Conservative Party? There are millions and millions of Tories in the UK. Because it's party members? Are there party members only? Wait, by party member, do you mean elected official, or do you mean just anyone signed up? Only officials? Paid members? Paying members? Oh. Oh, okay. I didn't even know about this. Wow. All right. Sure. Okay.
As follows. Rishi Sunak, 60,399. Liz Truss, 81,326. Therefore, I give notice that Liz Truss is elected as the leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. We'll come up on stage.
It's a bit stupid, isn't it? By the way, how does my audio sound? This is my first real stream since I changed the audio settings. Do I sound okay? Sounds okay? Should be a bit louder than normal. I could be louder. Okay. Soda! No, wait. Artemy. Nope. No. Nice try. Stupid idiot. He tried to jump up on the new AC, which has a sloped top that he can't stand on, so he was clinging to it with half of his fat stomach and his front two paws with his little legs dangling off. Artemy! It doesn't have a flat top! Gravity still exists, even for you! Ooh, stupid little boy. Be free. Be free. Oh, one of his claws is stuck in my shirt. Ah! He bit me. Go! Okay. He can't lie to us. He was barking at the drones outside. Yeah, true.
Well, thank you, Sir Graham. It's an honour to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. I'd like to thank the 1922 committee, the party chairman, and the Conservative Party for organising one of the longest job interviews in history. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank my family, my friends, my political colleagues.
Okay, I'm willing to give a little bit of credence here because she's obviously nervous and it is a big deal for her. So she's probably going to, you know, she's going to have to be a little bit more controlling of her tone. However, this already speaks to me of like very workshop delivery. You know what I mean?
And all of those who helped on this campaign, I'm incredibly grateful for all of your support. I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates, particularly Rishi Sunak. It's been a hard-fought campaign. I think we have shown the depth and breadth of talent in our Conservative Party.
Yeah, kind of a charisma vacuum, really.
And I also want to thank our outgoing leader, my friend, Boris Johnson.
Plus her expression.
Boris, you got Brexit done. You crushed Jeremy Corbyn. You rolled out the vaccine and you stood up to Vladimir Putin. You were admired from Kiev to Carlisle.
Right here.
Friends and colleagues, thank you for putting your faith in me to lead our great Conservative Party, the greatest political party on earth. I know that our beliefs resonate with the British people. Our beliefs in freedom, in the ability to control your own life, in low taxes, in personal responsibility. And I know that's why people voted for us in such numbers in 2019. And as your party leader, I intend to deliver what we promised those voters right across our great country.
It's so weird because normally in media that depicts like a dystopian future, normally the politicians that are inept and corrupt are also very charismatic. Like that's the trope, right? They're super charismatic so nobody notices how bad they are at actually running the country. That's the case all over the place. But in reality, it's not like that. They're really uncharismatic too. What the fuck? Like, yeah, give me that dystopian future so at least we can have a charismatic buffoon instead of just this non-charismatic buffoon, you know? Fuck. Now the politicians in V for Vendetta were charismatic? The Chancellor in the movie was pretty fucking charismatic.
During this leadership campaign, I campaigned as a Conservative and I will govern as a Conservative.
Apparently she's flip-flopped on a ton of stuff, so this might be actual reassurance for them. Like, that's why they said yeah. It's like, oh, okay, thank God. She's not gonna move over again.
And my friends, we need to show that we will deliver over the next 2 years. I will deliver a bold plan to cut taxes and grow our economy. I will deliver on the energy crisis, dealing with people's energy bills, but also dealing with the long-term issues we have on energy supply.
This Doctor Who season has the worst cast.
And I will deliver on the National Health Service.
What does that mean? Deliver on?
But we all will deliver for our country. And I will make sure that we use all the fantastic talents of the Conservative Party, our brilliant members of Parliament and peers, our fantastic councillors, our MSs, our MSPs, all of our councillors and activists and members.
How do you get into being a politician when you talk like this? I'm genuinely asking. This is insane. This is the one job where charisma is supposed to be like the main thing you live or die on, outside anything else. What did Liz Truss initially do? Was she a lawyer or a business person? What was her initial thing? Professional career. She worked at Shell. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Lawyers have to be charismatic. No, she worked for a fucking oil company. Right, yeah, obviously. You get into you get into the the political office laterally, where you just climb the corporate ladder. Worked for Shell, qualified as a chartered management accountant, employed by Cable and Wireless, that's a telecommunications company, and rose to economic director before leaving in 2005. After losing her first 2 elections, she became the full-time deputy director of the Reform Research Trust, which is a think tank that seems moderate. Seems like just a moderate run-of-the-mill think tank. It exists. Where she advocated for more rigorous academic standards in schools, a greater focus on tackling serious and organized crime, and an urgent action to deal with Britain's failing competitiveness. She co-authored a number of papers, and then she ran for a few elections in the early aughts. Yeah. So yeah, okay.
Members right across our country. Because, my friends, I know that we will deliver, we will deliver, and we will deliver. And we will deliver a great victory for the Conservative Party in 2024. Thank you. Thank you.
Jesus. Okay, yeah. The difference with Biden's ever is that it's funny because we all know that he has dementia, like he's 80 years old, and it was him trailing off at the end of the sentence, whereas for her, that was like a planned and deliberate thing, you know, she committed to that. She's a grifter. She used to be extremely anti-Brexit. Yeah, she just seems like somebody who doesn't believe in anything. A lot of politicians are like that, but some of them are better at hiding it. Opinion polling for the next general election. Leaning in favor of Labour right now. Well, that's good, I guess. Labour is indeed better than the Tories. So that'd be nice. I wish our fucking polling looked this good right now. 538 House forecast. Yeah, I wish our shit looked like this. We're still in a fucking 3-to-1 ratio on standard polling for the House, Republicans winning. If we switch it over to the use polling data only, then it's a 2-to-1 in their favor, not a 3-to-1. On the plus side, the Senate's a 2-to-1 in our favor by default, and with polling only, it's actually a 4-to-1 in our favor. So the Senate is definitely skewed towards us. That's cool. Yeah. Small blessings, I guess. Whatever you can get. Chance of controlling the House, popular vote margin. Where's the where's the broader? See? Chances for the Senate have gone way up. That's good. National Parliament voting intention. Yeah, well, it looks like Labor is doing pretty good right now. What's this? Cheese speech. Don't mind if I do.
And we are selling tea to China. Yorkshire tea.
Oh fuck, man. She has like the cadence of an SNL understudy. Did you see that? Oh fuck.
Yorkshire tea. When it comes to British food and drink, we have never had it so good.
Kind of a low bar.
But as well as exporting our fantastic food abroad, I want to see us eating more British food here in Britain. At the moment,
Why? Why, of all things that you want to keep more nationalist, would you choose food in England? You guys raped half the planet for spices. Why would you give that up now? Jesus Christ. You know, one thing that Americans don't appreciate is that we, in terms of overall food access, I really do think we have the best on the planet. I mean that. Because America, being sort of a hub for international trade and culture, in a lot of ways, not only do we have really good, like, local food in general, but we also have really good versions of food all around the world. We have really fucking good food because we have all other foods as well. We incorporate. It's the great melting pot. Your food is incredibly unhealthy. No, I mean, like, everything you can get in America, you know? Like, I grew up in LA. In LA, you can get any food in the world. Like, authentic any food in the world, too. Not just, like, crappy Taco Bell-esque Americanized foreign food, but, like, real, good food. Got a lot of choice.
moment, we import 2/3 of all of our apples. We import 9/10 of all of our pears. We import 2/3 of our cheese.
Okay.
That is a disgrace.
Okay. I was just curious because I wanted to look. World's top pear-producing countries. China, Argentina, Italy, the USA, Turkey, South Africa, Spain, India, Netherlands, Chile. The UK isn't even on here. What? You realize that food only grows in some parts of the world, right? Maybe the UK just isn't a good place to grow pears? Like, you're in Northern Ireland. Or, sorry, not Ireland. Island. But Ireland is an island. And there's only one Ireland, by the way. The UK is like the size of one American state, and it's all the way the fuck up there. This is the projection that keeps size to scale. Look at the UK up there. Seriously, it's like Florida. Right over there. Look at that. Like, okay. What if pears only grow here? It's just really stupid. Why would you... We import like 2/3 of our food here in the UK. For an island country, isn't that kind of reasonable? Like, you're a small country. You're not like America. America has massive amounts of land for agricultural development. Not so much the UK. Wouldn't it make sense for you to focus on other stuff? Like, I bet you that, like, you know, Taiwan also imports a fuck ton of food. Yeah. Well. Oh, wait, Vosh, you don't believe in a united Ireland, do you? Ignorant American take? Oh, ho, ho! We've got an angry Brit here. Or perhaps a proddy in Northern Ireland, a.k.a. fake Ireland, a.k.a. occupied Ireland, a.k.a. Yeah. Nah, in reality, obviously, you know, unified Ireland in concept. In reality, it's messy business. But yeah.
From the apples that dropped on Isaac Newton's head to the orchards of nursery rhymes.
What?
This fruit has always been part of Britain. It's been
What?
part of our country. I want our children to grow up knowing the taste of a British apple, of Cornish sardines, of Herefordshire pears, of Norfolk turkey, of Melton Mowbray pork pies, and of course, of black pudding.
What the fuck? Okay. This is such a weird... Black pudding is blood sausage, by the way. Black pudding isn't actually pudding. They call it black pudding because they're English. This is what black pudding looks like. It's sausage. Yeah. It is made from pork or beef blood with pork fat or beef suet and a cereal, usually oatmeal, oat groats, or barley groats. Your mouth is watering as I speak. The high proportion of cereal, along with the use of certain herbs such as pennyroyal, God, what a British-sounding herb, serves to distinguish black pudding from blood sausages eaten in other parts of the world. So, yeah. Yeesh. Is that the congealed fat? Well, it's made with blood and fat. Is that the fat then? Yeah, it is? Oh, well. That's fucking revolting. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, wow. It's good though? Yeah, no, nah, no. I'm not getting into this.
Under a Conservative government, Britain will lead the world in food, farming, and the environment. In a fortnight, I'm going to Paris for the world's largest food trade fair, and I will be bigging up British products. In December, I'll be in Beijing, opening up new pork markets.
Ah, that classic Liz Truss charisma there at the end. Glad I didn't miss that.
Opening up new pork markets.
Ah. All right. Devastating. Devastating to my mental health, all of this. Yeah, sorry, I only respect American cuisine.
Of the QP, and we'll put it here for the boys.
Ew.
It's patties. Oh, shit. Thank you, Chance. How is this not going to be crazy?
Holy fuck, this looks good. Holy shit.
Delicious. Wow. Possible. But we're not going to do that, are we, kids? A little bit of that just knocked off. Here we are. Should we take him off and just leave him by himself?
Oh.
God, I feel the crispy. This is... And still...
Hell yeah, brother.
See the juice?
Oh.
Still juicy. Ah, you need a bite. Come on now.
Damn.
Let's just cut the crap. It's one of the best first bites of a burger I've ever had.
We heard it here. My arteries have solidified just watching this. Yeah, look, it's hard being a true American and also keeping a slim waist, all right? Please, you can't be serious. It's just about moderation. You get to have one of those a year. Mediterranean food is the best of all time. We know this. I agree, but you can get really good Mediterranean food here in the United States. Now, I'm just saying we have a lot of access to really good food. Because I've heard, like, you can go over to, like, France or UK or something, and, like, they have good foods that are there, but they don't have anywhere near as many authentic restaurants of other ethnic groups in their countries. America really is a mecca for good eating, you know? You go over to a big city and, you know, you want to go to New York, LA, whatever, San Diego, you're going to get a lot of good food. Lot of good food. Try Arab food, it's great. Oh, no. I ate a lot of Iranian food when I was growing up because my downstairs neighbors were Persian Jews, you know, the ones who left after the whole Ayatollah business. So they would cook Iranian like chicken on beds of rice and stuff. Phenomenal food, like really, really phenomenal. Yeah. Really great stuff. What about Danish food? I don't know if I've ever eaten Danish food. Isn't that also a city thing, not so much as a country? I've heard from a lot of people who have traveled around more than I have that other countries don't have cities that have the same variety that we do in a lot of ways. America is a big country, man. We got a lot of people here. And we also are this, you know, we're a global center of trade and immigration. So we got this very wide range of stuff. Yeah, it's a melting pot. Ha! Thank you, Fortuna. I'll keep that in mind. Have you had Ethiopian food? Actually, yes! I have had Ethiopian food. Just once. There was an Ethiopian restaurant back in LA that I went to. Really, really good. The common trends in African food, as at very broad, I'm speaking very broad right now. Have a good night, Fortuna. Very broad. Is that African food tends to have a lot of really lean meat that's incredibly well seasoned, a lot of bread and dip, and not much that in the way of like sweets or fruits, I think. No, wait. Is it fruits or vegetables they have less of? They definitely lean more into the meat, I think, than a lot of other cuisines. Really good stuff. Less veggies. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, they have fruit. Yeah, but they lean a lot into the lean meats. Very good. Very, very good. Oh God, I don't want a Studley Mad Cannon. Have you had a good empanada de pino? Hey, Vermin, if you're still here, what was that empanada place we went to in Humboldt? What was the name of that place? Bittersweet. Ooh, guys. Last thing I'll say, then we're doing the Trump speech. This place was like the cultural hub of the tiny college town of Arcata, California, okay? This place is fucking boppin'. Oh my God. Look at this, okay? They have empanadas, they have IPAs, and they have pies. It's so good here. These are super high quality. These are good foods here. What kind of empanadas? Lots of different ones, like a dozen or so. Lots of different stuff. Always delicious, mouth-watering. And they had a peanut butter pie that I would always get a slice of. It was really good. Do you unironically like IPAs? No, I don't like beer. Or anything like that. Oh, not IPAs, just hard cider and some beer. Okay, gotcha. I thought IPA was a beer. I don't know anything about any alcohol, I'm sorry. I drink fruity cocktails and mimosas. And vodka if nothing else is available. IPA is a beer? Indian Pale Ale? Okay. Alright. It's, yeah. IPA are very bitter. I just don't like it. I want a fruity drink, you know? I want to, you know, feel my asshole getting fucked by the drink as I drink it. Yeah, go sleep, Vern. I just don't like beer. Now I want to drink now. God damn it. I wish I could make cocktails at home. I mean, I can. I just don't have the materials or the know-how. I have wine. Drunk reactive Trump speech? No, if I drink this early, I'm going to be sleepy for the rest of the day. Nah. Let's be responsible. Let me catch up on donos real quick. Okay? Rachel, thank you for the $25. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Vosh, for the greatest political party on earth. By party, I mean like a good time. Happy to have fun with y'all. And Rachel with a tier 4 sub additionally. It's very kind of you. Thank you. Jesus. Gringelot with the $7. She looks like Frau Engel. Yeah. Get Glider with the $10. I suppose I owe you for saving me from liberalism. Yeah. $20. You owe me $20. Give me another 10. I'm just kidding. Thank you. Hamza Prime Number, thank you for the 3 $5 donations. You rock is what all three of them say. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Third Son of Eve, thanks the $10. Congrats on surviving your first week of university. And I appreciate your Swedish cash. Very nice. Black Cat Studios, thanks the tier 2 sub. Mr. Matt RG777 and DNat, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Congrats, DNat. Hell yeah. Amazon Prime, thank you for the $5 again. Very kind of you. Still alive, thank you for the $5. That guy emailed me. The Serbian, I mean. Cockblocker, thanks the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Neurotico, the tier 2 sub. Shout out to the offliners and my oomphies on any chord. More emotes were requested. Yeah, you people always want more emotes. Bang on Head, thanks the tier 1 sub. Adam Stutler, thank you for the $1. Saint CC with the $5. I might play the Dead Space games on stream. Sake with the $10. Hamas is pretty based. Who doesn't enjoy chickpea and some sesame spread? True. Markinator, thank you for the 5. Maybe I'll look at the DJ Mool. Man, should I go over the Trump speech or should I just go over some petty E-drama stuff and leave the Trump speech for tomorrow? Ooh, that seems close. I should probably do the Trump speech. I just know it's going to be really long. Jizor, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. White name genocide is real? Yes, it is. Nariatius, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Bemi, thank you for the $15. Hey, Vosh, watched you for 4 years. Haven't been streaming that long, but okay. And I just want to say a big thanks. I did my first phone bank for the PA Dems yesterday because of you. Hell yeah! Happy to hear that. That's awesome. That's fantastic. I hope it went well. You seem happy. Andy Lobo, thank you for the $10. As a Serb, it's beyond embarrassing and heartbreaking to watch people act like this. I want the Balkans to vibe in peace. Serb nationalists stop being cringe challenge from a fellow Serb. One day, comrade, Serbs will collectively bump their head and knock out whatever brain disease is causing them to act like that. We'll catch up on the rest of the donos after. All right, we'll do the Trump thing. What is this? President Biden responded to a heckler while delivering remarks in Milwaukee on Monday, saying everyone's entitled to be an idiot. God, I love him. Sawdust, we did. Hold on. Trump's speech. Let's find the whole thing. Well, this has to be it because it's fucking 3.5 hours. We'll do what we can, lads. Sam Cedar on Vanguard. Oh, what a good get. Debate. Sam Cedar versus the Vanguard on... Oh, just debate?
And a whole show talking about how, you know...
Sam, you're so handsome. That's crazy. Haha. Sorry. We have to look at that later. Whoa! What is this song choice? Okay. Oh, here we go. Wow, an hour and a half of listening to early aughts boy bands before Trump emerges. Okay. Bit fruity. Okay. 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 Okay.
Well, thank you very much, and hello, Pennsylvania. Hello. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible Commonwealth with the thousands of proud, hardworking American.
Love this video quality. If anyone can find a better video, then just drop a link.
Patriots that I have gotten to know so well. 2 months from now, the people of Pennsylvania are going to fire the radical left Democrats, and you are going to elect Doug Mastriano as your next governor. And you are going to send my friend Oz. He is a great guy. To the U.S. Senate, you're going to elect.
Didn't Trump say that Oz is going to lose? Like there was some audio captured, or somebody said that Trump was like, yeah, Oz is going to lose.
An amazing slate of true America First Republicans to Congress, and we are going to end the Nancy Pelosi political career, the Biden political career. We're going to end it. Our country's going to hell. Our country is going to hell. This election is a referendum on skyrocketing inflation, rampant crime, soaring murders, crushing gas prices, millions and millions of illegal aliens pouring across our border, race and gender indoctrination, perverting our schools, and above all, this election is a referendum on the corruption and extremism of Joe Biden and the radical Democrat Party. If you want to stop this destruction of America, you must vote Republican. You got to get out and vote. As you know, this week, Joe Biden came to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to give the most vicious, hateful, and divisive speech ever delivered by an American president, vilifying 75 million.
Uncle Chubbs, the video you're linking me, that is a better video, is from January 31st, 2022.
Citizens plus another probably 75 to 150, if we want to be accurate about it, as threats to democracy and as enemies of the state. You're all enemies of the state. He's an enemy of the state. You want to know the truth? The enemy of the state is him and the group that control him, which is circling around him. Do this, do that, Joe. You're going to do this, Joe, right? I think Philadelphia was a great choice to make this speech of
little JQE there, gotta say.
Hatred and anger. His speech was hatred and anger. By the way, the next morning he forgot what he said. You saw that. They asked him about, oh, I didn't think I said that, did I? Oh, no. How'd you like the red lighting behind him like the devil? But Philadelphia was a great choice because the city is being devastated under Democrat rule. Devastated. Hate to tell you, we love Pennsylvania. I went to school in Philadelphia. What's happening to Philadelphia? 14 people were shot last weekend in Philadelphia, 14. And the fake news will go out and check. Oh, that's a lot of fake news. Whoa. That's a lot of fake news. Wow.
He's referring to the journalists in the front row. True, the press is the enemy of the people. You know. Yeah, he does this every rally. Yeah, like all the journalists here who are just trying to, like, you know, broadcast the shit that he says out here with bodyguards to make sure they don't get fucking murked in the parking lot.
Well, they'll go out and check the facts. 4 people were killed last weekend. At one point last month, 7 people were shot in the span of just 71 minutes. Philadelphia. This year in Philadelphia has already seen more than 1,400 people shot, including numerous beautiful little children. Last year, the city set an all-time murder record with 560 homicides. And it's on track to shatter that record again in 2022, numbers that nobody's ever seen other than in some other Democrat-run cities. Armed robberies in Philadelphia are up.
Reminder that the highest rates of gun crime are in Republican states. High population cities are going to skew the numbers, obviously, because they're high population cities. But in terms of per capita in states, the red states have the most gun violence. And we also have far lower rates of violent crime in this country than we did in the 90s. It's on a downturn.
62%. Doug, you have to take care of this. You have to take care of this. And Oz will send you the goods. Send them the goods. You know what the goods are? Lots of police officers. That's what the goods are. Just recently announced, retail theft is up 59% from last year. There have been more than 750 carjackings this year. Anybody have a nice car? Because you're not going to have it long. More than triple the average for 2010 to 2019, and it's heading way up, heading up in other cities that are run by Democrats also. Instead of trying to demonize half of the population, Biden and congressional Democrats should focus on stopping the killing and the bloodshed in Philadelphia and every other Democrat-run city in America, where record deaths.
But they're not divisive. It feels like such a waste of time when they're like, Biden's so divisive, you know, and it's like, okay. Like, it feels like such a waste of time to even talk about it, you know? Because, like, obviously.
And destruction is taking place every single day. Biden thinks making America great again is bad for our country. Do you believe it? That was in his speech. MAGA. MAGA, he says we got to stop MAGA. That's when I defined it, because I don't think he knows what it meant. It means make America great again. We have to stop it. Stop MAGA. Stop make America great again. He thinks making America great again is a threat to our country. No, making America great again is great for our country. Great. There's only one party that's waging war on American democracy by censoring free speech, criminalizing dissent. You see that happening. Disarming law-abiding.
Yes, they're criminalizing dissent. They've even taken down a very fine site called Kiwi Farms. I've been told it's full of people who like me very much, you know.
Citizens, issuing lawless mandates and unconstitutional orders, imprisoning political protesters. That's what they're doing. Rigging elections, weaponizing the Justice Department and the FBI like never, ever before. And raiding and breaking into the homes of their political opponents. I wonder who that could be. Republicans in the MAGA movement are not the ones trying to undermine our democracy. We are the ones trying to save our democracy. Very simple. Very simple. Very simple. The danger to democracy comes from the radical left, not from the right. Not from the right. This November, we're going to stand up to this rising tyranny of sickness, lawlessness, and death, and we are going to take back our country. We're going to take it back.
Huh?
There could be no more vivid example of the very real threats from American freedom than just a few weeks ago. You saw it when we witnessed one of the most shocking abuses of power by any administration in American history. The shameful raid and break-in of my home, Mar-a-Lago, was a travesty of justice that made a mockery of America's laws, traditions, and principles before the entire world. The entire world was watching, and they're shocked. They're shocked. South American countries, numerous of them, their leaders said, could you imagine if that was ever done in our country, what the United States would be saying about us?
What?
The Biden administration invaded the home of their chief political opponent, who is absolutely destroying him and everyone else in the polls. I hate to say it. Even including the Republicans, but we love the Republicans. On a phony pretext, getting permission from a highly political magistrate who they handpicked late in the evening, just days before the break-in, and trampled upon my rights and civil liberties as if our country that we love so much were a third world nation. We're like a third world nation. They rifled through the First Lady's closet drawers and everything else. And even did a deep and ugly search of the room of my 16-year-old son, leaving every...
What is the implication there? Oh, wait, I missed it, man. This guy in the back right over here, he's wearing a Blacks for Trump shirt.
Everything they touched in far different condition than it was when they started. Can you believe it? The FBI and the Justice Department have
Hell
become
yeah.
vicious monsters, controlled by radical left scoundrels, lawyers, and the media who tell them what to do, you people right there, and when to do it.
Is that the same black guy? Yeah, well, they literally do this. They do find, like, tokens to, like, put in the back here to increase the apparent diversity of the crowd. Of course, these Trump rallies are always, like, 99% white people. But yeah, they do deliberately do that, yeah. This video is 720p quality. Let me see.
Lady to the United States of America.
This might actually be better. I don't know how to find what time it's at, though. How many minutes since he came out here? If it came out at like 1:29, so it's been like 14 minutes. So maybe if we moved 14.
From a highly political magistrate. Search of the room of my 16-year-old son.
I think we found it. Okay.
Leaving everything they touched in far different condition than it was when they started. Can you believe it?
They did
the
do a
FBI
search.
and the Justice Department have become vicious monsters, controlled by radical left scoundrels, lawyers, and...
He was a lunatic, apparently. Blacks for Trump founder Maurice Simonet was part of a violent cult, according to a report. Yeah, I think I can... If you ever walked down a city street and saw someone standing on a box with a microphone screaming about the end of the world and government conspiracies, it honestly could have been Maurice Simonet. The 69-year-old black man. Holy fuck, black people age well. That's insane. Jesus Christ. No wonder the plot of Get Out happened. What the fuck? Is former President Trump's biggest groupie and the founder of Blacks for Trump. This is a very editorialized story. I don't know how much I can trust this.
And the media who tell them what to do, you people right there, and when to do it. They're trying to silence me, and more importantly, they are trying to silence you, but we will not be silenced, right?
Phenomenal sentence structure there.
We will never stop speaking the truth. We have no choice because we're not going to have a country left. The evil and malice of this demented persecution of you and me should be obvious to all, and it is. Even media companies that are pretty far left have come out and said, we can't believe this is happening in the USA. We are being assaulted by the same group at the FBI and DOJ that just a few years ago declared no reasonable prosecutor would charge crooked Hillary Clinton after she set up a secret illegal server to hide her family's pay-for-play schemes, crammed it full of classified information, allowed it to be plundered by foreign hackers, you know that happened, and then deleted, acid-washed, 30,000 emails, think of that, 30,000 emails, and what else did she do? Boom, with a hammer, smashed her phone systems to smithereens after receiving the highest level of support.
You know, Hillary Clinton, always cringe, always trying to stay hip with the kid. She's acid washing her surface. Those tie-dye emails.
Subpoena from the U.S. Congress. Think of that. Think of that.
I'm thinking about it.
The same people, the exact same people, are sending the FBI storming through the home of their #1 political rival. It's a disgrace like possibly never before. Our country's never seen anything like it. They talk about documents not being properly stored, yet they go in and take documents, dump them on the floor, stage a photo shoot, and pretend that I had done it, like I had put them all over the floor.
he still thinks that with the when the Mar-a-Lago documents were laid out so that the feds took a photo of them, that they were implicating him for the crime of having them spread out. Like he still seems to think that they're accusing him of having the top secret documents on the ground instead of just having them at all. Okay.
They took that back after a lot of prodding. Then they put out for public consumption a picture which is seen all over the world. This is what they do. It's called disinformation. These are very dishonest, sick people. Very dishonest people. Americans are sick of the lies, sick of the hoaxes and scams, and above all, sick of the hypocrisy. But our opponents have badly miscalculated. This egregious abuse of the law is going to produce a backlash, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. Before our very eyes, our beloved country is being taken over by
this is legitimately scary. The stuff he's saying is like actually canon shit. Yeah, I know. The reason why I'm not pausing that much is because I'm listening out for anything that's new, because he says stuff like this in every speech. He is a fascist. All of his speeches are going to hit on the exact same points. There's a nefarious conspiracy of deep state operatives that are trying to destroy all of us. They want to destroy and eliminate and kill all Republicans, but I'm in the way. I'm standing in the way. Our glorious people's movement is going to upturn the rocks in D.C. and restore the will of the people. And, you know, add in a bunch of nationalism, nativism, and reactionary politics. It's pretty standard fascist stuff. I'm just saying, you know, I'll comment on any deviances.
The very people who turn democracies into dictatorships and into ultimately ruination. They think they can divide us, but they can't. They can't divide us. They can't divide us. The MAGA movement is the greatest in the history of our country. And maybe in the history of the world, maybe in the history of the world. In any event, we have no choice. We are trying to save our country because such bad things are happening to our beautiful, beloved America. We will make America great again. I will never turn my back on you.
These are also generally extremely repetitive speeches. There's a reason why Trump speeches go on for 2 hours and Biden speeches go on for like 20 minutes. And it's because, you know, they follow the exact same formula of him whining about something or talking about how he would have done something better for like 10 seconds. And then he brings that back to the 20-second, but we're going to do better, MAGA, you know, so on. And then the crowd claps for 15 seconds. And then he pauses. Then, like, it goes on like that.
And you will never turn your back on me because we love our nation. And we will save our nation from people who are trying to destroy it. It was not just my home that was raided last month. It was the hopes and dreams of every citizen who I've been fighting for since the moment I came down the golden escalator in 2015, wanting to represent the people, wanting to stop the massive corruption of our country, and determined to finally, in this world, put America first. I want to put America first, and we did. We did. We did. There's never been a period of time, both before COVID, or the China virus, as we say, and after COVID. From that moment on, I became the enemy of the Washington swamp. For 6 years, the radical Democrat Party, the rhinos, the media, and the deep state have tried relentlessly to stop me and you. First, they fabricated the Russia scam. You saw it was a total fabrication. Now they all admit it.
They don't admit it. It's the only people who admit it are lefties, and when they do so, they're wrong. I have no idea why the lefties bit the bullet on this one when they didn't have to. But the Russiagate stuff was true. There were produced dozens of indictments, multiple arrests. There were people in his campaign that were directly colluding with Russia, and we know the Russian state spent millions actively propagating disinfo for the specific purpose of getting Trump elected. It was all true. The only thing that ended up not being true, the main question, was whether Trump himself had ever colluded, and it turns out he didn't, or at least we never found any evidence of it. It was just powerful people around him, which is, you know, a pretty convenient legal defense, right? Like, as long as he doesn't personally dirty his hands with the business, he can't be implicated. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen, you know?
Then we had impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2, and now these same exact people at Justice and the FBI, the same people, along with outside scum, are at it again with the horrific raid of my home. They just go on, and they have to be stopped. We have to spend time on our country, not on defending ourselves against scams. Thank you. Think of it about Russia and the Mueller. No collusion, right? Came in, no collusion. That was
For him. Him specifically.
your decision after 2.5 years, no collusion. I could have told them that after the first hour, and they could have said that because they had the laptop from hell, which had everything, so they knew immediately. But it went on. But think of this, you know, and I tell this story on occasion, very seldom, because it's too sad to tell. But I tell this story because it's very important. Russia was a hoax. It was developed by Hillary Clinton and a group of people, small group around a kitchen table, as a way of explaining why she lost an election that a lot of people thought she would win, because the Democrats have an advantage in elections because of a lot of things, aside from the fact they cheat like hell. So when they lost, Hillary Clinton and her people and guys like Adam Shifty Schiff, Watermelon Head.
They're like children. God, it's like codename Kids Next Door with their...
Watermelon Head, he's a perfect. He's a watermelon head. But no dummy. But think of this. Think how bad they are. Think how evil they are. You're all fathers and your mothers and your children of great people, and all of the people are represented here. Think how bad they are. They make up a story that's false. It's now been admitted to be false. The FBI is the last one to tell us that. But it's now admitted, even in the newspapers, even by the people back there, they will not fight it. They make up. Now think of this. But think of this. So they make up.
Yeah, that guy's standing backwards, so the Bikers for Trump logo is showing. I don't know why he wouldn't have just put it on the front of the vest so he could look normal instead of like he's turning his back and as president. I'm guessing he also runs this org. It's like this desperate grifter pledge that if you can get behind Trump for the speech, that like your t-shirt can sell your particular brand of schizophrenia, you know?
Up a story about Russia. Just so you know, I was tougher in Russia than any president by far. I'm the one that stopped Nord Stream 2, the pipeline. I'm the one that did the big sanctions. And I guarantee you one thing, Putin was not going into Ukraine. I guarantee you that.
One of the first things that Trump did was lift sanctions on Russia after he attained power. And there was even some contention within the Russian government as to whether he would do this. And apparently one of the reasons why the Russian government wanted Trump to win was because they had gotten the impression that he would have eased up on the sanctions.
I guarantee you. Nobody was tougher than me, but I also got along with them. And that's a good thing. You know, getting along with other countries is a good thing, not a bad thing. But think of it. So they make up a story, Russia. It was made up so that when they lost, they could say, it was Russia. I'm saying, what the hell did Russia have to do with it? It was Russia. Okay, so Adam Schiff knows it's a fake story. He made it up with other people. They know it's a fake. And I see Adam Schiff go solemnly to the microphones in the Capitol building and stand there so sad and say, Donald Trump Jr. will be going to prison because of what he did with Russia. Now think of it. He knows the story's a scam. He knows the story's a fake. And he wants my son, who's a good kid, he wants my son to go to prison over something that they made up, that they know is a phony story, and has now been, as they say, fully debunked. In other words, it was a totally... And he's standing before microphones with many of those people standing there, and they can't get enough, saying that my son is going to prison. And I then call my son. I say, Don, are you okay? What's going on? What's going on? Think of this if you're a parent. Think of it. My son's going to prison on something that they made, which is a total hoax. These are bad people. They're trying to destroy our country, and we can't let it go on any longer because we have too much work to do.
It's incredible how his behavior doesn't even approximate human behavior, but people still like him.
Whether through activist attorney generals, These state attorney generals, if I fly over a state, they send me before a grand jury. There's Trump, he's up there. Let's see, what can we do with a grand jury? I've been going through this for 6 years now. Local Democrat DAs, county prosecutors, congressional committees or federal agencies, the radical Democrats are engaging in a desperate attempt to keep me from returning to the White House, where they know I will clean this mess up again. They want to stop us from completing our mission to bring back American values, secure America's borders. Millions and millions of people are pouring into our country. Nobody has any idea where they're from. Last month, 129 countries were represented. They're emptying their prisons into the United States of America.
What?
They know we'll continue to fix America's trade deals, continue to lower taxes. Nobody gave tax decreases like Trump, bigger than the Reagan cuts.
What?
And lower regulations.
Not true. Again, the tax cuts only persisted for the wealthy. They did not persist for the middle and lower class.
That created all of those jobs, defend and protect our police and our military. We have to protect our police. You know, our police want to protect us. They're stymied from doing it. We have to protect our police. They know we're going to reclaim our energy independence. We're going to save our Second Amendment, which is under siege. Rebuild our manufacturing base, just like I was doing. In other words, they know that we're going to make America great again. You know, we had a different saying because after we did so well, we were all set. And we had a statement, remember, keep America great. But after they destroyed it, I'd love to use it. But I must say, there's nothing like MAGA. Do you agree? There's nothing. I don't know, Doug. I don't know, CAG. CAG wasn't the same as MAGA. CAG. Keep America great. The problem I had, though, wasn't the fact that CAG can't compete with MAGA. The real problem I had that we can't use the word keep America great because they've destroyed our country. So we can't keep it great because it's not great right now. Our country is a laughingstock. Our leaders are a laughingstock.
Remember what I said? Remember what I said about Biden unironically being more of a patriot? I said this during his speech. That fascists have to project the existence of a perpetual crisis. So when they talk about America being great, they're referring to some kind of imaginary conceptual America where everyone is white and middle class. You know, white picket fence, that kind of thing. No brown people or anything, or out of sight, out of mind. But when they talk about America today, which does have brown people, you know, evidently, there's even one on frame right now. Then this is the America that's shitty and terrible. So Biden, Democrats, liberals, they're always going to be more optimistic about, you know, more of a champion of the country as it actually exists.
You know, we just sent another $13 billion to Ukraine. That gets us close to $80 billion. Now, well, it angers me more for a different reason. It would have never happened before. Putin knew he wouldn't have done it. He said, Vladimir, you're not going to do that, Vladimir. He knew that. He knew it. He knew it. But he did it as soon as the election was rigged and it was considered over. I don't know if it's ever going to end if you look at what's gone on, because more and more facts are coming out, like the FBI with Facebook the other day. Can you believe? But you know what? Our country, it would have been so inappropriate to say, keep America great, because who the hell wants to keep our country the way it is right now? I don't.
The funny thing about this is that Republicans will accuse Democrats of hating America when they say that America needs to change. You understand the hypocrisy here? When people on the left will say, like, you know, we should improve this or that or the other, there's this feigned offense from Republicans who act as though the way things are must necessarily be the right way, but they don't like the way things are either. It's a completely dishonest attack from them.
But together we have easily beaten every single witch hunt in the past. Think of that. But the time and the money and the effort it takes. And now we will likewise do that in the future if they continue their craziness and if they don't stop. They don't stop. That's all they're good at is disinformation. They put out disinformation. You know, when I heard about Russia was right after I came down that beautiful golden escalator. First lady, I said, you'll be a great first lady. She has been a great first lady. She's been a great first lady. They love our first lady. But people would come up to me, this was right at the beginning, and right after the escalator ride, the people go, sir, do you know anything about Russia? No, young guys come up, beautiful staffers. There are a lot of them here right now and here, all over the place, that just came up to me. You won Pennsylvania by a lot, sir. That's right. You're right about that. Doug, I think at 9 o'clock in the evening, we were 950,000 votes up with 73% of the vote cast. All of a sudden, around 3:02 or something, the equipment closed down. It all closed down, and then you had that massive spike. Remember the spike that went to heaven and came back? It should have gone to hell and come back.
So what he's referring to here is when there was no equipment closing. It was just when districts started adding in the mail-in votes that were counted. As everyone was aware, and as everyone had been informed months in advance, most districts would count the in-person votes first, which rolled in over the course of the day, and then they would go over the batches of mail-in votes and would input those. And because Democrats were disproportionately likely to put in the mail-in votes because they were more concerned about in-person vote because of COVID, that tended to lead to big spikes. But there was nothing suspicious about it. It was the most thoroughly scrutinized election possibly in all of human history. That's not a joke. It really actually probably was. No voter fraud. Literally none. Think, if there was voter fraud, don't you think the Republicans would have found it? It's not like they didn't have hundreds of millions to spend. You know, if they could have actually found it, it would have been huge for them. But they didn't. Despite their best efforts, despite their, the many dozens and hundreds of accusations of voter fraud and stories associated, which all turned out to be hoaxes, time after time after time. Debunking those live was exhausting because every day there'd be 50 new evidence of voter fraud examples that he come up with, and of course, inevitably, all of them would be found to be false. If there was actual voter fraud, they would have found it. Lord knows they were looking. Oh, right, sorry, there was voter fraud. There were Trump supporters who were arrested for voting for Trump multiple times. My bad, I forgot.
And all of a sudden, we were tied, and then all of a sudden, we lost by a whisper, a rigged election. But the people would come up. Some of them are here. Sir, sir, it's such an honor to meet you, sir. Sir, could I ask you a question? Yeah, what is it? Do you know anything about Russia? I say, no, not really. I know probably less than you know. But I have a lot of common sense, and I know how to defend our country. And I'll end up being friendly with them, and we'll do...
I mean, he's literally done business deals in Russia. Like, he has a hotel, doesn't he? Millions and millions of dollars invested in Russia at that time. Remember, Trump refused to divest from his businesses. It's tradition for American presidents to divest from their businesses before they assume office. That is to say, if they own any businesses, like they leave, they no longer own, they give up control of businesses, because the fear has always been that presidents could use their political power to enrich themselves. And then Donald Trump just didn't divest and did that. He just did that.
Just fine. Then a month later, another one came up. Hello, Uncle Sam. Look at it. Stand up, Uncle Sam. Great people. Great people. Then a month later, another young person came up.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter had to sell his peanut farm.
And I was very, actually, it was cute. He said, oh, sir, it's such an honor. We talked for a couple of minutes. He said, sir, can I ask you one question? It's been bothering me. Yeah, what is it? Do you know anything about Russia? And then again and again, and after about 5 or 6 times, do you know anything about Russia? I looked at my people, my top people that are a little older. I said, what the hell is going on with Russia? This is all I knew. What was going on? It was a scam. And we took 2.5 years.
Does the story have a point? You haven't listened to a Trump speech before, have you, son?
To win. But all of that time and effort and money and the corruption and the people that were in charge of that scam are horrible. And they're the same people that we have now. They never leave. They never leave. And if we would have had an attorney general with courage instead of somebody that was afraid to be impeached, sir, I don't want to be impeached, we would have gotten to the bottom of it very quickly. And we've been waiting for Durham for a long time. Durham, please come in and give us your work, please. Durham, we got to get Durham going here. But this battle is not about me. This is a struggle for the very fate of our republic. Our movement is fighting against a corrupt group of unelected tyrants who believe they can wield absolute power over you with the help of a willing and very corrupt media. They think the deep state not the citizens, should be the true masters of this country.
So if you can listen to this and think like, are there any Nazi parallels to this rhetoric? Like, is there any way at all that this maybe is exactly what they said in basically every way? You know, something to keep an ear out for.
On our watch, we will never let that happen, and we will never let it happen, even though we're going to be gone. We're going to set this country up so strong and so powerfully that we may not be here, at least some of the older ones, and I love you all, but we're going to have the country set up properly, like it was before the COVID came in, before the China dust came in, and even after we handed off, where we had a higher stock market, because we did it twice, but we had a higher stock market on January 20th than we did. Think of it, the so-called handoff. I hate to even use the term. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous to have to use that term. But the handoff, we handed it off. The market was higher than it was just prior to COVID coming into our country. We did an incredible job, incredible job. But we have no choice in 2022 and 2024. We have to smash the grip of this vile and vindictive political class. We have to clean house in Washington, D.C., and we have to restore government for the people. Thank you. And if we do not, our republic and indeed our country will be destroyed, and we will never be able to do what is called a comeback. You won't be able to do it. It'll never come back again. It's so fragile, you know? It's so fragile. You will never bring it back again. You remember in the campaign, I used to say, if these people get in, we're going to end up with Venezuela on steroids. I said it many, many times. I never thought it was much of a possibility, but I never knew people could cheat like that. Not like that. Last week, weirdo, he's a weirdo, Mark Zuckerberg came to the White House, kissed my ass. Kissed my ass. Sure, I'd love to have dinner. Sure.
Yeah, this is cementing my opinion. I feel like, okay. You know how if a United States citizen signs up as a soldier, if they enlist, they lose certain legal rights? It's like how for a court martial, like you don't have the same set of legal rights you do as a citizen. When you're a soldier, like you're giving up some stuff, you know? I think that if you're an elected official, you should give up some stuff. And some of those should be First Amendment rights. I believe that. I think that if you're a public official and you make claims that are insurrectionist or like broadly delegitimizing of the democracy that you're in, I think that you should have to, you nut up or shut up. You should have to prove that in a court case. I think that should be that should be settled in criminal court, fair court with a fair trial. And if you lose, you have to shut the fuck up about it. Otherwise, it'd be treated kind of the way that like defamation or libel would, where if you if it's determined that you're like acting in bad faith with these claims, then you'd be acting with grievance and you could be, you know, further prosecuted for it. Are there ways this could be abused? Yes. If I had more time and also some lawyers next to me, could I think of more caveats or specificities, you know, to levy here? Yes, absolutely. But keep in mind that a lot of what Republicans have done already meets the definition of sedition in a legal sense. So it's not as though they aren't already constantly tripping over the boundaries of the law. We just don't really have a response to this. Like, what do you do if political officials and elected leaders just use their power to lie broadly and basically just openly subvert the democracy? We don't really have anything. Again, a lot of our system just relies on gentlemen's agreements. A lot of our system just relies on the assumption that everybody operating within it will be acting in good faith. But if people are willing to openly act in bad faith, then that just no longer applies. And you need to have like backups, because otherwise, whoever is the most bad faith first wins, and that seems like a pretty fucking bad democracy.
I'd love to have dinner. I'd love to bring my lovely wife. All right, Mark, come on in. Sir, you're #1 on Facebook. I'd like to congratulate you. Oh, thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate it. Weirdo Mark Zuckerberg confessed that in 2020, the FBI went to Facebook and the media and gave them the false narrative that the Hunter Biden laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, even though they knew that was not true. So they went and they said it was Russian disinformation. By the way, the guy that came in with that stuff just got fired. He perk-walked. He was perk-walked out of the FBI on Friday.
So what he's referring to here, I think, is that Facebook censored the Hunter Biden laptop story when it came out. as part of a broader policy against election misinformation, which they were in contact with the federal government over, like in terms of like what could be done to cut down on it. To my knowledge, I don't remember seeing any evidence of the Fed specifically saying, yeah, shut that info down. Only that it, it fit within the purview of election misinformation, which of course it did. Because there was a ton of misinfo. Yeah. Remember how initially everyone was saying there was a ton of CP on that laptop? What happened to that claim? People sure shut up about that, didn't they? The only thing that ended up being proven was that Hunter Biden has a fat cock and he likes beautiful adult women and cocaine. Okay, great. So now you've made me jealous. What? Okay, fantastic. Well, okay. So much of that stuff never got verified, but a lot of it was objectively election misinformation to begin with, And even if all the worst of it was true and Hunter Biden was some kind of, pedophile or whatever, still don't know how exactly that's an attack on Joe Biden unless Joe Biden did something to cover it up or whatever.
But that doesn't help us and the election of 2020, does it? That doesn't help us. They perk walk him because of all the things he did, so many more than what we're even talking about. The FBI made it clear that they did not want the truth about the criminality and influence peddling of the Biden family coming out before the election, because that would hurt the chances of Joe Biden, who virtually never left his basement, winning the election. He came to Philadelphia, as you know. You know how many people they had? Almost nobody showed up. And we have a lot of people in this place. And a lot of people.
So many people that have cut the bit rate.
And we're not even talking about all the people outside that couldn't get in because you have better real estate, right? We got a lot of people outside watching. I hope they're watching we put screens up outside. This place, I think it holds 12,000 people, so it was sold out in about 15 seconds. And I said, what are we going to do for the people that can't get in? That's why a lot of times I like fields, because fields you can just keep having them come. In Alabama, we had 66,000 people. Think of this. Outside of Houston, Texas, we had 89,000 people show up. Think of it. But what the FBI did was corruption and election interference on a scale that we have never seen before in our country. According to pollsters, it made a 10 to 20-point difference, not even including all of the other totally determinative evidence of illegality that was found having to do with the 2020 presidential election scam.
None.
Including ballot stuffing and not adhering to the laws, rules, and regulations.
So stuff like this, right? Like, basically, the claim would be you're defaming the process, right? So, like, you can, if you're found to be maliciously lying about somebody in a way that causes damages, you can be sued for libel or for defamation. And that's a good thing. Free speech isn't of much value if there is complete legal equality between things that are untrue and harmful and things that are true and beneficial. I mean, obviously, that's not, like, the point, right? The point should be the prioritization of good, helpful speech. Otherwise, like, why would we even care about free speech at all? So what he's doing right here, I mean, don't you think a fair argument could be made that this is a kind of defamation of the government? Because, now, this wouldn't be like if anyone says anything bad about the government, you could be, no, nothing like that. If you're an elected official or former elected official, and you're saying stuff that's provably wrong, you can be brought to trial for it. And if it's shown that you're wrong about it, you have to shut the fuck up. That way, even if you're doing your little white lie bullshit as part of your campaigning, like, until you're called out in it, you don't have to shut the fuck up, And then after that, you would be held to a higher standard of scrutiny. Yeah, I don't know. Again, like, I'm spitballing here, but, like, we're kind of up against the looking glass right here, Like, what the fuck are we going to do? We can't just let shit like this happen. We can't just let democracy die because fat, bloviating billionaires are willing to lie about it, and they have enough backing in, like, corporate media to get away with it. Like, we can't just let good things die because we're too unwilling to attempt some kind of reformist approach to defense. It's like your city's being attacked by fucking orcs, and you need wood for shields, but you have, like, some 87-year-old law about which sections of the forest can or cannot be harvested for lumber. And you're like, well, yeah, like we could harvest that wood, but you know, like it's like, no, I don't know. Priorities, right? Priorities.
Of state legislatures, which is totally illegal. They just did whatever they wanted to do. And frankly, Republicans locally that ran things in a lot of states should be ashamed of themselves. Should be ashamed of themselves. And a guy like Mitch McConnell, who allowed this stuff to happen, should be scorned. He should be scorned. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and now our country is being destroyed by people who got into office through cheating and through fraud. Now watch. The cameras will all turn off as soon as I say that, because they're not allowed to put that on. The cameras...
The crazy thing is that a lot of the people watching probably believe that because they only listen to Trump. They probably genuinely believe that the media is some kind of hyper coordinated black bagging 1984 dystopia, you know? If the media wasn't allowed to show Donald Trump claiming the election was rigged, then they would have never been able to show him on the media at all. Like what they wouldn't be allowed to show him what else can we cover from him?
They'll all turn off. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. You know why? But Republican leadership just doesn't fight because in many cases, they are intimidated and they're afraid. They're actually afraid. Republicans must get tougher and stronger and fast.
By tougher and stronger, he means more willing to attack the Capitol and more willing to subvert democracy. That is what he means. No, absolutely no ambiguity about it. The strength that he's referring to here in juxtaposition with him lying about the election results is the strength to overtake the democracy, the strength necessary to impose fascism. There is no other interpretation of this.
By the way, I'll tell you a guy that fought. In fact, that's why he's here today as your nominee. Doug Mastriano. He fought. He fought. But he was dealing with rhinos and all sorts of crap. But Doug, you fought like very few people fought. That's really why he's here, because everybody saw that he fought. You know, after people figured it out, they all ran on the basis of, we're going to...
Doug Mastriano is losing in the polls right now, by the way. Funnily enough, the good guy here, the blue, is named Shapiro. So this is the famous Democrat Shapiro. Getting on out there. Was the latest poll really from August 25th? The latest aggregate, maybe? Oh, wow, it really was. Wild. Oop, Joe Biden's approval is still climbing. Oh, shit, guys. Oh, shit. You see that? Still going up. And these probably don't even factor in the, No, the last update here was from the 2nd of September. This doesn't even factor in the Dark Brandon speech.
Stop, but they were not there. He was there at the beginning, and the people understood it, so it's a big deal. And by the way, I saw a poll today, Doug, that you're tied.
Whoa! What is this from? Why did Donald Trump's approval rating plummet recently? Oh, this cuts off at January 20th. Wait, I'm sorry. This polling cuts off at January 20th. No wonder. Obviously, but okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought this was wait. Why would you show me this? Okay, yeah. Well, obviously it cuts off there, you know. Here, I need to pee. Just, I know what he's gonna say, so just.
Or up 1 point. Just so you know, again, all they do well is cheat on elections and use disinformation. So when he's running, he's got a big base, and he won by a lot. He won by even more when I endorsed him, but that's okay. But he won by a lot. And you know what? They said, this guy Shapiro, who's a lightweight, they said the following. They saw he was going to win, he was doing well, he was way up, and he had a big base, and they don't like that. So what do? The one we really want to run against is Doug Mastriano. That's the one. Well, they say that on every time they have somebody that's going to kick their ass, they go out and they say, the one we want to run against. The one person they didn't want to run against is Doug Mastriano. It's disinformation. True. I kept hearing it. I'd be out, I'd see the people going crazy for Doug, for his incredible wife. But it's true. True. He was right there from the beginning, day one. You had to fight the Republicans and the Democrats. You had to fight people. American elections should be determined only by the American people. And that did not happen in 2020. And I'm just talking to FBI, but there are many, many other things. We won't go into it. The Mar-a-Lago raid was a desperate effort to distract from Joe Biden's record of misery and failure. The many disasters that our country and the world are now suffering would never, ever have happened if I was in the White House. You all know that. All of this stuff would never happen. You could take the 5 worst presidents in American history and put them together, and they would not have done the damage Joe Biden has done to our country in less than 2 years. They could not have done it.
And they fully believe it, by the way. Please keep that in mind. They fully believe it. Reality has nothing to do with the perception and thoughts of a Trump supporter. There's no relationship between these things. He could say anything. Donald Trump could stand there and just say, Joe Biden has killed more Jews than Adolf Hitler could have ever dreamed of. And they would cheer, and they would agree with him. They would believe that. And then the conservatives across social media, all of the pundits and politicians and grifters, would come out and talk about how that's actually true. And they would just start saying it's true. Yeah, that's it. Completely and fully. There's nothing here. There's nothing of value here. The elimination of this speech is not an anti-free speech perspective. There's nothing here. It's white noise.
2 years ago, when I was in office, gas was $1.87 a gallon.
No, it wasn't. What? There was like one day, because of the COVID pandemic and nobody was driving, that gas was crazy cheap, in theory, in like the world market costs. Not, yeah, okay. Sorry, I was in LA at the time, and no, it wasn't.
And we weren't talking about going to all electric cars, which are twice as expensive. I mean, the problem is, a friend of mine wanted to do something for the environment. He went out and bought an electric car. And he made a certain trip. I won't say from where, Kentucky. I won't say from where. And he's a good person. He wants to do what's well. Now he understands. Not so good. And he bought an electric car, and he made the trip often from Kentucky to Washington, and he made it, and he'd drive down and put the car away and drive back. He was getting like 38 miles a gallon, and it was fine. And then he goes to hybrids and all the other things they can do.
38 miles to a gallon for an electric car? I think you'll get higher than that because it's an electric car. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Gallons and gallons of electricity. Yeah, I don't know. I assume he means a hybrid. I assume what he means is that it was a hybrid car. But for a hybrid, I don't think 38... Hold on. Hybrid miles per gallon comparison. EPA fuel economy for new hybrid vehicles, about 52 miles per gallon. Yeah, that sounds right. 50. Yeah, okay. Oh, 58 city, 60 highway. That's pretty good. That's the Hyundai Ioniq Blue, which is the most efficient hybrid car on sale today. Okay, yeah, it's pretty good. You know, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
But he wanted to go all electric because he wants to save our country. Wants to save the atmosphere. And he called me. He said, I'm exhausted. Why? He said, this damn trip took me forever. I'd drive for 2 hours, and then I'd have to have my car charged. And in 2 cases, I couldn't find a place to charge it, but even if I could, it took me more time to charge the damn car than I could spend in it driving.
Just a couple of pointers here. First of all, I'm not even that into electric cars. Second of all, so I guess he did mean an electric car, not a hybrid. So the 38 miles to gallon thing he just made up. Also, it is true that full electric cars do not do that well for super long distance trips. They're generally better for if you're in more like developed urban areas due to the proximity of charging ports and everything. You can get a charging port at your house too, you know, but consider it like a low range, more efficient electric vehicle. Now, obviously I'm public transit pilled, but you know, yeah.
He said it took me 2.5 times. Please, please, let's get rid of this stuff. Please. And you see in California, you see what's happening there where they're going all electric cars. Number one, people can't afford them. Number two, the batteries are made all in China. All the earth, the rare earth comes out of China. And interesting, we have all the gas and the gasoline, when it's refined, we have it all right under our, we don't have any of the other stuff. And if we did, our environmentalists wouldn't let us take it. It all comes out of China and a little bit in the Congo, which has gas.
He's actually probably right there. It's true. I have a feeling that if we had mass scale lithium mining done in America, environmentalists would be kicking a fit about it. the beautiful Rockies being tunneled into with these gigantic dome mines. Yeah. Yeah.
Who controls the Congo? China. We play right into their hands. You see where I'm getting a lot of great press because I told Germany, don't make a deal with Russia on the pipeline. And they said, oh, that's so funny. I actually sent, during a meeting, G7, I sent Angela Merkel, a white flag of surrender. She said, Donald, but why do you send me this white flag? I said, Angela, because you're going to surrender. 75% of your energy is coming from Russia. If you look back over the decades, Russia and Germany haven't done too well together. When there's a war,
they were
when there's a
allies
problem,
for a
they'll just
bit.
turn off Nord Stream 2. And Angela, you're not going to be able to defend yourselves. Oh, that will never happen. Well, that was about 2 years ago. The only thing I never thought was going to happen this fast. And now they're giving me great. Remember, I made the speech at the United Nations, and the German delegation was all smiling. They thought it was so funny. They're not smiling now. He said it better than me. They're not smiling now. But now gas is $5 and $6 and $7, and it's going to be going up. Think of it. And they brag because it came down slightly. It came down about 42 cents.
Trump's not wrong on this one, by the way. Germany really dragged their feet on the whole getting their energy from Russia thing. They really fucked up on that one. Yeah, they fucked up on that one. Yeah, they've made steps to address it. It's just, yeah. Germany's brought it in now. It's just, yeah, closing their nuclear power.
We actually had it down at one point to $1.42. Remember that? But I had to get it a little up. We had to let the oil companies make a couple of bucks. I didn't want to wipe out the oil companies. But what's happened is one of the big reasons for inflation is what this guy has done with energy, because energy is so all-encompassing. It's so big. With the help of Pennsylvania energy workers, did you get screwed or what? Remember I told you they were going to do this to you? He lied. During the debate, he said, no, I would never do that. The first thing he did, practically, was end the Keystone Pipeline, right? That was like the first thing he did. And all those workers voted for me, but the head of the union voted for... I wonder, is he still the head? Check it out. He ought to be fired real fast. The Keystone Pipeline would have been great. A lot of jobs. It would have done a good job. With the help of Pennsylvania energy workers, under my leadership, we had American energy independence for the first time ever. And within a short period of time, we would have been energy dominant. We would have been bigger than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined ×2. And now we're beggars. We're like a beggar nation. We gave you, think of that, we're energy beggars. We would have been bigger than everybody combined. The biggest energy suppliers combined ×2. We were going to be energy dominant, and now we're beggars. We gave you the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts in American history. The radical Democrat Congress just passed one of the largest tax hikes in American history, pulverizing the middle class. And now you have the privilege of having 87,000 IRS agents go after you. And they've actually been approved. I'd never heard of this one. They got approved to carry guns, so they can go after you with guns. They don't want to have...
What does he think IRS agents do? What? They work in an office. IRS soldiers. Vosh, this has been a thing since the 30s. Every federal government branch can carry guns if they want to confront you directly. The post office has their own detective and police force. Every federal, they're the executive branch. No, the 87,000 IRS agents are accountants. That's it. And there's no reason to ever be against it either, by the way. Every leftist should support more money going to the IRS, more people working for the IRS. Means more tax cheat rich people getting what's coming to them. The IRS has had trouble pursuing audits against the wealthy who have fancy attorneys that they can use to delay investigation. Takes a lot of money to investigate those people.
Have guns, but it's okay for the IRS. It's like an army. Can you imagine that was approved, that they allowed that to get through? And all Mitch McConnell had to do is waive the debt ceiling. I'm not approving anything having to do with debt ceiling unless you drop all this crap, $4 trillion worth, because Manchin folded like a dog. You saw that. And I always said he would. I told you he would. He did. And West Virginia, which voted for me, 45 points. I was up 45 points. West Virginia is not happy with Joe Manchin because he killed coal and they put taxes on coal. Clean, beautiful coal. He killed it. I can't imagine he's going to do well. I don't know what the hell got to him. Under the Trump administration, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world with no inflation. Biden and the Democrat Congress created the worst inflation in 50 years, 9.1%, and it's going to go a lot higher. And now they are making it worse with their immoral plan to wipe out hundreds of billions of dollars of debt for college graduates. Now think of this. How unfair is it? How unfair is it to all of those people, many of you are here, that paid and worked so hard? I saw they were doing a story about Pocahontas. That's Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts. And this big, strong guy came up to her, really a good-looking guy, and he looks at
I missed him.
and he goes, well, what's going on with this debt? You want to cancel the debt? I've been working my ass off for 12 years, he said, and I've almost got my daughter's debt paid off. I worked weekends, 12 years. My neighbor, he's my friend, but he hasn't worked at all. And now the debt's going to be canceled, but I worked.
Yes.
This is unfair. And then he was not too nice after that, so we'll forget what he said. But he was not too happy. But you can multiply that times millions and millions of people.
So again, like, this logic is literally like, wow, you developed a cure to cancer. Well, what about all the people who died of cancer before? Completely insane. No moral justification for it. Again, I struggle sometimes when watching stuff like this because it's a reminder that these people are beyond reason. It's like the clean coal thing. There are Republicans who believe that clean coal is a thing. Donald Trump has repeatedly said clean coal is a thing. What do you do with that? Like, they want to launder the reputation of the fossil fuel companies because they're in bed with them. It's like, okay, well, we're just going to say clean coal. No studies, nothing. Like, there's nothing there. Just clean coal. Okay? And now they believe it. Now Republicans are like, oh yeah, well, clean coal. It's not regular coal. It's clean coal. What is clean coal? I don't know. They wash it beforehand or something. There's nothing there. It's empty. It's completely empty.
They paid for it on the backs of hardworking citizens, and they're raising your taxes. Remember this, you don't realize it. You're getting the biggest tax increase in history. It's all disinformation. They're saying under 400,000. You're getting the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. So enjoy paying it. And you know what it's paying for? Things like that, but the Green New Deal, which is like taking the money and throwing it out the window. And it's actually worse. It's actually like taking the money and destroying our country because it sets us back. Just like Germany. Germany's back to building and opening its plants because they got so screwed up with their green new energy. They got carried away. Windmills all over the place, killing all the birds, destroying all the values of homes, destroying the plains and fields, beautiful plains. If you want to see a dead bird cemetery, go under a windmill sometime. It's not a pretty sight. It's also the single most expensive form of energy you can get. And all of those big giant turbines are built in China and Germany to a lesser extent. I rebuilt our military.
God.
Including our nuclear capability, and hope to God we never have to use it, and the creation of Space Force. Do you see what they're doing with Iran? Iran was dying to make a deal with me. I would have had a deal done within 1 week after the election, and now we're going to pay them hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're going to have nuclear weapons within a short period of time. These people are crazy. I mean, they honestly, they can't be stupid. They must hate our country. They must hate our country. They surrendered our strength and our wisdom, our everything. They turned Afghanistan into the greatest humiliation our country has ever seen. I believe it was the most humiliating time that our country has ever gone through. 13 dead soldiers, but they never mentioned those soldiers who lost their legs and arms and face. They were obliterated. Nobody talks about them.
Is this video sped up? It actually is by 30%. This is what he normally sounds like.
There were many. Nobody talks about them. We left American citizens behind, and we left $85 billion worth of the best military equipment in the entire world, planes and tanks and goggles, 700,000 rifles and AK-47s. We left it all behind. Think of this, 70,000 vehicles. There's not a used car lot in the country that has probably 500 vehicles. 70,000 vehicles we left behind. Some of those vehicles cost millions of dollars because they're armor plated with 6 inches of steel.
I'm turning it back up.
We left it all behind. I built much of it because I rebuilt our entire military. We left, think of it, $85 billion worth of military equipment. And you know, I saw a number the other day. The second largest arms dealer in the entire world is Afghanistan. Because they're selling, because they don't need 700,000 rifles and guns. 700,000. They need 40,000 or 20,000. What were we thinking? You don't take the military out first. And remember this in Afghanistan. 18 months, we didn't lose one soldier. You heard the numbers on Philadelphia? 18 months. I spoke to Abdul. I said, Abdul, don't do it, Abdul, don't do it. Don't do it. But why, sir? Why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, Abdul, that's a different story.
This is just a straight lie, lol. Yeah, probably. I don't even care enough to fact check. Why bother fact checking any of this? Why? Oh God, I can't sink into the doomerism. It's important to spend 18 hours a day memorizing everything they casually lie about so that you can debunk it on the fly. Oh God. That's the whole, because that's what I've had to, that's what I have to do, right? Especially when in the lead up to the presidential race. It's like memorize gallons of disinformation every day so that you can know what to say in response to it, you know? Oh God, it's so tiring. And that's the point. I mean, that's the point, you know? They lie on purpose. The purpose of lying this frequently, even about stuff that doesn't even matter, is to, you know, numb their audience to lies and make it difficult for everyone else to actually deal with it.
Don't do it. And we were fine. Remember they said, why is he speaking to the Taliban? Because that's where the problem was, right? That's where the problem was. 18 months. And Biden actually said it a couple of months ago. Well, I'll say one thing. We didn't lose one soldier in 18 months. And they're screaming at him, you don't take it back. You're not supposed to say that because it's good. We didn't lose a soldier in 18 months. They were so afraid. They didn't want anything. We could have gotten out. I wanted to get out more than anybody. I'm the one that got it down to 2,000. But also, we should have kept Bagram because of China. Bagram Air Base cost billions and billions of dollars years ago to build. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. We should have never left without keeping Bagram. What a shame. The most humiliating time. I believe, actually, that probably Putin went in because when he saw the incompetence.
So wait, leave Afghanistan but occupy the airport? What? Oh yeah, Trump never would have left Afghanistan. He would have continued delaying the plan 100%. Everyone with two brain cells knew that the withdrawal from Afghanistan would be followed by the ANA crumbling. Jesus Christ. That it would be followed by the ANA crumbling and the Taliban taking over. It was just a matter of how long it would take. And there's no way Trump, with his ego, could have let that happen on his watch. Unironically, massive respect to Biden for actually letting it go through.
Of that, he said, this is going to be easier than I thought. And now we have a war between Russia and Ukraine with potentially hundreds of thousands
and even is this?
Millions of people are going to die. That would have never happened if I was your president. It would have never happened. I promise you. I talked to him. Vladimir, you can't do that. Can't do it, Vladimir.
This is probably true. If Trump was president at that time, he probably would have led an international effort to keep people from defending Ukraine. There would have been fewer deaths because Russia just would have won immediately.
Those beautiful golden turrets in Moscow, Vladimir, I want to leave them alone, please. You can't do it, Vladimir. He would never have done it. He would never have done it. He said, well, I sort of believe you because you actually did kill me on Nord Stream 2. Nobody thought that was possible. I ended North. Can you imagine? Biden came in and he opened up the pipeline. I ended it. Then he said, oh, Trump was soft on Russia. I was soft. The only one that doesn't think that is Putin. He didn't think I was too soft with the sanctions, but think of it. The biggest deal they've ever done is Nord Stream 2 that nobody ever heard of until I came along. They were building this massive pipeline. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 until I came along. We created the safest border in United States history. We ended catch and release. We deported record numbers of illegal aliens, gang members.
It's completely incoherent. There's not even any like coherent thread with the okay.
And we built hundreds and hundreds of miles of border wall, despite 2.5 years of Democrat-inspired lawsuits. We had 11 lawsuits. I won every one of them. It took 2.5 years to win. And
hundreds of miles, but it's a 1,000-mile long border, multiple thousands.
And they came to me, sir, we have some other sections. I said, let's do it. Come on, let's go fast. Then we added much more wall, 200 miles, and we almost got that finished on top of what we did. And I figured that this guy would finish it up, and he didn't. Not only didn't he finish, when Texas wanted to use the stuff that was sitting there ready to be erected, it was going to be erected very quickly, very effectively. Great wall. It's exactly what Border Patrol wanted. I said, what do you want?
Is this guy having a religious experience? I'm genuinely wondering. I mean, anybody who would show up at these rallies and push their way into the behind Trump, you know, like to get in the camera frame has got to be pretty fucking psycho. I don't know. Is that his beard? Yeah, it is. It's kind of disconcerting.
This is exactly. They wanted steel. They wanted concrete. They wanted rebar, heavy set rebar. They wanted exactly, and they have to be able to see through so we see what's happening on the other side. I wanted to just give them a nice, big, beautiful concrete plank, but they didn't want that. So we gave them exactly what they wanted, and it could have been finished in a few weeks. And not only didn't they give this free to Texas, where Texas could have put it up, they actually took it away and put it in a secure area where nobody can take it. That's just a terrible thing. 3 weeks was all it would have taken to complete the job. Our country is paying a terrible price for the rigged election. I ran twice, I won twice, and did much better the second time than I did the first. Getting millions and millions more votes in 2020 than we got in 2016.
See, again, it's the pathology of the Trump voter. Notice how nobody was following any of the shit that he was saying for a while there. Like, he'll do a rambling bit, and then he has to end it on one of the few things that the audience is keyed in on and knows to respond to. So he does this rambling thing, you know, people are just waiting for it, and then just with no connection between these ideas, and then he goes to, yeah, we won twice, I won even more election fraud, and you know, everyone erupts in applause. There doesn't really have to be any any synchronicity or cohesion to the delivery of the speech, which is pretty wild, you know. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a big respecter of all people, but Republicans, at least the ones who are very fanatically in favor of Trump, definitely work to earn the very negative things you can say about them. IQ, skull shape, you know, general disposition. They certainly, I mean, I hate to sound cunty here, but like, does the word sheeple not like creep into your mind like a spider emerging from the, you know, the edge of a dresser? I mean, there's very little like actual thought and comprehension going on here. And you can tell. You can watch a speech from Bernie or a speech from Biden. There's way more evident engagement with what he's saying. And for as, you know, as much as we ramble on about the Biden dementia shit, which again, he's old as fuck, probably true. His speeches are coherent, at least structurally. He'll ramble off for a bit because he's got a stutter. You know, he sounds like he's aging to death live, but the way the speech is structured is coherent. Not really the case here. Just hard to imagine any critical thought going on in the minds of these people. He made a joke earlier about Germany and literally no one laughed. Yeah, because they don't know. They don't know politics is the thing. Do you think Trump is a speechwriter? I think these are ad-libbed, aren't they? Most of these speeches are ad-libbed because it's like an ego thing. He doesn't want to be brought down by a teleprompter. But they don't know politics. They're not familiar with politics. Politics for them is a vehicle exclusively, you know, for the purpose of securing their power, and the dissolution of democracy. That's what it is for them. All the nuance, all the subtlety, all the specifics, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for them. They don't need to be. They don't need to be good at politics. You don't need to be good at politics to be in charge. The Nazis were not good at politics. They were not nuanced, effective policymakers. They were just more effective than their adversaries at securing political power.
You know that. Doug knows that. We got millions of more votes. I tell people, yeah, oh, what a great job you did. I was being interviewed by this fake news reporter, and he said, what happened in 2020? I said, well, we did much better, actually. We got millions more votes. We got the largest number of votes of any sitting president in history. They said, you know, I never thought of it that way. I said, why don't you start thinking about it that way? Got to win the election. And likewise, getting more votes than, think of it. There's never been a president, a sitting president, got anywhere near, I think we got like 10 million more votes than Obama got. Obama, you know, so popular.
That's crazy. There's actually, you know, there's one other guy who got more votes in a presidential election. 8 million more votes, actually. Pretty crazy if you think about it. Not a sitting president, didn't even have the benefit of being the incumbent.
He's so popular. They say he's so handsome. Oh, Obama's so handsome. He's such a great speaker. What does he say? He says nothing. And we're leading Biden and everyone else, including the Republicans, by record numbers in the polls. So I may just have to do it again. You'll be staying tuned. I have to do it again. You hear that, Oz? Do it again.
He's never going to get over Obama. All of this is because Obama made fun of him at a fucking correspondence dinner, and now we have to deal with this guy. I mean, Trump literally hired that actor to do the fake "you're fired" video with the Obama impersonator after he, like, got into office, because he needed that, you know? Yeah, it's all because of that fucking... Oh, God. Wait, is that actually the lore? Yeah! It's Trump. Of course it's all spite-based. Obama-Trump correspondence dinner joke. Like 2011.
My official.
Because Trump was a big birther back then, right? The idea that that Barack Obama wasn't a real American because of the birth certificate thing, that years-long conspiracy theory.
Long-form birth certificate. Hopefully, this puts all doubts to rest. But just in case there are any lingering questions, tonight, I'm prepared to go a step further. Tonight, for the first time, I am releasing my official birth video.
Obama.
Now, I warn you, no one has seen this footage.
I know Obama is far from perfect, but damn if he's in charge. Oh, of course. Oh, Obama's insanely charismatic. Didn't he win an Emmy like yesterday? Of course he's charismatic. You know, not really a statement on the man's politics, but obviously he's exceptionally charismatic.
50 years. Not even me. But let's take a look.
It's a good meme.
Oh well. Back to square one. I want to make clear to the...
That seems racist. That's the joke. The joke is that the birther movement was racist. They were calling him not really an American because they were lying about his birth certificate. So the joke is like, actually, he's from Africa.
Fox News table, that was a joke. That was not my real birth video. That was a children's cartoon. Call Disney if you don't believe me. They have the original long-form version. There's a vicious rumor floating around that I think could really hurt Mitt Romney. I heard he passed universal health care when he was governor of Massachusetts. Someone should get to the bottom of that. And I know just the guy to do it. Donald Trump is here tonight. Now, I know that he's taken some flack lately, but no one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac?
It's incredible. You can see, I'll full screen it too. You can see he's so fucking mad. Absolutely. Look at him. He's like the protagonist in a movie. Like everyone else is moving and he's just seething. Look at him. And that's it. And this is it. This is why everything of the past 6 years has happened. This right here. We found, this is it. It's literally that simple.
Like, did we fake the moon landing?
Look at him. Look at him. He's doing the fucking Clockwork Orange Kubrick stare at Obama.
Happened in Roswell. And where are Biggie and Tupac?
It's psychotic.
All kidding aside, obviously we all know about.
It's like he's literally doing the thing. Like he's laughing at your joke. No, this one's better. This is more appropriate. There we go. This is what he's doing. Look, you could see it. He's doing the face. It's not a joke. It's the same face. Yeah, so anyway, that's why American democracy is crumbling and fascism is imminent. It's because of this joke. Thanks, Obama. Fuck, we were watching a speech, weren't we? I got there. It's 3 p.m. Man.
May just have to do it again.
Because some liberals were being smug. You joke, but the emasculation by the liberal class is a habitual theme in fascist uprisings. The perceived emasculation by liberalism is a consistent theme in the motivation of fascist movements. So yeah, this may seem like incredibly silly, but no, it's on the level of what you'd expect, I guess. Though this is, I'll admit, a particularly petty example.
But first, we have to win a historic victory for the Republican Party this November. Among our highest priorities must be to end the nightmare Joe Biden and congressional Democrats have created on our southern border, a nightmare. Remember this, we had the strongest, best border we ever had 2 years ago. Now we have the worst border. I believe it's worse than any border anywhere in the world.
You could just say anything, dude. Just literally anything. The fucking Indian-Pakistani border, you know, just whatever. Yeah, no, that's not shit. Next to American border. Whatever. Fucking North Korean, South Korean border, the DMZ, nah.
Because no third world country would let people come into their country the way we have. Right here in Pennsylvania last year, 2 illegal alien criminals allegedly brutalized and bludgeoned a man to death on a busy street corner.
That's crazy.
In Chester County, an illegal alien stands accused of grabbing a 33-year-old woman by the hair, pulling her down and around the ground and stabbing her to death in front of her 7-year-old daughter
Andrew
and a
Tate
3-year-old son. And just a few weeks ago, an illegal alien murderer was charged with shooting to death a 76-year-old man from Pennsylvania. He took a walk every morning, and this guy killed him for no reason whatsoever. Didn't know him.
Genocidal rhetoric, by the way. The goal here is to exacerbate tensions within the population so that the legal proceduralist efforts to keep immigrants out can be supplemented by essentially like mass lynchings of the immigrants already here. Not whether, it doesn't matter whether they're illegal or not, you know, that doesn't really matter. What it's brown people, you know, Mexicans.
Didn't know him, didn't do anything, just wanted to kill him. The radical Democrat Congress has turned our country into one giant sanctuary for dangerous criminal aliens. We protect all of the criminals. We don't protect our own people. In fact, they raid our people. In the Republican Party, we believe our country should be a sanctuary for law-abiding citizens who love America. If we're going to make America great again, our first task is to make America safe again. We have to have a safe country. We have to have a safe country. And you know, I told you before I love the fields, but I like these better because the air conditioning system. But this air conditioning is not working too well. It's about 100 degrees up here. I'm sweating like a dog, but I'll call Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz, am I okay, doctor? Am I okay? He says yes. He says yes. You know, I was on a show years ago, and Dr. Oz, I'm going to introduce him in a second, but I was on a show years ago, and he did like an examination of me. I don't know what the hell he did the show for. I wasn't like even a politician at that point. But he did an examination, and the word said, he's extremely healthy, really a very, very fine, fit man, but he should lose 20 or 25 pounds. I was so angry I didn't speak to him for you. Remember that? He said he was great, but he could lose a couple of pounds. He's great. He's going to be great. Under Democrat control, the streets of our great cities are drenched in the blood of innocent victims. Much of this crime is caused by drug dealers who, during the course of their lives, will kill an average of 500 American citizens. Every drug dealer.
I was about to say I'd like to know where he got that statistic from. I know it came directly from his ass, but okay. All right.
Is responsible, and that doesn't include what they've done to families of people that haven't died, but families that are just devastated by what happened to their children and to themselves. Think of it, 500 people, the average drug dealer. I'm calling for the death penalty for drug dealers, which will, upon its passage.
So, fascism.
Reduce drug distribution in our country on day one by 75%. No more blue ribbon committees telling us what to do, you know?
No more law, no more proceduralist bullshit, no more bureaucrats, just people on the street with rope and a lamppost to hang people off of. That's what he's saying. No law, just lynching.
I was setting them up in the White House. There's a blue ribbon committee headed by socialites. And they just want, I mean, look, they're very nice people, but they just want a little publicity for themselves. They can't deal with the kind of killers that we're talking.
Oh, by the way, when you consider what it means to kill drug dealers like that, keep in mind that conservatives, for decades, have long made an effort to lock up people of color for possession amounts under intent to distribute charges. You know, you're going to have black guys with like 1 ounce of weed getting lynched as a bunch of, you know, Karens are screaming that they're trying to get their kids hooked on fentanyl or something. And there is, of course, always a racial and a class character to any war on drugs or drug dealers. I mean, obviously.
Talking about. We want the death penalty for drug dealers, and you will save millions of lives. You know, we're going to lose 250,000 people, I think, this year. You know, just to go off for
a lot of the people that we're going to lose to drugs, by the way, going to be lost to prescription opioid addicts. In the pharmaceutical industry, over-recommending painkillers is an easy fix-all. It gets people hooked. That's not what he means, but he says drug dealers, you know. For all of the wanking off that these people do about how they're fighting pharmaceutical industry corruption by being anti-vaccine, they refuse to look at the actual cause of a significant portion of drug deaths in this country because they're in bed with their corporate masters. You know, they know who pays the bills. They know who you know, funds those super PACs. So instead, they're going to make this a, you know, racialized thing again.
Second, does anybody mind that I do that? No. Is there any better place to be on a beautiful Saturday evening than a Trump rally?
That's what gets the cheer.
I don't think so. Trump rally. But just to go for a second, so, you know, I got to know a lot of the foreign leaders, and let me tell you, unlike our leader, they're at the top of their game. These are like central casting. There's nobody that could play the role in Hollywood. All of Hollywood, nobody can play the role of President Xi of China. Nobody could play the role. He's a fierce person.
What?
Putin, fierce. They're smart. You know, a lot of times I'll say somebody's smart, and the fake news will go, he called President Xi smart. He rules with an iron fist 1.5 billion people. Yeah, I'd say he's smart. Wouldn't you say he's smart? So, I'm with President Xi, and I got along with him very well. I mean, once COVID came, it was just over. We made a great trade deal with him, helped our farmers, helped our manufacturers, but I'm with him. And I really had a great relationship with him. And then I asked him a question. I said, President, he's president for life, by the way. So I call him King. I say, King. He said, but I am not king. I said, you are to me. You're president for life. It's the same thing. He will be very soon. You know, they're having another. By the way, do you notice a lot of ships are circling Taiwan? That wouldn't have happened either, by the way. But I said, President, could I ask you a very simple question? Do you have a drug problem? He looked at me like, what's wrong with that? No, of course not. He goes, no. He's like, what the hell stupid question is that? No. I said, you don't have a drug problem with 1.5 billion people. His big problem is they make the drugs, they send them into our country. That's their problem. That would have been their problem, and he was stopping it too. But now they're sending.
I don't think the drugs that we get in the United States are being shipped to us from China. I don't know if that's the character of the international drug trade. If it is, I'm not aware of it. Additionally, I like how Donald Trump essentially acknowledges that Xi Jinping is a dictator for life, and then just decides to take advice from him. Fentanyl is? Okay, fentanyl. How many people die? Fentanyl deaths. I know that, like, cops are always... There's always... The fentanyl thing is always... It's difficult because the cops... You know, the cops will post something like... They found, like, a little baggie full of sugar crystals or something, and there'll be a story underneath it about how the aura of the fentanyl within caused cops to pass out from miles away. Like it was some kind of escaped SCP that they tracked down to, like, the parking lot behind a Denny's. You know, they needed to have like a wall of riot cops, like, surround it with psi shields, and they had a little bomb diffusal robot come up and pick it up, you know. Place it in a psionically contained canister. Well, the whole fentanyl shit is really mostly happening because of the opioid overprescription epidemic, right? That's what happens. It's like these people get injuries. They go to the doctor. The doctors get them hooked on prescription opiates, and then, you know, when they can't get the prescription re-up, they turn to street stuff, and obviously that street stuff is dangerous, and they die, and that's not good. Yeah, it seems like a problem that at its core is coming from the pharmaceutical industry.
The fentanyl in at numbers that you wouldn't believe it, pouring through that porous border at numbers you wouldn't believe. I had him very close to stopped. He couldn't do it. I told him he can't do it. So, President, you don't have a drug problem. But why don't you have a drug problem? We have quick trial. I said, what is a quick trial? We immediately catch the drug dealer. We give him quick trial. And if he is guilty, which I would say probably they're batting, would you say they're about batting 100% or only 99? If the drug dealer is guilty, he is immediately executed. So we have no drug problem in China. And
so after acknowledging that Xi Jinping is a dictator, he says not only does he want the death penalty, he wants what seems to be, what is implied to be here, an expedited and unfair trial, like a show trial. That's the implication here, you know? Like, oh yeah, China, dictatorship, they solve this problem real quick. They're batting 100, or batting 1,000, sorry. You know, quick trial, then they're dead, you know? It's a show trial, kangaroo court. Why are they clapping? He's saying he agrees with China. So this is what you have to understand, okay? They don't actually dislike China, all right? It's a very interesting pathology. The fascists and the nationalists simultaneously get along with other fascists and authoritarians in other countries while also maintaining the posture of opposition. It is, funnily enough, a lot like 1984. In 1984, you have the three superstates that all appear to be competing with each other, but in reality, they effectively have, you know, treaties of you know, mutual non-intervention when it comes to invading their respective territories. Same thing, Stalin and Hitler. Think about it. Hitler, big Aryan race guy, huh? Hitler loves his Aryans, love races of Aryans. Hitler, right? Hitler didn't like the Mediterranean people that much, but who did he ally with? Mussolini. They were big friends. You know, he definitely didn't like Asian people that much. Instead, but then he goes ahead and he allies with the Japanese, calls them honorary Aryans. Now, there's no logical explanation for this behavior if you believe that they're consistently motivated by their racialized ideology. Likewise with Donald Trump and their nationalism. Donald Trump and Trump supporters don't care about America, the real America that actually exists. They care about the concept of America. They care about the archetype of America, the white picket fence, white people, etc., etc. And that archetype of America is something that they see in other countries too. Have you ever noticed how American neo-Nazis have a weird fondness for China and for Russia? Nick Fuentes likes Stalin. They idolize other authoritarians because they see in those policies, in that governance, a reflection of the policies they want to implement here. They like the Taliban, for fuck's sake. Yeah, the far right, is very much, oh, you gotta hand it to them for ISIS, for the Taliban, for Al-Qaeda. All the time. The Republicans, they had CPAC over in Hungary. They brought Orban over for their most recent CPAC here in the States. Fascism is isolationist, it is nationalist, but it is also truly international. Does that make sense in the way that I've described it? So that's the reason why Donald Trump can refer to China as the enemy of America, but can also congratulate China on its authoritarian policies and say that he's taking lessons from them. That's not a contradiction in their ideology, because their ideology is batshit.
Have other countries like that too, Singapore, other countries. And if you do that, I've told this, and it's a hard thing to say, because calling for the death penalty is tough, but think of it. They kill 500 people during a lifetime, and I think it's much worse than that. I think that's only what we hear about. It would stop. If you didn't get it down 75, 80, 90% from day one, I'd be surprised. And these committees that they set up,
It's worth pointing out that if he wants the death penalty, day one would indicate there would be no trial at all. After all, we already arrest people who we accuse of dealing drugs, so getting them off the street should theoretically prevent them from killing people, because they're in prison or jail at that point. So the behavior here indicates he doesn't even want a trial. He just wants them lynched. Again, it's lynching. That's what he's talking about here.
It's laughable. It's a horrible thing. We would solve that problem so fast, and I'm calling on Republicans and Democrats immediately to get to Washington and institute the death penalty for drug dealers. You will no longer have a problem. So Philadelphia has become, as you heard many times over the last short period of time, worse than it's ever been. It's become a killing field. A few days ago, a 4-year-old boy was shot while getting a haircut for his first day in school. His mother was so proud of him. He was getting a hug. He was shot.
Well, how do you know his mother was proud of him? Let's not editorialize. He could have been a disappointment.
Recently, a pregnant mother was shot in the head and horribly murdered. Her unborn baby was miraculously saved. Under a Republican Congress, we should pass emergency funding to hire thousands and thousands more police officers nationwide, to put violent criminals behind bars and keep them behind bars. And also, leave our police alone. Let them do their job. Give them back their respect. They know what to do, and nobody can do it better, but they're under siege. They don't want to lose their house. They don't want to lose their families. What they do to police officers, what they do to police, and you're always going to...
When he talks about them losing their house or families, what he's referring to are the consequences associated with police officers being charged, usually for the unlawful murder of their of civilians, and the consequence that follow. I think he's referring to Chauvin here. Losing your house and your family is something that happens when you go to jail. He's essentially arguing for an empowerment of qualified immunity. Cops already get away with like 99% of the bad shit they do, and he wants it to be 100%. He wants a police state, effectively police to be a caste, an impervious, legally bulletproof, Judge Dredd-esque, bringers of law.
Have some bad apples, but they're very few. And we have a country that's become one of the most unsafe countries in the world. Think of it. We're dealing with third world nations where they're much safer than major parts. Think of it, what I said. In Afghanistan, we didn't lose one soldier in 18 months, and yet I just read off numbers in Philadelphia. If you look at Atlanta, I have a district attorney in Atlanta. She's after me for a perfect phone call. And yet it's even worse proportionately than Chicago for killing. But the district attorney, Trump made a phone call because he was challenging the election. So they're after me.
The phone call that he's referring to is when he called Republican officials in various states when he realized he was losing the 2020 election, demanding they provide him more votes. It was a naked and blatant effort on his part to subvert the election, just essentially demanding corruption on the part of his officials. He did this for multiple people. Also, while I haven't looked to see whether the whole no U.S. soldier dying in 18 months thing is true, if that is the case, it is because at that point in our occupation of Afghanistan, our soldiers were just chilling, like in safe places deeper within Afghanistan. ANA soldiers were dying constantly fighting the Taliban.
For a perfect, by the way, perfect phone call. You'd be very proud of me. Just like the call to Ukraine was a perfect call. The one in Atlanta was a perfect call. Perfect call. And yet Atlanta is even worse than Chicago, proportionately. Restoring safety to America starts with defeating the Democrat extremists right here in Pennsylvania. Your state's radical Democrat candidate for Senate, John Fetterman, is the most dangerous Democrat. He's the most dangerous Democrat. Seeking to join Congress this year in one of the most fringe far-left freak shows ever to seek election.
I just gotta point it out, by the way. If you want to take a look at violent crime rates per capita, District of Columbia is first, which makes sense because District of Columbia is a bastard Frankenstein half state that is not given the resources necessary to fix its internal problems due to antiquated federal law. Alaska, New Mexico, Tennessee, Arkansas, Arizona, Louisiana, Missouri, South Carolina, South Dakota. That's the top 10. Not exactly Democrat central, you know? Not exactly a haven of leftist thought. Sorry, one second. And this is just the violent crime rate. You want to take a look at the drug overdose rate per capita? Hold on. Drug overdose rate per capita per state. Drug overdose mortality by state. Because if I recall correctly, the Midwest is not doing good there. No. Yeah, here we go. Yikers. West Virginia, Kentucky, Delaware, Ohio, Tennessee, Maryland, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, Maine, Connecticut, New Mexico. And this gets even worse if you look at it by county, too. If you look at it by county, it's very disproportionately in these, like, rural flyover areas. You know? Because cities have a lot of people, so they've got a lot of drug overdoses. But per capita, you know, you've got a lot of people, so you're going to have a lot of everything. It's not good. Not good.
For any office in any state. You know, I've watched him over the last couple of years, and I said, you got to be kidding. Actually, I thought Conor Lamb, I don't know Conor Lamb, but I thought he was maybe a decent politician. You know, he campaigned in a sort of a middle Democrat area, and he was doing commercials that was so good for me that people thought that he was a Republican. I like Conor Lamb. But Fetterman got it, and he got it in a landslide. And this guy's a disaster. He comes in with a sweatsuit on. I've never seen him wear a suit. A dirty sweatsuit. It's really disgusting. You know, I'm a clean freak. I'm a clean freak, Oz. I don't like those dirty sweatsuits. They're disgusting. Fetterman may dress like a teenager getting high in his parents' basement, but he's a raging lunatic hell-bent on springing hardened criminals out of jail in the middle of the worst crime wave in Pennsylvania history. He wants everybody out of jail.
It is, of course, not the worst crime wave in Pennsylvania history. Not by a long shot. Not even remotely. It's down since the 90s by quite a lot. Just keeping that in mind.
And by the way, he wants to get rid of your police. Fetterman is a defund the police Marxist who's just pulling the wool over people's eyes, who literally said that if he had a magic wand and could fix one thing, he would end life sentences without parole for murderers, cop killers, rapists, and other monstrous criminals. That's what he said.
Life sentence without parole is fucked up. Even if a person deserves a life sentence, they should always be given the opportunity to demonstrate their rehabilitation. Yeah, for sure. Who's the real American here, folks? The greasy, fake tan toupee-wearing billionaire? Or this, God, look at him. You could go anywhere in the world and ask who looks like the real American. No one would point left. Everyone knows the answer to this question, okay? This titanic 6'6", this colossal man over here. Everyone knows. Everyone knows. Not a question in anyone's mind.
He wants him to get out of jail. Get out of jail. Let's put Trump in jail. Let's get these murderers. Let these murderers out. Put Trump in jail.
Based, yeah.
Trump is no
yeah.
good. He just works his ass off for this country. Through his position
More vacation days than anyone in history.
on the Pennsylvania Board of Pardons, Fetterman has released a record number of dangerous criminals back onto the streets, many of which have created horrible, just atrocious crimes. He supports...
I don't think that's true. If there was any evidence of mass recidivism as a product of his policies, then I would have heard of it. If it is true, then I haven't heard of it. I don't think that's true.
Setting loose 1 out of every 3 inmates in your prisons. And he bragged that his goal is to get as many criminals out onto the street as quickly as possible.
Based.
Fetterman supports taxpayer-funded drug dens and the complete decriminalization of illegal drugs, including heroin, cocaine, crystal meth, and ultra-lethal fentanyl. And by the way, he takes them himself, which would mean death and despair for every community in Pennsylvania and every community in the United States of America. Compare that to President Xi of China. A little different, would you say? Fetterman openly supports deadly sanctuary cities. And he's...
Hold on, wait. Put Fetterman up against President Xi any day. President Xi would be suplexed into the stratosphere. His spine would be broken in so many places that you could repurpose it as the fucking slinky. Take that fight, Fetterman. Do it for America.
Signed a pledge to ban fracking, which would demolish almost 1 million jobs in Pennsylvania. I told you they were going to do that, Pennsylvania. Well, you did listen to me because I won Pennsylvania by a lot. You did. I can't hold you. I can only hold accountable the stupid people that counted the votes. Did you ever hear the statement by, I believe it was Lenin? Did anyone ever hear of Lenin? People would say it with less sophistication, Lenin. Lenin, I like the way they say that. Where he said, the vote counter is far more important than the candidate. Well, that turned out to be true. The vote counter is far more important than the candidate, said by...
Did Lenin say that? Lenin? Is that a Stalin quote? Okay, apparently it is debunked on PolitiFact that Joseph Stalin said, it is enough that the people know there was an election, the people who cast the votes decide nothing, the people who count the votes decide everything. So it's just completely made up, it seems? Gotcha. Attributed to Stalin on Facebook on March 21st. Okay, so this was a fake Stalin quote created by Trump supporters who were saying this to compare the vote counters who determined that Trump didn't win. Yeah, it's actually a Biden quote.
Lenin. And while Fetterman wants to raise your taxes, he is a spoiled and entitled socialist loser who leached off his parents' money. You know, he lives on the parents' money.
Based.
Until he was 49 years old.
Based.
And on top of it all, he's too cowardly to even show up and debate. A very nice man, Oz. He's very nice. Oz, you'll treat him nicely, right?
Oz right over there. Why is that?
Because he knows that his positions are totally indefensible. And in all fairness, you need somebody that's going to be out there and just ripping it for you. Otherwise, you're going to lose out to all the other senators that are going to bring back money to their states, etc. And Oz will do it. Fetterman is running against a man I have known for many years. I told you I had a real problem with him when he said I was a little heavy. I didn't like that. And of course, it was false, right? Was he wrong? And who is with our MAGA movement all the way. He's with us all the way. And, you know, some people thought that, oh, gee, maybe this was a little bit of a controversial thing, but I know him very well. And he's a guy that gets it done. He's a good person, too. His wife is a fantastic person. I think I like her even more than I like him, Lisa. So I'd like to ask Dr. Oz to step forward and say a few words. He's been an incredibly successful man on television and medicine. He knows what's happening, and he's going to work and fight for Pennsylvania.
I'm hungry.
Pennsylvania, we have one question, one important question we have to answer by November 8th. Are you ready for it? Is the country headed in the right direction? If your friends say yes, take away their car keys, they should not be driving. In that condition, people should stay home. But if the answer is no,
my favorite like gaffe that Oz ever made was when that he's a true PA resident. He grew up just south of Philadelphia, and Philadelphia is on the Pennsylvania-New Jersey border that cuts through the Delaware River. So the only place you can be just south of Philadelphia is in New Jersey. That was my favorite thing. That was incredible, because I know he didn't know that. He didn't know that when he said that. He was just thinking like, oh yeah, South Philadelphia, not realizing there was no place you could be south of Philadelphia that isn't New Jersey. You know, so he's not lying or whatever. And now we see everything. Look at that. Doxed.
we've got a big problem. This country has dramatically turned in the wrong direction. I'm the person for change.
He looks like the Green Goblin a little bit, like spiritually, you know what I mean? Like he looks a little bit like Willem Dafoe.
Based on our family values here in Pennsylvania, because I believe in the American dream. I am part of the American dream. My whole life has been about hard work and earning and supporting other Americans, because that's what Americans do. I believe we can make safe cities, streets, and communities. I believe we can have a secure border and allow legal immigration, but not the fentanyl brought by traffickers bringing human beings and fentanyl from China, which took 100,000 lives last year. And I know people in this audience have been hurt by fentanyl. I believe we can have an economy that helps the American people, but most importantly, I believe in each and every one of you, and so should you. God bless you.
So should you. Dana, fuck off.
So we have a great record of endorsement, all of us together. It's very close to 99%, and I endorse that guy, and I'm telling you.
What your chat mods are doing while I try to pay attention to politics.
I will always tell you this. I'll tell you the truth, and he is going to be a phenomenal representative for Pennsylvania. You got to vote him in. You got to vote him in. He's a great guy. And Lisa, thank you very much. Thank you very much for what you have to put up with, Lisa. Thank you very much. You know, they spent, just so you know, they spent like $50 million trying to destroy that man. $50 million, like it was water, and they didn't come close. This guy is tough, and he's strong, and he loves this state. This November, you also have to defeat the far-left Democrat candidate for governor, little Josh Shapiro, who is so much like Fetterman, other than he's about half his height, which is fine. Just fine. I always say it's absolutely fine, because we don't want to tell height jokes. You can't tell any jokes today. Not weight jokes, not height jokes. I've got them all covered. But he is a disaster for the state. He's the one that kept saying, oh, after it came out that we have a great man running against him. Oh, that's the man I wanted to run against. No, it's not, because that's the man that had a base like I do. He has a base that's so powerful and so strong. He doesn't want to run against him. As Attorney General, he presided over the complete disintegration of law and order and letting gangs and criminals run wild. Look at the numbers I just talked to you about in Philadelphia. Well, he's the guy. Those numbers are getting worse. There's nothing to stop these animals from continuing. Those numbers are going to get worse if that's possible. It's not even, you would think it's not possible. Shapiro supports sanctuary cities. He sided with Marxist, anti-American, BLM radicals and Antifa. And he's a vicious hater of free speech and a hater of your Second Amendment. So he's going to let criminals roam your streets, and he's not going to let you have a gun to protect yourself. Shapiro is also using his office to shut down your children's schools and force masks to be strapped to your children's faces, doing...
Hell yeah, dude. Sorry, I was trying to look up data on violent crime in Philadelphia over time, and I saw this for a second, and I thought, wait, oh shit, has it actually gone up? And then it turns out this isn't adjusted per capita. This is just the flat number of murders per year in the state of Philadelphia, which, you know, obviously we're looking at per capita analysis, you know, because otherwise you're dumb. This is the reported violent crime rate in the U.S. from 1990 to 2020. You can see from early 90s, we had around 760 reported violent crimes per 100,000 people. And it dropped down by about, let's see, 40%? Thereabouts. 45%? Yeah, thereabouts. To where we are now. We have had an uptick in crime and violent crime as a result of the COVID pandemic. It's led to an exacerbation of income inequality, which is a huge predictor for crime in general. It's had a pretty extensive effect on the fabric of our society. But overall, things are okay. Really, they are. There's always going to be some amount of crime. We should try to minimize it as much as we can, but the trends are generally positive over on a decades-wide basis, and yeah, that's something to take solace in. Ideally, yeah, no, 90s were violent, real violent back then.
Unimaginable harm. And like Fetterman, Shapiro is a pro-abortion extremist who supports totally unrestricted abortion on demand.
Hey.
Right through the 9th month. Think of this. And you know where I am. You know where I am. The exceptions. I believe in the exceptions. He supports it, though, right through the 9th month.
Here we go. Sorry. I found it for the state of... Did I say... Wait. Did I say the state of Philadelphia earlier? Fuck. I meant Pennsylvania, obviously. Well, this is Pennsylvania. I mix up Pennsylvania and Philadelphia all the time. Well, this is for the state of Pennsylvania. We have, this is from disaster.com, from the FBI UCS annual crime reports, blah, blah, blah. So this is every year since 1960 with the rate of crime per 100,000 people. And we can see this for all these different categories of crime. We've got violent property crime, murder, forcible rape. Seems a bit repetitive there, but okay. Robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, theft, vehicle theft. Right. Yeah, okay. So let's just take a look at the violent crime down here, right? We'll just take a look at that. You can imagine a chart that this is being projected on. And I feel like the camera's framed really high. Yeah, that's because I'm slouching. Here we go. So anyway, per capita crime went up for a while, and then over here in the 90s, we got like mid 400s per 100,000, 430, 450, 480 right here. Yoicks. And then since then, it looks like it's gone down. In the 2000s, we've got 420, 397, 425, 434, 382. In the 2010s, we got 366, 335, 315, 316, 313, 305, 306. The chart ends here at 2019, so I assume there's an additional bump up due to the effects of COVID. But the overall trend is a positive one. That's for violent crimes. For property crimes, look at this. In the 1990s, it's around 3,000, and in 2019, it's half that, down to 1,400. Look at that. See? I'm just trying to indicate, like, this fear-mongering from conservatives is completely baseless. Stuff has gotten worse on account of COVID, but I don't think it's fair to apply those specific bumps to, like, broader anti-police trends. And to my knowledge, there is no evidence that crime has gone up recently due to, like, being soft on crime or whatever. Stuff that has happened can be attributed pretty clearly to COVID and the effects that it has had.
And beyond. You know what beyond means? After the baby is born. After the baby is born. So as I said in my debate...
Sorry, I cut out Trump claiming that Democrats are calling for babies to be murdered post-birth. Again, Republicans are fully on board with this. They believe this. They completely believe this. Uncritically, they believe this. They 100% believe this. They're psychotic.
With crooked Hillary Clinton, rip the baby out of the womb at any time. And if the baby's already out of the womb, he's there too. Just talk to the doctor. No, you don't want that. The states will make the decision.
Again, like, right, he's priming his audience to believe that Democrats are literally just like shooting babies on delivery tables. Absolutely psychotic shit here. Nobody's calling for this.
By the way, the states will make the decision. And in Pennsylvania, I have a feeling that decision will be an interesting decision, but it's up to the states, and that's the way it was always supposed to be. But he wants to let things happen that no civilized person...
How can the fuck can they believe this? They literally believe that trans people are fake, mentally ill, and part of a cabal to molest children. They'll believe anything. Reality has nothing to do with it. The German population believed that Jews were part of a national embarrassment, an effort orchestrated to force Germany to lose World War I so they could prey on the German people through the banking system with exorbitant inflation and predatory loans. They'll believe anything. People will believe anything. It's not even that connected to intelligence, to be honest with you. It has to do with the authoritarian mindset. People with authoritarian personalities are very fearful, very anxious. They're looking for strong men to lead their lives. You could call them ideologically submissive. They're very weak when it comes to cult mentalities, very vulnerable to conspiracy theories. That's the real predictor right there. It's the real reason I hate bottoms. Ideological bottoms are the root of fascism. And funnily enough, they're also the absolute counter thesis to Nietzsche's Übermensch, a person who lives for themselves, who creates the morality by which they live, because such a person is, in theory at least, is completely immune to these cult-like metrics of subservience to fascist ideology. Of course, it was Nietzsche's sister who repackaged his writings and edited them so that they would be more in line with her Nazi ideology after Nietzsche died. So women ruin everything, etc., etc. Yeah.
Person would allow. They don't allow it in other countries. No Pennsylvanian should listen to one word on abortion from these two twisted sickos who believe in killing and dismembering babies.
Nazis are full of resentment. Nazis are only resentment. The idea of basing your body politic and your ideology exclusively on weakened, impotent resentment towards the people you feel have wronged you is literally all they are. That's the whole thing they are.
Right up until that time of Shapiro is running against an incredible patriot and a fearless warrior for Pennsylvania work.
Why'd you say it like that? Because that's the term. Resentment is the English word. Resentiment is how people pronounce it in order to distinguish the Nietzschean version of the concept. It's like how capital has in English, but when people say capital, you know what they mean. They mean like capital, not capital. Ressentiment. Ressentiment. Oui, oui. Oui, oui.
Workers and Pennsylvania values, Doug Mastriano, who has been with me right from the beginning. I mean, right from the beginning. I remember that.
Ressentiment.
They all wanted my endorsement. They all ran. I know you had the U.S. attorney, nice guy. He was a nice guy, but he did nothing in terms of the election fraud. No, there was no problem in Pennsylvania. There was no problem in Philadelphia. There was mass.
Sorry, somebody linked this. I know we keep pausing. It's really, I'm the one who's suffering here because I'm hungry and I want to end stream, but I have to finish this speech. Black Lives Matter executive accused of siphoning 10 million from BLM donor suit said, guys, did I not tell you that a lot of the BLM org people are grifters, early on? I think I've been saying that for a while. There was a movement called Black Lives Matter, and then these guys were like, oh, we're going to start an org called Black Lives Matter. And there were a lot of sussy fucking people who were working for that org, yeah, I think it's fucked up, yeah. Now, my degree of sussosity here, my sus metering, has varied substantially. I didn't know how bad they were exactly. I guess we'll see if this turns out to be the case. What is this? Quit lying to your audience, Vosh. BLM is what caused the huge uptick, e.g. murder and traffic. Ah, yes, the two subsets of crime, murder and traffic. I'll acknowledge the BLM movement's definitely, there was a traffic-oriented problem there, and then they linked to a fucking Substack for Astral Codex 10. What's your deal? The Prophet and Caesar's Wife. See all, absolutely. Billionaire surplus and replaceability. Calling for organizers. Well, that can be fun. Will non-believers really believe anything? Slightly against underpopulation worries. This person is quite active. Well, Substack articles aside, that's like 10,000 mostly black added deaths. Wait, do you believe the BLM protests led to 10,000 black people dying? Oh, that would be interesting. No, I don't want to debate. No, let me finish this. If we can debate, we can debate later. No. I've stuck at this through in this goddamn thing, and I'm not cutting it now. No.
Massive problems. And then he wants to run. He said, sir, Bill Barr would not let me go after anybody. He wouldn't let me touch anybody. What a shame. What an opportunity. But he wanted to run. Others wanted to run. I said, the one guy
wonder if there's
that supported election.
I wonder if there's anything else that happened in 2020 that might have led to excess deaths rising.
Integrity and supported me right from the beginning is Doug Mastriano. The one guy. Yeah. He came to the White House. Came to the White House with a whole group of people. He brought them, and he was fighting like hell. It was really an uphill battle because you had the Democrats. They didn't want to hear anything. And then you had some bad rhinos that just, someday somebody's going to explain to rhinos why are they doing it. But Doug is a former Army colonel who honorably served our country in uniform for 30 years before going on to fight for you in the state Senate. Became the most respected person in the Senate and definitely the hardest fighter. He was a relentless person out there fighting against lockdowns and COVID mandates. He didn't want to destroy our children. He got it long before the so-called doctors who weren't very good. And a true champion for election integrity and tough as hell on a thing called illegal immigration. He wants people to come into our country legally. As your governor, he will back down everybody.
Well, Josh Shapiro airs ads citing Doug Mastriano's affiliation with anti-Semitic alt-right extremists on Gab. Oh yeah, Gab is all Nazis. Mastriano is literally a member of the Oath Keepers. Is that true? Shut up. What? God. Fucking. Oath Keepers regional leader, part of Doug Mastriano's security team. Damn. Far-right extremist militia that played a significant role in the January 6th election. Mastriano has surrounded himself with a non-professional armed security team whose members include at least one person with direct ties to a militia group. Damn, he's actually got, like, brown shirts around him. He's actually got a little fucking brown shirt army. Jesus.
He'll back down those violent criminals, and he'll crack down on violent crime, end COVID mandates, protect Pennsylvania oil and gas workers, which right now, enjoy your job for another couple of months because you're not going to have it longer, and defend your jobs, your rights, and your freedoms. Doug is joined by an incredible person who I also got to know, because we were in a real fight with a lot of really sick, bad people. Rebbe, thank you very much. Thank you. Stand up. And she was a big part. She's a great partner to a man that will become one of the greatest governors in this country. Doug, please come up. Please come up.
Oh, looks like Jeff Bezos a bit. I don't think I've actually seen the guy before.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pennsylvania loves you and America needs you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for paving the way for people like me and everyone you see out here to fight for freedom. Thank you for taking the shots and standing bold.
Wow, he looks like a strip club owner who gets head from the dancers as an implicit part of them getting to continue to work there. He's got that aesthetic like spot on, especially the greasy, like the suit, the red shirt, no tie, unbuttoned, you know?
Boldly and leading by example. Pennsylvania is a keystone state. On 8 November, we're taking our state back by storm. That's right. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to be the state where people want to come to raise their families and to succeed in business. On day one, we're out of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. We're going to drill and dig like no tomorrow. That's right. That's right. We're going to do it. Oh, yeah. On day one, we're no longer a sanctuary state. So Joe Biden can have these illegals. We'll dump them off at his beach house where he spends all his time anyway. He can have them. On day one, we're going to have the backs of our beautiful law enforcement. On day one, there's no more mask requirement or
Kind of weird how he keeps turning back around to look at Trump. Yeah.
COVID jab requirement. That's right. We're going to walk like free people like never before.
Like that,
Pennsylvania.
see?
This is where the light of liberty was lit in 1776. A new birth of freedom in 1863. And something very near and dear to both of our hearts. We're going to fight like hell for voting integrity, and we're going to start with voter ID. That's right. That's right. That's right. The left. My opponent is too dangerous, too extreme, and too radical for Pennsylvania. He can't even define what a woman is. I mean, the guy is nuts. Pennsylvania is less safe with his 6-year record of failure as Attorney General. That all ends on 8 November. Pennsylvania. The key to our nation starts with us. And let's not forget in 2001, and you were a champion on 9/11/2001, Mr. President, that he was. We saw him at the World Trade Center.
He is really bidding for Trump's approval here. This is, man.
Meanwhile, Flight 93 over Somerset County, the terrorists had it.
It's a champion of 9/11. You did a great job aiming that plane, Mr. President. Not one of the video recordings of that incident caught you parachuting down, jumping out of the plane just a few seconds before you. He was the guy who flew the plane into Tower 7. How good of a job did he do? Well, you didn't even see him.
Todd Beamer and other people on that plane took action. What did they say? Pennsylvania, let's roll. Thank you.
I think one of the things we need to learn most, or one of the things we need to most appreciate from the whole they can't even define a woman thing, is that there's no relationship at all between the definitions people on the left use to describe gender and what the right is going to do with it. You can spend all the time in the world constructing a perfectly cohesive, internally consistent, easily understandable definition of a woman, and it won't make a difference. As long as you support trans people, they're going to say you don't know what a woman is, because even if you came up with a definition that was perfect and bulletproof, which we have, they would look at it and go, yeah, but you're saying a man's a woman, so you don't even know what a woman is. Can't even define a woman. A woman is a woman. You're saying that a man's a woman, so you can't even define what a woman is. It doesn't matter. So this is kind of like and I've always been clear about this, this is like the limit of the debate bro mentality. Lodged firmly within the skulls of many people on the left, like, I don't know, a tumor or maybe a piece of shrapnel, is the delusional belief that a perfectly consistent, coherent, and understandable argument will move the fascist away from their positions. And it's just not true. It's simply not. At the end of the day, politics is about the acquisition of power, and it is the acquisition of power which allows you to defeat fascist movements, not constructing the perfect counterargument. The perfect counterargument can be effective at pulling over, vestiges, fringes, some people, maybe moderates, convince them, get them more anti-fascist. But at the end of the day, these people, you think any argument is going to get them to believe that trans women are women? Like, really, walk up to these people, think for a second, think what argument, what definition for a woman could you give them? The answer is no. Head trauma is a more likely, catalyst for that realization than any argument could be.
Doug said a lot in a few short sentences. One of the things he mentioned was voter ID. Now, the Democrats don't want voter ID. Actually, it's interesting. The leadership, the people want it 91%, Democrats. But the leaders don't want voter ID, okay? They'll think the only reason you don't want voter ID.
Oh, wait, I can demonstrate this perfectly. You guys remember how earlier in this very stream I had a debate with a Serbian nationalist? And the first half of the conversation was actually like trying to reason out positions and beliefs and what happened and this happened. And the second half was me making fun of him for being weaker than America. Important lessons to be learned here, you know. You do with arguments what arguments can do, and you do with vicious ad homing what vicious ad homing can do. In truth, it's not an ad hom. Ad hom is when you ignore an argument and make an insult in return. Simply insulting a person is just an insult. But ad homing is fun. You know, the term ad hom.
There's only one reason, because you want to cheat, right? That's the only reason. When you had the Democrat National Convention, the last one, they had signs on, the biggest signs, they were like billboards, pictures, fingerprints, everything. You couldn't get in. But the greatest thing happened over the last few days. Starbucks, remember Schultz, this guy Schultz? The one with the extremely thin legs. I think maybe Dr. Oz would have said he's either really good or very, very, very thin. But he was doing a debate, he was sitting down. I thought his legs, I didn't think he'd be able to stand up. But Schultz, he's the head of it. And he just announced unions are trying to take over Starbucks. But he will not, under any circumstance, allow mail-in voting because it's evil and corrupt. And the process can be corrupted. And yet, when he was running for president for about 3 days before he realized he couldn't win, took him about 2 days. But when he was running for president, he was talking about mail-in ballots. Now that he's got his company that he's got a nice piece of, he wants nothing to do with voting by mail-in ballots for unions.
I have no fucking idea what
he
he's
says
talking
you
about.
can't
I'm
get
sorry, I tried to
a fair
follow that.
vote, and it's easily corruptible. When are people going to get smart? Get rid of this mail-in voting. It's killing our country. All right, you'll do it. We're also joined tonight by the next congressman from Pennsylvania's 8th Congressional District, Jim Bognett. Jim, thank you very much, Jim. Thank you, Jim. Good luck. I hear you're doing well, Jim. Well, these two guys are going to help you a lot. Thank you, Jim. Great job. So Jim's running against radical Democrat socialist Matt Cartwright. That's another beauty. Who said he's all abroad, he is all on board for the Green New Deal, greatest waste of money in history. The Green New Deal, why don't you just throw the money right out the window? And he absolutely supports defunding the police and votes with Biden 100% of the time. So you know he can't be any good. Everybody get out and vote for Jim, okay? Jim Bognett.
Okay, so this is the third candidate here that is favored for the Democrats that Trump is out here repping for. It's no wonder this is a pretty huge campaign rally, and he's doing it to rep. Like, they need him here. Things are looking good for Fetterman, Shapiro, and Cartwright. Here, it's 2-to-1 margins at least for all of them. So you know, hopefully, yeah, see, Fetterman favored to win. What about PA7? Okay, PA7 leans a little bit red. Not crazy far though. If we go by just polls, then it's like 50-50. Huh. Can you imagine if we took the sweep, all 4 seats in Pennsylvania? That'd be pretty nice, huh? That'd be pretty good. Get the Senate, get the governor, get two of these House seats. You know, worse things have happened.
Also with us, our Pennsylvania treasurer, a very good person, good woman, Stacey Garrity. Stacey, thank you. Where's Stacey? Hello, Stacey. Thank you, Stacey. Great job you're doing. A friend of mine, a warrior, never let me down, always been there. Representative Dan Muser. Dan, thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you, Dan. And also Fred Keller, another warrior. Fred, stand up, Fred. What a good guy. Thank you for all your help. He comes to our defense. He gets out there, the two of them. Now, a woman is with us who's very silent, very shy, doesn't believe in using guns to protect yourself. Says anybody can come into my house anytime you'd like. No, she did a little ad. I saw her first time. And her ad was something to the effect, sure, anybody can come into my house. Ding, ding, ding. And then she took this gun. I never saw anybody use a gun. Boom, put it back. And she said, but he might not get out of my house alive. And I said, I think I like her. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Remember what I said about the emasculation thing being a big instigator for fascist belief? These people like wet dream every night about a black person breaking into their house so they can shoot them. I know that sounds like a joke, but I need you to understand the pathology of these people. It is 100% not a joke. It is fully and entirely not a joke. There's nothing comedic about it outside the absurdity of the premise. They want a legal precursor to deal with the degenerates and the drug dealers and the black people and so on themselves. They want to construct a scenario. That's why they buy so many guns. That's why they're so freakishly paranoid. It all plays into this fantasy where they get to enact the law, because their ideology is one in which America is under siege by degenerates and criminals and so on. And they think that the cucked, bureaucratic, legal system isn't doing enough. Like the cops do, they want to be able to act outside the restraints of the law and act, vigilante justice, a la what they think the Punisher is, because they've never read a comic of the Punisher. So they fantasize about this.
A man I'm very proud of. He's got a tough race, but I'm very proud of him because you have a rhino governor in Maryland. His name is Larry Hogan. I think he wants to run for president. I said, you got to look in the mirror first. It's not going to work. Not going to work. But he's a real rhino, and he doesn't want this man.
What's the guy's name? Is he ugly?
All for our country. His name is Dan Cox, and he beat Larry Hogan's candidate by like 20 points with my endorsement. And he's doing fantastically. Dan, congratulations. And Larry Hogan.
I don't think he's ugly. He's like an old guy. I actually think he looks relatively normal looking. If we're talking about like old white guys, Republican politicians. I mean, he's got like an egghead, but it's kind of endearing. He reminds me a little bit of like the guy from What We Do in the Shadows. There are much more off-putting looking conservative old white guys by far.
And this is my fault. I'm sorry, Dan, but Larry Hogan is not going to be supporting you only because I am supporting you. So I don't know what that means, but I can tell you that Maryland has a great man running, and I hope you're going to do well, and we'll be out there helping you, okay? Thank you very much. Good. I have a feeling you do very well. A friend of mine who's a great businessman and a great person, Mr. Woody Johnson and his wife, Suzanne Johnson. Where's Woody? Stand up, Woody. He's shy. They own a very small company named Johnson & Johnson. Does anybody like Johnson? I want to own a piece of that company, too. Great job. We love you both. And Cynthia Hughes and Gina Perno with the Patriot Freedom Project. What a job they do. Where are you?
All right, I think we're just shouting out people at this point. Please, God, let me eat food. Hold on.
Sexual, racial, and political material in our children from the youngest possible age. At long last, every parent in America must be empowered to opt out of the indoctrination and send their child to the public, private, charter, religious, or home school of their choice.
There you go. Continue isolating their base from reality by encouraging them to join up with schools that teach different curriculums or homeschools.
In addition, we will get critical race theory the hell out of our schools, out of our military, and out of every part of our federal, state, and local governments, just like I did 2 years ago. It was out. We had it out.
What?
But they
He
put
didn't
it right
do
back
anything.
in. We will also keep men out of women's sports.
There we go.
You know those stories that I tell? I love to tell those stories. The woman swimmer. Should I tell it again? Should I not? You want me to?
Of course they
Mr. Wall,
want to hear
stand
it.
up, Wall, please. This is Mr. Irving Q. Wall. Look. No, it's so ridiculous. And you know, it's not politically correct, and a lot of people are afraid to talk about it, but I'm not. Men and women's sports. So you have the swimmer, who's I met her the other day, very high-quality swimmer, and she's going to break the record. She's worked like hell. She's worked all her life. The big beat is on, and she looks to the left, and she sees all of those great athletes that she's been fighting for years. She looks to the right, and she sees, but next to her is this massive human being. She's looking up. Isn't he like 6'6" or something? He's got a wingspan bigger than Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt was small by comparison. And she looked over. I've never seen her before.
8 feet tall. What? Bigger than Welch? What's he talking about? He's talking about Leah Thomas. There's a big lady, sure, but you know, yeah, bigger than Wilt Chamberlain. If only. If only. She turned to her right, and she saw the ankle of the giant who was standing next to her, 500 feet tall.
Anyway, she wanted to break that record. She fought so hard to do it. And the race started, and as you know, she was severely injured. She was injured by windburn because he went by her so fast. The wind burned the hell out of her. And she didn't quite make it that day for the record, but he did. He broke the record by 38 seconds. You know, usually you break it by... She wanted to break it by 1/8 of a second. But he was far better than her. He broke it by 38 seconds.
Leah sounds kind of fucking cool.
And then the better one is the weightlifter. You had a woman. She's going to lift the 213 pounds, and she's going to... That's a lot of weight. You think I could lift... Oz, you think I could lift 213 pounds? I don't know. And she got up, and she was going to break it. They put it 1/2 ounce and 1/2 ounce. They had these big barbells and dumbbells, and she's up there, and she pulls it up, and she's going to do it. Couldn't do it. She was ashamed, but she couldn't do it. And then this person comes in. You know, they actually call it, it's the correct term, a person in a man's body. That's what they call it. This is supposed to be politically correct. I hope it is, otherwise they'll be very rude to me. The fake news will be very rude. So this guy walks up. They asked him before, did you lift before? No, not too much. And he gets up. Bing. That was the end of that record. It's ridiculous.
I don't even know what incident he's referring to here at all. It's probably completely made up.
Ridiculous. And no teacher should ever be allowed to teach transgender to our children without parental consent. Another one of our highest priorities under...
That's what gets the applause right there. Teaching transgender.
A Republican Congress will be to stop left-wing censorship and to restore free speech.
Literally, adjacent to each other. We need to force our educators to not teach a certain part of the curriculum. Next sentence. We need to stop the censorship of the left. Again, there's no reasoning with these people. Nothing more than a vicious and overwhelming demonstration of political power through the mass arrest of people complicit in the attempted overthrow of our democracy can rid our country of this plague. It'll take a long time, but I believe the American people are ready for... Wait, what is it called again? I've lost my momentum. I'm pretty hungry. What was it called again? Reconstruction. The American people are ready for Reconstruction 2. The second Reconstruction, it will be tremendous. The American people have earned the right to rid conservatives from government.
In America, which we don't have. We don't have free speech. Go out and sign up now, by the way, for Truth Social. Anybody on Truth Social? It's like, it's hot, and it's much better than Twitter. You see what's going on with Twitter? Twitter's not doing too well. Frankly, if we didn't have truth, we wouldn't be able to get the word out like we do. We get the word out fast. The radical left Democrat Party is not, in my opinion, a 50% party within our country. They're against God, guns, oil, law enforcement, voter ID, tax cuts, regulation cuts, the Constitution, and they're against our founding fathers. Other than that, actually, they're quite good. The way they win is to cheat in elections. I really believe that. How can you be against all of those things and for some of the things that they're for and be considered a 50-50 party? I don't believe it. They cheat like hell on elections all over the country, and they're really good at it. Everywhere the Republican Party has the chance, we must pass.
If only Republicans were better at proving it.
Including universal voter ID, citizenship confirmation. No more fake drop boxes by Zuckerberg and these people. No private money pouring into local election offices. And ultimately, we need same-day voting with only paper ballots. It's very simple. Same-day voting. Same day, paper. France just had an election, big country, 35 million people. Same-day voting, all paper ballots. The election ended at 11 o'clock. They had to vote. That was it. Nobody walked away complaining. Right here in Pennsylvania, Democrats are still trying hard to rig your elections. Act 77 clearly violates your state constitution, encouraging widespread abuse of mail-in ballots. And your radical left state Supreme Court just violated the Constitution a second time by overturning a decision by an unbiased lower court. Republicans in the state legislature need to get to work immediately to kill Act 77 by a state constitutional amendment. They have to do it immediately. We are just 2 months away from the most important midterm election in American history.
Referring to the Pennsylvania mail-in voting laws upheld by the state Supreme Court here. Allowing all voters in key swing states to cast ballot by mail. 5-2 decision released. Yeah.
And we need a landslide so big that the radical left just cannot rig it. You know, the more we win by, it gets harder. Harder, harder, harder. They can cheat a lot, but once you get to a certain level, it gets very hard. This is the year. We're going to take back the House. We're going to take back the Senate. We're going to take back America. Take back America. Right? And in 2024, most importantly, we are going to take back our magnificent White House. Together, we will fight for more jobs for Pennsylvania families, fair trade for Pennsylvania workers, and more Pennsylvania factories forging more products stamped with those beautiful, beautiful words, made in the USA, right? Made in the USA. We will shut down Biden's border disaster, reinstitute our strong Remain in Mexico policy. How good was that? Remain in Mexico. You think it was easy for me to get Remain in Mexico from Mexico, but I got it. I said, you don't give it to me, you're going to pay big tariffs on your cars. Oh, we'd love to give it to you. Strengthen the patriots of ICE and Border Patrol. They're patriots and they're great. We will again end catch and release. We will end chain migration. We will end the visa lottery. And we will clamp down on illegal immigration, just like we did less than 2 years ago when we had the safest border in our country's history. We will stop the crime wave in Democrat-run cities. We will give our police the power they need and the respect they deserve. And we will not take legal protection away from our police. These maniacs want to have the police officers go out and hire lawyers so they can defend themselves. We won't do that. We will restore law and order in America, and we will override governors that don't look for law and order. We will hold China accountable for unleashing the virus upon the world.
Override governors.
We will protect innocent life. We will defend our Constitution. We will defend the Second Amendment. And we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values and principles of our nation's founding.
And that's where they really go
We will restore
wild.
patriotic education to our schools, and we will teach our children to love their country, honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag.
So again, obviously, I've gone over all this before, but this is a Nazi speech. It is. There's really not that much nuance to it. Every single part of this speech is constructed to maximize the principles of fascism that are put forward. The only difference is that instead of Jews specifically, we have the sort of nebulous cultural Marxist liberal academics that represent same position in terms of the conspiratorial hierarchy. But yeah, no, it essentially just is. It's really that simple, you know. And that's why I've said again, you know, it's not enough just to beat these guys at the polling booth. They simply must not exist politically. There should be no room in American elections, no room in our political body for us to coexist with ideologies such as these. Democracy does not need to tolerate anti-democratic candidacy. You know, the people, the Republican people, they'll be better for it. It's not like they benefit from any of this shit. It's not like their lives are being made better. White supremacy has never been about elevating the white man. It's been about bringing down everyone else. Transphobia doesn't elevate cis people. It just brings down trans people. Nativism and xenophobia doesn't bring up native residents. It brings down immigrants. You know, they're not benefiting from this. They're being hurt by it. They cheer as they hear that their land will continue to be raped by fracking, chemicals poured into their water. And they boo when they hear about investment in green energy. It is for their betterment. Free speech is not truly free when it is drowned out in white noise and nonsensical anti-truth. No, there should be no place for this at all.
In conclusion, our MAGA movement, Make America Great Again, is by far the greatest political movement in the history of our country. Together, we are standing up against some of the most menacing forces, entrenched interests, and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. Despite great outside dangers, our biggest threat remains the sick, sinister, and evil people from within our own country. But no matter how big or powerful the corrupt radical left Democrats are, and they are corrupt, and they are powerful. We have to make them much less powerful. We will never allow anyone to forget that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This is your home, this is your heritage, and our American liberty is your God-given right. From Allentown to Johnstown, from Harrisburg to Pittsburgh, and from Philadelphia to Scranton, PA, we stand on the shoulders of American legends who poured out their blood, sweat, and tears for our rights and for our freedom. They were so great. Pennsylvania is where our founding fathers declared American independence. It's where the Army weathered its brutal winter at Valley Forge, where General George Washington led his men on a daring mission across the Delaware, and where our Union was saved by immortal heroes at Gettysburg. And this is the state where generations of tough, strong Pennsylvania miners, factory workers, and steel workers forged the greatest nation in the history of the world.
Surprised by the Gettysburg comment, but I'm not surprised it didn't draw any cheers.
But now we are a nation in decline. We are a nation that is failing. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in over 50 years, and where the stock market just finished the worst first half of the year since 1872. Likewise, we are a nation that has the highest energy costs in its history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant, as we just were 2 short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, and many others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold right under our feet than any other country in the world. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal, yet everyone knows that the Green New Deal will lead to our destruction. We are a nation that is surrendering all over, but in particular to Afghanistan, leaving behind dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment anywhere in the world. We are a nation that allowed Russia to devastate a country, Ukraine, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your commander-in-chief, and for 4 long years, it didn't happen. Never happened. And China, with Taiwan, is next. We are a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and a Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting, irregularities, and fraud. And we have a president who is cognitively impaired and in no condition to lead our country, and everybody knows it. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are truly the enemy of the people. We are a nation where free speech...
So again, like, it's a Nazi speech. Like, I feel like I'm being a hack here for not, like, laying into it, but it's so straightforwardly a Nazi speech that there's not really much to, you know, it's pretty straightforward. I've said this before, but the big difference I've noticed in Trump supporters over the past 3.5 years of doing this is that back when I first started streaming, I felt like I could argue with Trump supporters who had an earnest belief in the wrong things they believed, and you could talk about it with them. They wouldn't always agree with you. In fact, overwhelmingly, they would stick to their bad beliefs, you know. But they would, you could actually have a convo with them. Like, they would talk about immigration policy. Like, you could read a document on, like, what effects have been had. What has Trump's tax policy done for this or that, you know? But it's not like that anymore. I haven't had those conversations in a long time. You all know that. I have a public stream. Public figures who support Trump don't act like that. They are too far gone. It's gone beyond that point. January 6th was the turning point. Now, when you disagree with a Trump supporter, they return immediately to thought-terminating cliches, screaming at you with, spit-frothed lips, or they laugh at you because they, as the fascist is, are willing to play with words, and they can't hold in their delight as they revel in your efforts to try to correct them as they dance between mutually exclusive points at their convenience. You all know I'm right, don't you? Am I not? You agree with me. You have to, because it's true. We've all seen it. They've always been wrong, but there used to be, in Trump supporters, a generally authentic set of beliefs, wrong as they were authentically held, that could be criticized, torn apart, if needed. But now that's just not the case. Now they are full-blown cultists. They have not taken their normal pills. They can hear anything from their betters and they will believe it. They are not interested in reconciling with empirical reality. And I will not see this country and this democracy torn apart because we are too weak to do something about it. You know, democracies aren't conditional. Democracy is non-negotiable. It is not a democracy until the fascists get dedicated enough. It is a democracy unerringly and eternally. Something has to be done about this. And it's not just going to be winning the election. You win an election, they'll keep talking about it. Right now, CNN is being pulled to the right after a corporate buyout. They're trying to appeal more to conservatives and have immediately begun publishing articles of dubious quality and value in line with that ideological shift. As long as the right is aligned with corporate media, which they always will be, and corporations broadly to the extent that, they have the ability to affect political outcomes, the right, and by right I mean the fascists, will continue to have this prominence in our media and in our culture. Do we just sacrifice civilization on the altar of what? Abstemiousness? Of meekness? Do we just get to say, oh, well, human civilization as a concept was worthwhile, but I guess it's over now, People with money have decided to work with people who know how to build political cults, and now that they've managed to do that, it's really just a matter of time. We'll just let them win, There's nothing we can do. No, democracy is non-negotiable. These people have to go.
Is no longer allowed, where crime is rampant like never before, where the economy has been collapsing, where more people died of COVID in 2021 than did in 2020. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon, which they are incredibly being allowed to do right now in China, to use trillions and trillions of dollars that is taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And just 2 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everybody knows it. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer respected or listened to around the world. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. We are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, and faith. We are a nation whose economy is floundering, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every single list. But we are not going to let this continue. 2 years ago, we had the greatest election that we've ever had, but it was taken away from us. We weren't allowed to use the power of the people to make America great again. 2 years ago, we also had greatness like no one had ever seen. And soon we will have that greatness again. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will stand up to the radical left lunatics and the rhinos, and we will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. There is no mountain we cannot climb. There is no summit we cannot reach. There is no challenge we cannot meet. There is no victory we cannot have. We will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never give in, we will never give up. We will never, ever, ever back down. As long as we are confident and united, the tyrants we are fighting do not stand even a chance, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God and God alone. My fellow citizens, this incredible journey we are on together has only just begun. And it is time to start talking about greatness for our country again. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious American nation. So with the help of everyone here today and citizens all across our land, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy.
Oh, I thought for one glorious sec. Wait, oh wait, the video feed
We
is
will
still.
make
Oh, okay,
America
sure.
proud again.
They had to cut that part
We
when
will
he said
make
the N-word.
America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Truly fantastic stuff. An existential threat to all of humanity, and anything that could be done to bar him and everyone like him from political power would be justified. The damage that could be done through these people maintaining power is essentially incalculable. All right, nice hustle, everyone. Right, great, we did it. We watched the entire thing. And did we not grow as people for the experience? Reminded now that we all are that fascists are in fact bad and very real. I want to cry. Reality is actually a parody. Yeah. I'm now retarded. Thanks, Vosh. Yeah. Is he selling doomerism? Not to his people. He's selling hope to the people who support him. That's the entire pretext. Everything is lined up exactly the same way. The idea of a national humiliation, of the silent majority supporting him, inflation rampant, degeneracy rampant, him, the strong man, coming at the pretext of Christian nationalism rising up to bring unity and glory to America. You know, everything is set up. Everything is lined up. And remember that while positive electoral outcomes are not sufficient to rid our country of the scourge of fascism, you too can participate in delaying their onslaught by participating in the Progressive Victory 2022 campaign. You can go on to vosh.gg/map. You can choose to enter this information if you want. None of it is kept publicly, and also you can't be doxed by it because you only have to enter your email and zip code because it would add you to an email list that would give you opportunities to canvass nearby. You can join the Discord server down here, which already has 8,000 people who have signed up, who have been doing canvassing, who have been doing phone banking, who have been doing text banking, people who got the opportunity to listen to Jamal Bowman's talk specifically, them people who have joined up with Justice Dem canvassing and campaigning events, people like you. You can join. You can get in there. You can help. And you can use a separate email. That's right. How could European help? How can Europeans help? Kill yourself so that Americans are a higher proportion of the world's population. No, don't do that. I have no idea what Europeans can do. Probably not much. For the rest of you, though, who are still alive, thank you. Join up. Oh, now you're all pretending to care about Europeans. Okay. I already got the noose. I will not eat the bug. I will not sleep in the pod. I will not like the stream. Hey, I will join Progressive Victory 2022 on vosh.gg/map. Absolutely. Absolutely. Goddamn right. Well, I'm hungry as shit. And I think that I've streamed enough today to earn getting to put off reading donos till tomorrow. Was it a good stream, folks? Did we have fun here? Did we have a good time? I had fun. The Serbian nationalist we debated earlier feels like it was so long ago. Who are we going to host today? Dylan Burns TV. I'm really important. Merrick. Shark. Bayonetta. Keffels? Oh, sorry, I didn't even see Keffels because Keffels is so high up on the follower feed. She's normally not that far up. Yeah, no, it's Keffels. Keffels won today, you know? Like in Breaking Bad, you know? I won. Like that? Like that, except a girl. I'm not transphobic. At least not in that way. All right. Hosting Keffels. Go on over there and be nice, okay? Seriously, it's a big day for her and everyone.